Good morning, everyone. Well, it was a wild night for the Capitals against division rival Carolina in a 5-1 loss. Washington saw goalie Logan Thompson allow 3 goals in the first period and then exit with an upper body injury. The game saw 142 penalty minutes doled out, but in the midst of that all, Alex Ovechkin scored on the power play.
Ovechkin to the high slot as Chychrun feeds it to him. He scores! Alex Ovechkin gets goal 892.
John Walton on the call, heard here on the Fan, as Ovechkin is now just 3 goals away from surpassing Wayne Gretzky as the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader. The Capitals next play the Chicago Blackhawks here in Washington tomorrow night at 7. You can listen to it on the Team 980. Jordan Poole leads the way with 23 points as the Wizards upend Sacramento 116-111. Washington hosts the Orlando Magic tonight at 7. Listen on the Team 980. C.J. Abrams homers, but the Nationals were swept away in Toronto, falling 4-2 to the Blue Jays. Georgetown loses to Nebraska 81-69 in the Crown, and Buzz Williams is announced as the next men's basketball coach at the University of Maryland. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're holding it down in the Navy Yard. It's rainy. There's no baseball game today. And yet, they wouldn't let me park in the garage. I don't really know. I don't know.
Well, it was
Not how I needed to start my morning.
It's no spots. I'm all the way down on the 3rd floor. And there was just a few down there.
Packed?
Oh, hey, listen,
Maybe the garage is getting packed because they're making people go back to work.
The first 2 levels are hell.
All right.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add an extra little $20 to my monthly thing, and I'm going to park in those reserve spots.
Is that all you have to do to get a reserve spot?
Yeah, you just got to pay a little bit more per month.
Oh, that might be worth it.
Yeah.
But I thought you were always parking in the Charger joint anyway.
Nah, the Tesla folks beat you to that every day. And they just stay there all damn day as if that's their parking spot.
The damn Tesla folks.
Yeah, slap the hell out of them.
I still believe in gas-powered vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Brian.
Yo.
Listen, man, I don't know how we separate the 2 events from last night. There was a hockey game, and then there was a prolonged fist fight. Unfortunately, based on the results, the Caps kind of lost them both.
Yeah.
Hockey fights are hard to judge.
Hockey fights
are
hard to judge.
Like karate takedown.
The one guy just took him down to the ground. He didn't do anything else. He didn't land punches. Nope. They both threw punches, didn't land. And then he threw him to the ground. Oh, wow, threw you to the ground. Big deal.
So the Caps go down to Raleigh last night. Now, we
kind of felt they were in the best spot.
We talked about it, and Al Koket talked about it. They were coming off a back-to-back. Raleigh hadn't played in 3 nights. Now, the Hurricanes are playing really well right now, and they had the Caps coming to town. The Caps coming to town right now are like the Lakers coming to town, or you know what I mean? Like when Duke comes to town. They're getting everybody's best shot right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
nobody wants to be that team that for the rest of their lives, they're going to see Alex Ovechkin scoring the goal that broke the record on them.
Yeah, dude, I think Ovi was able to get one last night. I know we have that audio. We'll play that. Joby had a great call of it. But I don't want to get over our skis here. Like, they went to Raleigh and lost on a back end of a back-to-back after a 3. You know, it's been a long road trip here. Yeah. It's the last game of a road trip. I think they will get things right Friday night with Chicago coming to town. Blackhawks stink. Part of me hopes Obi gets
a hat trick.
Yeah, just end it.
Get it over. Just get it over. Be done with it.
Then they play the Islanders on Sunday up in New York. But they get the Hurricanes again next Thursday night. And there's been a couple of these games I've kind of circled over the last month.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they played the Panthers at home, Panthers defending Cup champs, made a couple trades at the deadline to get a lot better. And they came up to Capital One Arena on a Sunday afternoon. And I guess it was a Saturday afternoon. And Washington kicked their ass. They won 6-3, and it wasn't even that close. Then a couple nights later, they played Winnipeg in Winnipeg, and it was a really good game. They lost in OT, but Ovi scored the equalizer in the third period. It was just really good hockey, felt like playoff hockey, and we've experienced that a little bit. Last night felt like playoff hockey for Carolina.
Yeah.
Just watching it, and they were hitting the gear that Washington didn't have.
They tried to hit it. They just couldn't pull it. They had nothing in the tank.
End of a 4-game road trip. The alarming thing, though, was Logan Thompson got hurt. And in hockey, you get no information. There was some concern that maybe he was concussed. If that's the case,
if the goalie gets concussed and wasn't hitting the head with the puck, got to be some type of penalty or interference there, right?
You would think so. Yeah. Now, hockey being hockey, all they said was an upper body injury. Lindgren was able to go in. Here's the other thing: like LT gave up 3 goals on 12 shots.
Yeah,
and it wasn't clear how he was hurt. I don't know what that is. We're not going to speculate with head injuries or whatever the heck was going on. He's been really, really good all year. He just got big money. Obviously, Lindgren's been very good when he plays, but there's a reason LT kind of has emerged as the top goalie. The biggest actual event last night was the LT injury.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest headlines are Ovi scoring and then the fights. The fights were the third period of that game, and we're going to talk to Locker later. We're going to talk to Craig Laughlin coming up at noon, so we can get his take on it.
They say they had attitude from the beginning, though.
I think
you coming in here trying to set records on us, not happening.
Dude, I mean, they are now tied for second in the Eastern Conference. They're obviously they're second in the Metro. I think Carolina's trying to set a tone that, we're ready for next month. We're ready for playoff hockey. We think we're going to see you.
Mm-hmm.
And, dude, that would most likely be a second-round matchup.
That could definitely be who they're going to be facing, dog.
It'd be pretty damn electric, man.
Mm-hmm.
Those teams clearly hate each other.
What you have to do is remember. See, I can remember we had Coach Wayne Sevier. And anybody remember back in the glory days, a special teams coach. And let's say if Ovi was coming in to play and Wayne was with Carolina, he'd be like, yeah, he say he's about to come up in here and set records on y'all. He would have you hating the whole team, especially Ovi. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that seems like that was the situation that was put up there last night because they came out on edge.
Well, let's point out what Ovi did do. This is our guy, John Walton, right here on the Fan, calling 892.
Ovechkin to the high slot as Chychrun feeds it to him. He scores! Alex Ovechkin gets goal. 892. It's on the power play. Top right corner against Frederick Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, he is 3 goals away from the record. He has scored here in Carolina.
I mean,
I love John.
That's so good. It's so good.
Yes, indeed.
892 B is such an
That's a lot, bro.
number. Dude.
Just think about it, though, Jay. Think back to 20 years ago when he got here. We knew he was a phenom, but you never thought he would be at this point. Hell, I think back, I was into my 30s, dog.
Dude, there's no way anybody thought this.
No, nobody thinks it, and you never think you'll get there. But if you're steady and consistent, and you really, really take your craft serious, you get to places.
I totally agree. B, the kid they called up the other night, Ryan Leonard, this super prospect,
he can move now.
I saw this on Instagram. I think you realize Leonard was born in 2005, and Ovi made his debut in 2005.
That's crazy, dog.
I mean, that is nuts. The third period of that game turned into kind of just pro wrestling. It was entertaining, but just like in the Four Nations, remember there was in the Four Nations, remember there was crazy fights right off the break in the U.S. Canada game.
It was 4-on-4.
Yeah.
I like that.
But then it got down to just awesome hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Like the end of it, when it goes nuclear fight at the end of a blowout, doesn't feel the same. You know what I mean? Like it's clearly just emotions run over.
And it normally it's the team who starts the fight is the team that's losing. Look like Carolina was starting the fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were initiating
They were
it.
chirping on
Yeah,
the bench.
they were initiating it, dog.
So, shout out to Bill Sullivan. I was taping all ears last night, so I didn't see the first period. By the time I got to a TV, the Cats were already down 3-0. Apparently, early in the game, LT got hit with a puck in the face so hard it knocked his helmet off.
Well, hell, that's where the concussion comes from.
Yeah, that'll do it. I did like this line from our boy Scarens Terrence last night. As the fights just kept piling up in this Caps game, I tweeted out, this Caps game is drunk. And Scarens Terrence replied to me, feed me these rednecks in the second round, please.
What I want you to explain, what did you text last night? You said they were what off? Because you didn't spell it right.
Hold on. Let me.
I'm looking, I'm like, I didn't know if you mean sized or pissed.
I meant pissed.
Okay.
I wrote,
they're oyster.
So
That's what you wrote.
Landville texted, I think Tom Wilson got ejected. He didn't actually get ejected. He's just got a bleep load of penalties for fighting. To which I replied, we think Ovi gets one more in junk time. Because, I mean, Ovi's still gunning, even down 5-1. Maybe he just slips one in. And then I wrote, these teams are Oist. And that's just a bad autocorrect.
You threw me off, dog.
Yeah, I meant pissed. And they were pissed.
Okay.
Caps are going to be all right. That game next Thursday, all of a sudden, I kind of have a feeling it'll be over by then. But if you get Carolina coming in here next Thursday night and Ovi hasn't broken this thing, that's going to be...
That's the night I think he would. If he hadn't broken it and they come back in. Like,
dude,
I remember what y'all just did, bro.
Here's what's crazy. And I imagine ticket prices are reflective of this.
Mm-hmm.
The Caps only have 3 home games left. And for I get this question all the time. Gretzky's record is not in play in the playoffs. That's a regular season record.
Thing.
If you
but the question is, who really asked that question?
A lot of people.
People need to understand when there's a regular season record, the playoffs don't matter in records. There's a playoffs goal record,
right?
But you don't
too.
add the playoffs with it. No, that doesn't happen.
I think people are just unaware. I don't think it's like a thinking it's incorrect kind of thing. They play tomorrow night against Chicago, next Thursday against Carolina, which that building is going to be wild.
Mm-hmm.
And then next, I guess 2 Sundays from now, Master Sunday against Columbus. I don't think this record goes further than a week from now, next Thursday against Carolina. I mean, he needs 3. That's 3 games. 3.
I'm feeling good about the one tomorrow. Just saying.
You think so?
I'm just feeling good.
To go hat trick.
That's what I'm hoping for.
It'll also be a big deal just when he ties.
If he ties it tomorrow, if he gets one less than it, no matter what happens, if he scores, things are going to change up. The electricity will be out there.
Yeah, man. It already kind of starting to feel that way, I would say. We did a little bit of breaking news. I'm not doing a bit here. Schefter, I've seen all this. The Patriots are trading quarterback Joe Milton to the Dallas Cowboys. Remember, Cooper Rush had long time been the backup.
Yeah, he left.
Cooper Rush has killed Washington over the years. Cooper Rush went to Baltimore to back up Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
So Dallas needed a backup QB to Dak. Joe Milton gets that call. Joe Milton, people in New England liked him a lot. He's got an absolute hose of an arm. Like, I mean, he's got probably one of the strongest arms in the NFL. I mean, prototypical size, 6'5", 245. Started his career in Michigan, then went to Tennessee. Was drafted last year in the 6th round. I mean, he's a big, strong dude. He played one game last year. I mean, the numbers are good. He was 22 of 29. That's 76% completion rate. 240 through the air with a touchdown, no picks. This is a move for a backup, but Dak has been hurt a lot.
Yeah. Dak get hurt one more time. That may not be staying in that position.
Yeah.
Many people look, they like him, but they don't believe he's the guy to get him over the hump.
Dak, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, dude, at this point now, he'll turn 33, probably the first day of training camp, and has missed time in 2 of the last 3 seasons. Now, 2 years ago, he was an MVP. He almost won the MVP. I don't know, man. This doesn't feel like. I'll ask you the question rather than framing it myself. Is this just Dallas acquiring a new backup quarterback? Or is this perhaps something more than that long term?
I think they hope it could be something long term. I think even when they signed him to the big deal, they didn't feel 100% sure about that. And like you stated, he's been hurt. But let's remember, if he was still playing if he's effective, quarterbacks play way beyond 30. So that the age of him being 33, whatever, that makes no difference.
Agree with that.
Because Aaron's 41 and crazy as hell, and they still losing their mind to try to get him other teams. But I think Jerry looks at it like this. If this kid ends up being something and Dak keeps messing around, we're going to be out of that little whole deal soon.
All right, so the actual trade per Rossini is Milton and a 7th, and they get a 5th rounder back. So this is not expensive, right?
Yeah.
Dallas tried this, I think, last year with Trey Lance. They gave up a late pick for a kind of scratch-off ticket.
They seem to be looking for something, though.
Trey Lance ain't it. Like,
yeah.
There's a reason he never got on the field. There's a reason when he did get on the field, he looked terrible. Like, the Niners moved heaven and earth to get him. And when you move heaven and earth to draft a quarterback like that, with an organization like that largely does things right, and Kyle will build an offense around the player, not expect the player to conform to his offense, all those sorts of things, and it still doesn't work, it's just not going to work. Yeah. Trey Lance just did not get enough reps or work. I think COVID probably screwed him. I can only imagine him now in the era of the transfer portal, if you could do it all again, and he's at North Dakota, and then he transfers to, like, I don't know, Texas A&M or something, and gets more experience. But, the game is the game. That's how it went. He made a lot of money. I feel like the window on Trey Lance as a NFL starter has closed.
It's closed.
But I don't think Dallas trading for another guy where there's some at least talk speculation, what do we got here, is an accident as it relates to that.
Not an accident. First of all, they need a backup.
Right.
Trey wasn't it, and Whitcomb Cooper's gone. But what if he pans out and becomes something special? Because every year that they can't do, whenever that contract came up, the way that they acted, they were showing that they was not 100% sure of him. And then you know how it is when quarterbacks are making certain levels of money. No matter who you are, when you come up, you're gonna get paid more than you're probably supposed to get paid. And he benefited from the quarterback contracts soaring.
Totally. And you got Milton costing you nothing under contract for 3 years.
There you go.
So you got time to see and look and learn. If you wanted to go just a straight up backup route, Drew Lock's available. I think Flacco's still available. Case Keenum. Like, if you just wanted a backup to Dak without upside, those dudes were there. Yeah. This was something else. Now he's still the backup. Like, I'm not saying there's a quarterback competition.
But when Dak's around, the backup becomes starter rather quickly.
It has happened before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting move out of Big D. Here's what I want to do. Buzz Williams is the new Maryland head basketball coach. Obviously, that's been a whirlwind for the better part of a week. Maryland, though, has a bunch of money to spend and a deadline to spend it. The transfer portal closes on April 7th. So even though they don't have an AD,
That's Monday.
they got to get some money spent. Gary Williams, Juan Dixon, a lot of folks were out in College Park yesterday for Buzz's arrival. Let's check in on that. Coming up at 11, we're going to dive into the NFL draft. Need to have a little Nats Dylan Cruz conversation, and with the caveat that it is very early
it's
in
early.
the NFL season. Yeah, the Major League Baseball season, rather. It is very, very early, but it ain't going so great. Locker joins us at noon. Bleep you at 1. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, and I've got something very special for you. On April 12th, next weekend, grab your bike and join me for Bike to the Breweries, a ride that's all about fun, community, and making a real difference. Whether you're riding 5 miles or the 30 miles that I'm going to be riding, every pedal stroke supports local autism organizations right here in our backyard. And the best part, it all ends with some of the best brews in the DMV. So come and ride, raise a glass, and give back. Sign up now at biketothebreweries.com. That's biketothebreweries.com. I'll see you out there.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. CoachWooden.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. The Caps fall 5-1 at Carolina, but Alex Ovechkin scores goal number 892. Now just 3 away from the record. Bub Carrington scores 19 points in a Wizards 116-111 win over the Kings. C.J. Abrams homers, but the Nats fall to 1-5 after a 4-2 loss in Toronto. Georgetown loses 81-69 to Nebraska at the Crown. And Buzz Williams is introduced as the next men's basketball coach at Maryland. Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooden Basketball Camps. Sign up online at CoachWooden.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shout out to UB40. IB43. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. That made you laugh, Landfill. All right, B. It's funny. I was at NBC last night, and we both know Heather McDonough, producer over there.
Mhm.
Very, very proud Terp. She was still in the I don't know, was Buzz the right move? I'm still so mad. And I told her, and I'm serious, I don't know how I've achieved this state of calm. It's very contradictory to the states of which I usually occupy.
Mhm.
Mental, not like Maryland, DC, and Virginia. Calm is not my natural demeanor, Brian.
Yeah.
But I'm zen on University of Maryland. I'm very happy with Buzz. I'm very happy. I said this on television. I'll say it right now on radio. I applaud President Pines for getting this done so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm out on the they could have done this, they could have done that. Out on it.
This is the question I would ask. When people start having a problem with them getting Buzz, who else you want it? And is the person that you want available? See, the thing about I know people always have this, I wanted so and so. Are they available? Did they want to come to you? A lot of times, you the person that you want and the person that want to come to you, that's the best person.
Sure,
because they have they're like-minded. But if you want somebody that don't want you, then you know what? You pay too much. And then as soon as you get them, you know what those people that wanted that person says? Oh man, he's not what I thought he was. Well, this guy is not what you think he is. Well, how about he come and exceed what you think?
Well, dude, I never understood. I was never that high on the last guy to begin with. I wanted Patino, and all the people that were smarter than me told me, oh, you can't get Patino. He's only going to be here a couple of years. I think we need a realization in college sports that it has changed significantly. And, I mean, there were people talking about, is Carolina going to fire Hubert Davis? Now he's able to make the tournament, wins one game. It seems like everything's cool down there. But, college sports are different now. This is not.
Oh, yeah. They're very different.
This is not lefty coaching against Dean Smith anymore. Now, I would say personally, my North Star when it comes to college basketball is Gary Williams. I believe what that dude says. And Gary Williams was obviously at the Buzz Williams presser yesterday in College Park. And here is Maryland's Hall of Fame coach, national championship winner, talking about Buzz.
We were here for decades. I know Terps fans are a little worried now with how Coach Willard left. How can you maybe assure them that Buzz Williams and maybe conversations you've had with him so far wants to be here and wants to be here for decades?
Well, first of all, this place is bigger than any coach, that ever coached here. And That's not going to change. And I think this is a place where you can have the rest of your career here. And I think Buzz is looking at this place as that type of job. And, he's won, the Atlantic Coast Conference, the Big East, and the Southeastern Conference. So to win in the Big Ten is hard, but he's proven that he has the ability to win at that level.
No, he has. He's done it in lots of spots. And dude, I'm just, I believe that was Alex Flum from DC News Now asking the question. So thank you for the question there, Alex. If I'm wrong, whoever it was, thanks for the question. But B, maybe I'm just talking myself into this. Are you overly concerned, given the modern state of college sports, if somebody has a 10, 20-year career anymore coaching at a place?
Not at all. First of all, this is the issue. Why are people concerned about them having a 10, 20-year career when was the last time you really supported your team 100%? I think a lot of the fans need to just look at the mirror and check them damn selves. You want somebody to say, I'm going to be here for 20 years when you haven't supported for 20 months. Think about that. So the ultimate thing comes down to, how about he gets one and starts to build and starts to build. And I can recall when they were winning, when Gary won and stuff like that. It was a lot of people coming to the game and always supporting. And then how about that starts to build and build and build, and you build into it. You can't worry about 20 years from now. Hell, get 1 year under your belt first. And the problem is so many people live in the past and they judge everybody based off of the one thing that happened way then. That's what, 20-some years ago?
Doug, if he's let's say fast forward 4 years from now and Buzz is leaving again, and that's just who he is. He's a vagabond, right? He's Johnny Cash and I've been everywhere, man. I don't know. Like,
I promise you, if he's leaving in 4 years,
it means he did well.
But if he's leaving in 4 years, either he did well, or those people that's tripping right now
are throwing him out.
They want him to go anyway.
Yeah.
So why you want somebody to say 15, 20 years when if they don't play well, you want to get rid of them anyway, don't you?
Doug, this time last year, there were a bunch of Maryland fans that wanted Willard gone. They just didn't think he was the guy.
Yeah.
And I really wonder if Derek Queen doesn't make that shot against Colorado State if a bunch of people didn't want Willard gone.
Probably so.
White Brian, you care more about college hoops than all of us. Is the fears of like, oh my gosh, this guy might not be here for 17 seasons, does that add up to you? Like, I may have the 4 colors of the Maryland flag colored glasses on here. I'm not concerned about that.
Yeah, no, as long as he's winning, I don't think you should care about how long he stays.
Yeah. See, the thing, I just don't understand folks who sit there and want to talk about he leaves places. He's not going to be here forever. You always want to have an out. You don't want nobody to say, oh, I'm going to be here 20 years. Okay, what if Maryland had given him a 20-year contract, okay, at $5 to $10 million a year? Would you be happy with that? So if you're worried about him being here for 20 years, then you don't mind him getting the contract, paying him based off of how inflation is going to happen and everything else.
Level, just as a reality check, are we missing the boat here, or do you think it matters that Buzz Williams has a history of leaving and 5-6 years from now might be leaving again?
I mean, I don't think it's that unusual for coaches to leave after 5-6 years. This isn't the 90s.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That to me is such an overblown like concern, and it's just like we're searching for concerns. I don't know
if they like win a national title or even go to the Final Four, and then he leaves the next year. Are people really going to be disappointed?
Yo, left hand up. Everybody on the stream can see it. My left hand is literally up. If they go to a Final Four and he leaves, I ain't mad at anybody.
Yeah,
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the Final Four and get so blackout drunk and just have fun.
But for the people who's worried about the double-digit years, if they don't go to a Final Four, they don't go to the thing, are you going to want me 20 years later? Hell no. So shut up and just let the man go out there and coach.
As frustrating as it's been that the Nats have completely sucked since they won the World Series, they won the World Series, and I'm not really that upset about it. Like, You know,
dude, it's a great point
they
because
won.
the Nats specifically have kind of like the Nats are off to a really bad start right now.
Yeah.
Like they're 1-6.
Oh, yeah.
1-5, maybe their star, the guy we were all so excited about, can't hit. Like there's a lot of reasons to be concerned. And yet, dude, I couldn't be more.
It's not on the top of your mindset, I promise you.
I couldn't be more clear about this at all. Give Davey and Riz lifetime contracts. I believe in them. When they are given the tools to win, they win.
Because they've gone out there and done it.
Yeah.
And that's what you judge
Right.
based off of. You don't judge based off of, oh, I hope he'll be around forever. No, let the man just go out there and coach first.
I want Buzz to win.
Figure it out.
I
I want him to win. You want him to win, but you know what? You can't judge 20 years down the road when, hell, yeah, he must play one. He hadn't coached one practice yet.
I think you could even go further and say something like, you know, if the Commanders win the Super Bowl and then Jaden Daniels leaves 2 months later in free agency, how upset would you be really?
You say what?
If the Commanders won the Super Bowl and then Jaden Daniels left in free agency, would you be upset?
I just think that never happened. They won the Super Bowl. He's going to have a contract that he ain't leaving.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be upset
I wouldn't be
because
upset
they won the Super
they
Bowl.
won it. But see, quarterbacks don't leave after they win the Super Bowl.
Dog. I don't even want to.
I understand what he's trying to say, but quarterbacks don't leave once they win a Super Bowl.
Yes, I would be angry.
Yeah, I think I'm with Jeff.
I would be hurt.
J-Dog's forever. But I don't
You
even
wouldn't
like
be mad
that
at
as a
him. You'd be mad at the
hypothetical.
team for not giving him whatever he wanted.
Real quick, Lindy. Juan Dixon is an absolute icon at the University of Maryland. Juan Dixon was asked about Buzz Williams taking over the Terps' top job.
I wanted to show support. You know, Colleen, Dr. Pons, the support staff, we got it right. You know, Coach Williams is going to uplift this program, get it back to the level we need on a consistent basis. And I just want to come here along with Coach Williams and former Terps that was here, student athletes, supporters, to come show support for Coach Buzz, to let him know that we're here and we got his back.
Before I get to another real question, how weird is it to say Coach Williams?
Yeah, that's funny. It's funny. And they're very similar in many ways in their coaching styles. Both dress very well. They're both very intense on the sideline, coach with a ton of passion, and they motivate their guys. And their guys play hard and they're tough. So it's ironic, you know, Buzz Williams, Gary Williams, but I'm sure it's going to work out the same way for Coach Buzz.
I believe that was Heather asking that question. We do need to do an investigation. Laughlin, I'll nominate you to lead the investigation. Does Buzz sweat like Gary did? I don't know the answer to that, but we got.
I don't think anybody but you sweat like Gary did.
We got another Williams in College Park. I like our chances, and I'm Mr. Positivity. I have found Zen, Lamphill. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of the exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Listen, we got the Caps coming up tomorrow night, and I'm going to tie in a little parlay with Wiz tonight. Wiz playing against the Orlando Magic. I'm going over 214.5. The Caps and the Blackhawks, I'm going to bet Ovi to get us goal and for the Caps to win. Put that together, get paid a little bit. Stay away from the baseball right now. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're going to get into some draft conversation. This Joe Milton trade, though, is pretty damn interesting. One thing that happens, especially in the NFL with quarterbacks, is just people want what they don't have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people are just convinced that Milton's a star
Mm-hmm.
because they've seen very little of him. He has an absolute rocket of an arm, for sure.
Yep.
But, like, I got this from the DC Cowboy. He said, I hate to say it, but Milton is a way bigger threat and has more upside than Dak long term. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a better career than Drake May.
See, the thing for me is, like, when people start worrying about that and thinking that stuff, I have watched many quarterbacks over the last 30-plus years come into the league with these masterful arms, and then they still don't play. You know what I want to care about? Does he have a masterful mind? Can he think the game? I don't care how hard you throw the ball. You know, Heath Schuler had the strongest arm I've ever seen. He didn't know where the hell to throw it.
Carson Wentz had a rocket.
He didn't know where the hell to throw it or how to throw it. The whole thing for me is I want to see a quarterback, a guy who knows to put touch on it when you need to, zip it when you have to, be able to think the game, understand how to lead guys, throw guys open, understand when you got to put it really on them, and when you got to throw it behind them a little bit to slow them up so they don't take a big hit. Being a quarterback is not just having a big arm. If that was the case, a bunch of people would be playing in the NFL. But a lot of them don't because they can't think the damn game.
Some of this is the definition of, like, bird in hand versus two in the bush, and everybody wants the two in the bush. Travis Wigfall responded to me, said, first, I would like to say bleep the Cowboys, but Milton has Steve McNair vibes to me if developed right.
See, whenever I hear he has this if, Steve McNair left out of college already being something that you knew
I think he was
special.
a top 5 pick.
Okay? And then Steve McNair also on top of it, when he got in the league, he was just making them happen. We don't know what he'll be if. Just like he said, if he gets the right what's called training, he'll be great. He might get the right stuff and still don't be that guy.
And, dude, Dak has a proven inability to win in the playoffs, whether that's his fault, the Cowboys' fault, or whatever.
That's a team thing.
But Dak has been really good at times in his career.
Yeah,
I think we're, like, overly diminishing Dak to hype up just the new hot toy.
Well, I'm not, but I understand when you are a guy who can win in the non-pressure moments, and then when the pressure moments come along, and whether it's you or the team or whatever, quarterbacks get all the praise, they get all the blame. And if you can't lift your team in those pressurized moments, then guess what? They're going to blame you. And that is why Dallas still, every time they had to pay him, they didn't want to pay him. Okay? Every time. Other teams are rushing before they have to try to pay their quarterbacks. They take his stuff to the last second before they pay him. If they can find somebody better, they'll move on. But we don't know what Joe Milton is yet. He played one game. He was 22 of 29, as you stated. He threw what? 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
I think he threw for 1, ran for 1.
He could have thrown the next game. He could have probably went 17 to 40.
Right.
You know, who knows? But it's one game, and you can't judge people off of sound clips of their life. Okay? Don't tell me about how great somebody is if he just did something for 1 hour. I want to know what he could do for the next 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You know what I'm saying?
And it's probably worth pointing out it was a week 18 where Buffalo had rested everybody. Probably worth pointing that out.
Yeah.
How much of this do you think is New England wanting to show Drake May they're committed to him?
I mean, it could be a lot of that, but the ultimate thing is Joe Mixon was drafted, right? Was he the starter ever?
Week 18.
Was he the starter ever, which means did they start the season off with prepared things for him? No. Okay? They drafted Drake May, and they quickly got Drake May into the lineup because that's who they wanted to be their quarterback. And the thing, and you know how I feel about this. If you got to get rid of somebody who may be a threat because the other guy is scared, then he ain't really your quarterback either. I mean, quarterbacks they play that position because you're supposed to be the most mentally tough person on the football team.
You better be.
And if you are the most mentally weak person because you don't want to compete or anything like that, then you shouldn't be in that position. I'm gonna tell you, we have one of the easygoing quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life in Jaden Daniels.
Dude is chill.
But I know one thing: he doesn't give a damn who you bring in that position. He's not gonna shy away from the competition.
Landfill, Cowboys trade for Joe Milton, something or nothing. This time last year, they traded for Trey Lance.
I think they probably just need a backup.
If they had said we trade because we're looking for Dak's replacement or we're looking for somebody to push Dak, then I would say it's something. But they traded and they just lost their long time backup and they getting a backup. He's a backup in my book at this point.
Jeffrey, Dallas trades for Joe Milton, something or nothing.
Nothing. Because isn't I believe in Dak's contract. It's a no trade clause.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're just going to give up on him right now. But I know his time is coming to an end, and I think they're going to let him compete.
No. When?
They're not competing. They're paying Dak $60-something million, whatever it is. He's not competing with nobody that's making less. You're not going to put him on the bench at 60 plus.
We
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
his cap number.
It's Jerry, man. You never know.
Dog, Dak has $40 million guaranteed next year.
Ain't no competition right now.
What Dak and Todd France have done to Jerry Jones is fairly graphic. Like what Dak and his agent have done to Jerry is behind a woodshed, the basement of that pawn shop in Pulp Fiction type
Finesse.
stuff. Yeah, it's graphic. It is like it's NSFW. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to dig into the draft, the NFL draft, when we return. Thor Nystrom will join us at 11:30.
Good morning, everyone. Well, after the startling departure of head coach Kevin Willard to Villanova, Maryland quickly pivoted to welcoming in former Marquette, Virginia Tech, and Texas A&M coach Buzz Williams, formally introducing him yesterday as their next men's basketball coach.
And we'll give our best from early in the morning until we can't go anymore. And all of us will have an insatiable desire to figure out how to change our best, because staying status quo, we know, is never good enough.
Now on this Final Four weekend in college basketball, Georgetown playing in the inaugural Crown basketball tournament. Malik Mack scores 23 of his 25 points in the second half, but the Hoyas season ends in an 81-69 loss to Nebraska. The Great Eight is now 3 goals away from surpassing the Great One. Alex Ovechkin notches goal number 892. The Caps don't drop a fourth game in their last 5, 5-1 to Carolina. Caps goalie Logan Thompson left the game after a period due to an upper body injury. The Wizards beat the Kings 116-111. Bob Carrington had 19 points and 7 assists in the win. The Nationals drop a third straight in Toronto, losing 4-2. And the Commanders have signed defensive end TJ Maganranyanga, part of the International Pathway Program. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Huey Lewis and the news. I got to be honest. Bleep it. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. Folks are like high on Joe Milton. Like high, like the dudes in Jeff's neighborhood get high on Joe Milton. And they're I posted it on my Facebook page, and Steve Lucas responded, best quarterback on that roster already.
That's just people just hating on Dak and want to take shots at Dallas.
If you want to chime in on Joe Milton, 800-636-1067. The Cowboys have acquired a new quarterback. I got a ton of replies. He's actually this is from Adam on Twitter. He's actually a solid player. Needs some work on his decision making, but he's got tremendous upside. Didn't see a lot of him in the NFL, but I watched a bunch of SEC football when he was at Tennessee.
Yep, I did too.
Who's our guy from Tennessee that calls in? Go Vols. Shane. Dog, somewhere Shane is fired up because he's convinced he's convinced Milton will start week 1 for Dallas. I think I don't know.
It won't happen.
Folks are fired up. One report out there, I think it was Standig, that I did want to make mention of. So the Miami Hurricanes kicker is considered, if not among the best kickers in the NFL, coming out in this year's draft. I saw it from Standing, but maybe this dude from 24/7 Sports had it first. Gabby Arudia, who covers the Hurricanes, said that the Commanders had a private workout with the Hurricanes kicker, Andres Borregales.
Okay.
Andres Borregales. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to draft that kicker. I don't know where. Washington did re-sign Gonzo, Zane Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
This is also 90-man roster season. I in no way ever thought there wouldn't be some level of competition for Gonzo.
Yeah.
Did you, Brian?
I've always thought it'd be competition. Like the kicker is a position where you're going to try and figure it out. You know, and until you really have one that proves to you that they consistently can be that guy, you're going to always be looking for one. Always.
Totally. I mean, even last year they were bringing guys in all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they will again. Gonzo was good. He got that doink.
He's not so good where you say, whoa, we don't have to worry about a kicker.
Nah.
Come on, man.
Like, dude, the one position the Cowboys have locked up is that kicker, who weirdly is bad against the Skins, but is good against everybody else and hits bombs.
We take it.
Yeah. A lot of people think that this Joe Milton trade is a lot more than just drafting a dude.
Where is it when Dak has no guarantee money on his contract?
Dak has not just guaranteed money next year.
No, I'm saying, but where is it when he doesn't have any?
27.
Okay, that's when you start thinking this Joe Milton thing is something. Right now, ain't nothing.
Dak has $40 million guaranteed next year.
And next year is nothing.
But the way Dak gets hurt,
he may be somebody come in there. But I'm saying that it's a nothing burger right now.
All right, folks are calling in on this Joe Milton. If you missed the news, the Cowboys have traded with the Patriots to get Joe Milton. Dude has a rocket of an arm. In one NFL game, played quite well against the Bills in Week 18. Some fair questions about how motivated the Bills were to win that game when they rested a bunch of their players. Zach is in Manassas. Zach, what is Dallas getting in Joe Milton?
Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. As a diehard Tennessee Volunteer fan, he has probably the strongest arm in the NFL, but cannot hit a broadside of a barn. Don't know how many Tennessee games I watched, and
I could throw this football over that mountain.
Look up the video of him throwing from the end zone, and I think it was Pro Day when he came out of Tennessee, and I don't know how many times I've cussed out a TV because of Joe Milton in a Tennessee game.
All right, brother.
All right, bro.
If somebody can fix that man's accuracy, he'll be great.
Right.
Accuracy is hard to fix.
Accuracy is hard to fix. But the thing of it, who's the other guy with a strong arm? Isn't it Anthony Richardson? I say Anthony Anderson. Anthony Richardson, right?
Yeah.
If you had him on your team, would you not draft another quarterback?
I mean, they signed Daniel Jones.
That's what I'm trying to say.
There's more to the game.
Strong arm
than
don't mean a
strength.
lot if you can't throw the ball where it's supposed to be going. When you have a strong arm, just like a cornerback, a cornerback
Thanks
or
for
a
calling,
linebacker
Zach.
who's very fast. You know what they do? They run right out of position.
Right. Jonesy's on the line. Jonesy, you stressed that Dallas just got Joe Milton?
No, I'm not stressed. I mean, we just have to have some horses that can get back there and get after him, put him flat on his back. I don't care nothing about his arm. The only thing I want to do is, like I said, see him on his back. And therefore, we never have to witness no arm and who he's throwing to and all of that. So, that's my take on the situation, JP. That's
All right,
it.
bud.
All right, brother.
Thanks, brother. I think the Joe Milton hype is pretty out of control, honestly. I think he's a backup. I think Dak is owed a lot of money, and I don't think Dak's going anywhere. Now, if he gets hurt and Milton gets in there and he gets a real opportunity, I'm at least curious, right? I mean, he is a big, strong kid with a rocket of an arm. And you
as
both,
that Tennessee fan just told you, you don't know where it's going.
But, dude, there was a point in time where that was true of Josh Allen, too. And he was able to zero in the accuracy. His inaccuracy was never nearly.
But Josh Allen was drafted to be your starter, and they had him starting since he stepped into the room. He wasn't a guy who's basically in his second year now and already been traded to another team.
Right.
That means something. Listen, man, I understand today's media and that whole little post and tweet. That's a get clickbait stuff there. Because Dallas trading for Joe Milton is not a major story. It's just another way of doing your offseason work to get you a legitimate backup.
Todd Archer covers the
They
Cowboys.
don't even know if he's that.
Right. Todd Archer covers the Cowboys for ESPN. He just tweeted out, the Cowboys had interest in adding Jacoby Brissett in free agency, but he signed with Arizona. They also discussed the possibility of Drew Lock. Joe Milton is under contract for 3 years at much lower numbers, betting on the upside of the Patriots' 6th-round pick last year. Drew Lock I mean, just the going rate. Drew Lock's probably $8-9 million, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Milton's making nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
It did cost you a 5th rounder, but
you got him in a 7th.
Yeah. It's quite possible that this was just simple, good backup quarterback business. Our guy Drew is on the line.
What up, Drew?
What's up, Drew?
Hey, I think that drafting the kicker from the Hurricanes could be a brilliant move, especially given the new kickoff rules, which could push the team further, up to the 35-yard line. If you got a guy that can boom it, like the Vikings got Will Riker from Alabama last year, if you got a guy that can boom it, it changes your game planning. I would definitely use a draft pick to get a kicker that can really be reliable and with that kind of a leg.
That's a great point, dude. If you get, because whatever Gonzo is, he is not a bomber.
Nope.
That's a really good point. If you get the ball to 35, you're 2 first downs away from one of these bombers.
I'm a field goal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
maybe 15 yards. You get to the 50, go for field goal.
Yeah. B, any surprise that Drew worked in a Bama reference in that call?
Oh, nah, not at all.
Thanks, dude. See you, Drew. So the dude Borregales, I don't know how much information I'll be able to get on him off just reading this. So 62 of 62 on extra points last year. That's a lot of extra points.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Cam Ward effect.
I mean, your team is scoring.
18 of 19 on field goals. I don't know that college I'm going to be able to get like depth of target stuff. Yeah, at least not on a cursory glance. I'm not mad at it. Check it out. I think I'm not necessarily somebody that loves drafting a kicker, but if you have to, if that's the guy you identify as a stud.
We drafted a punter one time. Rainmaker, remember him?
That was a disaster.
That was a long, long time.
You remember his name?
They called him the Rainmaker. That's all I remember. He had it on the front of his truck, the Rainmaker, and I think then they had him holding a bag one time on like one of the little drills, on the special teams drills, and he said that when he got hit the bag, he hurt his back, and he was trying to sue the team.
I feel like he never even played a game.
I don't think he ever did.
Does anybody remember the punter's name that Bruce drafted?
No, it wasn't Bruce. This is way before I'm talking about. This is when.
Oh, okay.
It was when I was like back in my first 2-3 years.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
They called him the Rainmaker. He didn't make any rain. He wasn't kicking the ball out the stadium.
Bruce Allen definitely drafted a punter, and I remembered his name, but I had it switched around. Does anybody remember that dude's name?
Mm-mm.
Durant Brooks.
Did he?
Yeah. He was a 6th rounder in 2008.
See how excited I was about Bruce draft picks. I never remember they drafted him.
Yeah, there was some conversation about about them drafting a punter. I don't know how long he lasted in Washington. Part of me wonders if Bruce wasn't just drafting a punter to bring more credit to punters, because he was a punter at the University of Richmond. Right. I won't be mad at drafting a kicker if you think he's a serious weapon. Durant Brooks, God, this is terrible, B. Listen, they drafted him 6th round pick. Played 6 games in the NFL.
If they're drafting the first, you probably just play 1.
Landville, what do you think my man Durant Brooks ran the 40 in?
5'4".
6'1", 202 was his listed weight. What do you got, B? Durant
40-yard dash?
Yeah.
Probably about 4'8".
5'2".
Damn.
God, what a world that.
Why did they? What made them draft him then?
So,
what was his average? And
you want me to try to find out?
That's all right.
College stats. Let's go.
No. We don't need to find it out.
It's
not that serious. Believe me.
His yards per punt was 45.3 in 2 years at Georgia Tech. I mean, is that good?
45.3, yeah.
Sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he was a stud, maybe it changes things for you. He did win the Ray Guy Award.
Okay.
All right. The draft is coming. That's the next big thing on our calendar. I think
Couple of weeks now.
3 weeks from today, right?
Yeah.
It'll be the first round.
Oh, yeah.
April 24th. Right now, Washington has a late pick in this thing. 29th pick.
Mm-hmm.
As we sit, as we live and breathe, Brian, at 11:17 a.m. on Thursday, April 3rd. Right now, Washington has 5 draft picks: 29, 61, 128, 205, and 245. Do you believe when we get to the draft, they'll have more or less picks?
I think they may have. Yeah. I think more picks. I think Adam is going to work his magic.
Don't say that.
Adam is going to work his magic.
Do you think they move out of the first round, though?
It's a possibility. I think there's a very, very good possibility.
I do, too. I think they currently have 29 and 61. That's 2 in the top 100. Basically, though, 2 in the top 60. I could 100% see 2 in the top 60 become 5 in the top 100.
Hey.
Now you're moving back.
Yeah, you move back, but you could get. But the thing about what I saw, they know how to recognize and notice talent. There are a lot of people that draft that all they do, they draft names from colleges that had normally put players out. They don't draft legitimate talent. This team here now, they draft legitimate talent.
Sure. If you go back and look last year at the draft day trade they made, they moved out of, they basically just played it for volume. They moved back. Philly got Cooper DeJean. They were able to move back, and they got Mikey Samerstill, among others. Coleman. I think they'd like to get volume again. And I think they're going to approach it that way. AP was asked about it when I was in Florida, and he's like, listen, man, everything's an option. We'd love to move down, but you also need somebody that wants to move down.
Yeah.
And it's not always that simple. I do also think you've got to consider because they hold that late first round pick, I think it could be pretty valuable for teams trying to move up because even though it's late, you still have that 5th round optionality. Like you still have the 5th year option on a first round rookie deal. If you go back in time to when Baltimore traded up to draft Lamar at 32, I think a big part of that was, okay, if this goes right, we get a 5th year option on this kid.
True.
And the way people get so desperate for quarterbacks, I don't know if it's Jalen Milroe or Jackson Dart. I wouldn't trade up for either of them, but maybe somebody wants to do that. Here's Adam Peters from Florida talking about moving around in the draft.
Given where your complement of picks is, do you have to give extra consideration to trading down to try to pick some picks back up?
That's certainly something that we'll consider. We'll consider everything, trading up, trading down. We always do. With trading down, you have to have somebody who wants to trade up, and that's what I always say, like, I'd love to trade down all the time, but there has to be somebody else that wants to trade up, and it has to be the right deal. And how far do you want to go back? And all those different things you take into account. Who's there on the board, right? Is there just one player on the board that you want? And if that's the case, then maybe you think twice about trading back but if you have 5 players on the board that you really like, you can trade back a few picks and then you can just pick one of those. And I think, with what we did in free agency and through the trades, we have the optionality to really do anything at 29, which we feel really good about.
Do anything. I've looked it up and confirmed optionality is a word. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone use it until Adam Peters, and he uses it frequently. He clearly believes in optionality and has got it. Thor Nystrom will join us next, talking draft prospects. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. CoachWooden.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Alex Ovechkin scores and is now a hat trick away from the record. The Caps, though, lose at Carolina 5-1. Washington home to take on the Blackhawks tomorrow at 7. Listen on the Team 980. The Wizards beat the Kings 116-111, and they host the Magic tonight at 7 on the Team 980. And the Nationals fall 4-2 at Toronto. Off today, they open a 6-game homestand, welcoming Arizona to town tomorrow for a 6:45 first pitch. Listen here on The Fan. Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooden Basketball Camps. Sign up online at CoachWooden.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Pack it in. Let me begin.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Thor Nystrom, of course, NFL draft analyst, fantasy football weekly, MB Fantasy Life. You can follow him at Thor KU. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Man, that song always gets me pumped up. I feel like I'm in Camp Randall right now, but I was definitely up off my feet jumping.
That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. Last time we talked was at the Combine, and at that point, we hadn't seen how free agency would shake out. Now we know a lot more. What are your thoughts going into this draft? Maybe starting with Tennessee, where it sure looks like it's going to be Cam Ward, and what happens from there?
Yeah, it definitely looks like Cam Ward. Unless the Titans are the best actors ever, right? I mean, they are pointing everyone in that direction. They're doing nothing to obfuscate that. So, yeah, I mean, you have to go with the tea leaves on that with Cam Ward. The draft really starts at 2, and that's something where it's interesting with this class because you don't have the sure thing quarterbacks. The Titans obviously think that Cam Ward is one of those. But because of that, like last year when we had the 5 in the top 12, you had sort of spots, or 6 in the top spots, where they were already sort of spoken for, right? Like we knew that quarterbacks were going to be the first 3 picks off the board. We knew that there was going to be at least a couple more coming. We sort of knew the teams that they were going to. So that makes some of the mock exercises a little bit easier. At least it constricts the path that you. Whereas this one, you start with 2. It's wide open. It is choose your own adventure. And then, as you guys know, you change 1 pick in a 257 pick exercise. Every pick after that is affected, right? It's a butterfly effect sort of a deal. So this draft is really, really interesting. There's a lot of intrigue with it, a lot of smoke and mirrors right now, even more so, I would say, than a regular draft process.
So, every year we get into this, and people, they always need quarterbacks. And right now it seems like, Cam Ward is one that's legitimate. A lot of other guys have a lot of questions. Do teams begin to look at Shador and these other guys and say, "Oh, I got to get a quarterback," and they make a run?
Well, teams should be looking at Shador more, perhaps than they are, or perhaps they are. And some of these comments that are getting out to the media are smoke screens. That's what I tend to believe. Shador is my quarterback 1 in this class. He was better on the field the last 4 years than Cam Ward. That's not even me going out on a limb. That's just a fact, right? I mean, Cam Ward, his game jumped up this past year, but I mean, still, Shador, you're in a way worse situation. Your per play metrics, though, were very similar to Cam Ward. Cam Ward gave you more explosive plays. He does have a bigger arm for sure, but those go in direct conjunction with the turnover worthy throw plays. So to me, it is a logical leap to be like, oh, in the NFL, Cam Ward will keep generating explosive plays and even more of them while his turnover-worthy plays go down. It's sort of like a Brett Favre corollary where one goes with the other. It's the play style that is leading to both. You try to bring one down, the other is going to go down with it. So you have to live with those, sort of the roller coaster with Cam Ward, whereas Shadir is about as steady as it gets. His accuracy is elite. His placement is elite. The criticism of his pocket presence, I think, is absolutely absurd. This is a guy who played behind Swiss cheese offensive lines each of the last 2 years at Colorado without benefit of a running game. Defenses were pinning their ears back. The pass rush were pinning their ears back. You watch his tape, you see immediate penetration, almost every single drop back. He learned how to navigate that. He learned how to keep his cool by time. He's an athletic kid. It's another criticism of his evaluation I don't understand. We have readings from the GPS that show that he's over 19 miles per hour. He's the son of a Hall of Famer, one of the most athletic players in NFL history. This kid keeps his head about him, and again, he can put that ball anywhere he wants on the field, all three sectors. Shadir Sanders is my guy.
So I'm asking this question, okay?
Man. I'll stand on your own 2 feet.
You say he's the son of a Hall of Famer, and I would ask this question. How much is that helping and hurting him?
Great question.
In terms of the perception heading in, definitely that is leading to some of this chatter, I think. And I do think that there is some trepidation with coaching staffs. I just think that the way it's being depicted to the public has been inverted. Mm-hmm. I think the nervousness from coaching staffs, it doesn't have to do with, Shadir, when he was in the meeting, he said this thing wrong or that thing wrong. Like you talk with people that have met Shadir, privately, almost all of them are like, he's one of the more respectful kids, one of the more self-aware kids, and Bobby, you'd hear, Shadir was the one guy that we had this process that was shaking the hand of all the cameramen and all the people like behind the scenes, all this sort of stuff. I think the reason that NFL coaches are a little bit trepidatious, if they indeed are, about Shadir, it's the idea that his father could replace them next year, right? Like, let's say that you're Cleveland, right? And you're Stefanski and you're Barry. You are on the hottest of seats. If you take Shadir Sanders and you start 1-5 next year, what do you think the media is going to be saying in Cleveland? It's going to be Shadir going forward. We need to get Deion Sanders. We need to bring in his father, turn this ship around. I think that's why coaches are trepidatious. They need that decision taken away from them and brought up to the front office and the scouts and the evaluators. But yeah, I think that's why coaches are a little bit skittish.
Talking with our friend Thor Nystrom here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Thor at ThorKU. I'm going to switch because while I'm fascinated in the Shador Cam Ward conversation, I know that show ain't coming to Washington. Either way, I think edge rusher is probably Washington's biggest area of need. I think there's some real options for them if they stay at 29, guys they could get. I'm curious if you agree with me. I'm talking guys like James Pierce, Michael Williams, Ezeraku from BC. I really like Williams. I know he was hurt, but gosh, the athleticism is off the charts. What do you think of that group? Do you think those guys are kind of available at 29?
I do, and I think that that's a good spot to be picking, needing the edge defender, assuming that that's the direction that Washington ends up going. You're going to get a quality player there. Now, is it going to be the elite one-trick pony kind of a guy? That would be James Pierce. You get the elite pass rushing. Maybe you're going to be yanking him off the field in some obvious running situations, or is it the more well-rounded guy that maybe doesn't have quite the ceiling as a pass rusher? But either way, there's probably going to be multiple edge defenders available to you to choose between at that slot that are well worth the slot value, right? So you're not going to have to reach the depth of that class. To me, it goes at least through round 2. But in the late first round, you're going to get a guy that you like that can step in there immediately. Michael Williams, that to me, that would be a coup if he got down there. That's a kid where if he hadn't gotten injured last year, I think he goes, 7, 8, 9, 10 slots above where he ends up going.
Right.
And we'll see on that theory. But as you guys know, this was a rotational player earlier in his career. It's not a knock against him. It's Georgia has the ridiculous defensive fronts every year, and that's the way they play it. Every Georgia defensive front guy who's coming to the NFL, we've been like, but he didn't play full-time snaps, and his counting stats weren't quite as good. And it's like, well, yeah, because they have the conveyor belt of guys. And then this past season, Michael was finally playing the full-time snaps. then he gets injured. The kid's tough. I mean, Kirby Smart told the media that he could have shut it down. It was the opposite. He was trying to rush back to play. He played through pain. He missed a couple of games. Then when he comes back, remember the game where Quinn Ewers, they was seeing ghosts in there, and he couldn't even throw it on the field because the pocket was just getting caved in immediately. That was the game where Michael Williams came back. He had 2 sacks in that game. He would have had a third, but it was taken off the board because of a face mask. But he was utterly dominant in that game. And again, a guy that I think would have gone higher without that injury. But whether it's a guy like that, Ezra Raku, I think would be a good fit. Pierce is a good fit, except, I know that you guys are looking more for the two-way guy. That's why Michael Williams, I think, would probably be the most ideal of this grouping. But either way, you guys are going to get a good player there.
What do you think the chances are Williams gets to 29? Because I kind of doubt it.
I would put it at like 18. No, I would go like 14 to 16%, I would say. I do think that there's a chance, and it's not even like a Lloyd Christmas, so you're telling me there's a chance. I do think that there's a tangible shot just because you have so many of these different edge rushers, and it just depends on the taste of the very specific need with that position when they end up turning the card in. You absolutely could see a scenario where James Pierce goes above him, right? You could absolutely see a scenario where Ezra Raku goes in front of him. Shamar Stewart almost assuredly will go in front of him, and I think Mike Green will too. So all he needs to do is lose a couple tiebreakers to the more pure pass rushing edges, and that's what would open up the scenario that he falls through the wickets.
Thor, I know how much work you do leading into the draft. What do you think the chances are Washington moves out of 29 to get more picks?
I think it's a possibility, but man, with how well y'all did last year in the draft process, and I'm talking all the way through to UDFA. We talked about the UDFA class last year at JP. I thought Washington absolutely destroyed it, and we saw that during the season as well. And then how well they've done in free agency. A lot of these needs are crossed off, so you're more open, and there's no possibility or position or specific prospect where you have to become myopic because of the position that Washington has put themselves in. That enormous amount of talent. I mean, just think of a year ago now and the change with all that different stuff. It certainly is a possibility, and I think you'll have options as well, right? Like, let's say the third quarterback isn't off the board at that point. You have Jackson Dart. There's even been whispers about Milrow. Some teams are interested in Milrow. But you could have the thing with the team trading up from the top of the second, in order to grab that guy. Offensive tackles are another position where, because of a couple of those guys with injuries, you might see a dude start to fall. That could incentivize a team to, for instance, New England. If they don't take an offensive lineman with the 4th pick, let's say they take Abdul Carter there, or Travis Hunter, you desperately need the day one starting offensive lineman because they still have the Swiss cheese offensive line. If you see a guy like Josh Simmons fall down there, or Josh Connerly fall down there, I think that's where, potentially they would be like, all right, we have to hop this and take care of this right now, as opposed to waiting for tomorrow. And then other teams overnight could hop us in a trade to the top of the second. I think that's what would open it up. But probably what will inform that decision is what specific edge rushers are there when Washington gets on the clock. Sure.
It's all right. Let's see how much we can get if we move back. If not, is our guy here? You know what I mean?
There you go.
1,000%.
Washington right now has 29 and 61. What do you think the chances are 29 and 61 turns into 4 picks in the top 100, something like that?
I mean, you could maneuver it that way for sure, and it becomes the 3-dimensional chess game of, all right, who is the edge rusher and the running back combo? I mean, I think for me, this is how I would be viewing it, that we could expect to get with those 2 picks. But then if we break it down, right, we trade the $2 for the 8 quarters, or, however you want to do that metaphor, or I guess $4.50 we could do in this case. Then what would, what could we be expected to get? But I think that's what it's going to become. And of course, you lead the dance with the edge rusher there. And then for that 2nd round pick, there will be a running back available there that is going to steal the job of Mr. Robinson, or, the committee that you guys had there last year, a day one guy who's going to become the bell cow right away.
Wow. Who are some of those backs you like? I know there's a bunch of them. I know you like the Iowa kid.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, for Washington, I kind of really like the scenario of bringing Travion Henderson home, right? The 5-star ballyhoo kid from Virginia. He leaves as the 5-star, and then all of a sudden He was dominating for Ohio State as the true freshman, but he had some injuries. And then, of course, they bring in Judkins last year. But the skill set for Travion Henderson is very similar to Reggie Bush coming out of USC. Wow. I mean, it's the same sort of frame, and it's the same, like, shot out of a gun straight line thing, right? Like, they're both technically airbacks, speedbacks, in passing game, plus in the passing game, whatnot. But neither of those guys danced a bunch. It was just they had that NOS button like Dominic Toretto from Too Fast, Too Furious,
right.
and now you're out of there. Travion Henderson also has a physical bent to his game. He loves scrapping. The pass pro, he throws the body around. Ohio State did runs with the quarterback. They'd fake it one way. Then they would send Howard around the other way, following Travion Henderson, who inevitably would knock the block off of an unsuspecting linebacker as the lead blocker. I think he would bring a lot. And that would still, if you get Travion, that would still allow Robinson to have some sort of usage. Because the one thing I'll say for Travion, he probably should have another do with him just doing the meat and potato stuff. That's more to save him from himself. Because the game that he plays, you are always hurtling down the field at high speeds, getting into these big-time collisions. That's where we saw the injuries the second year and the third year. Judkins comes in the fourth year, took away some of that, the unnecessary damage that he was taking on some of those things. And he was healthy. Travion Henderson was all 16 games during their national title run.
Wow. There you have it. Awesome stuff.
Appreciate
Thor,
it,
we really
Thor.
appreciate you, bro.
Always good talking to you, boys.
We appreciate it. Maybe we'll do one more before the draft week. Okay. You pencil us in. All right. That was a yes. That was a non-compliant yes. Thor is great, man. Give him a follow at ThorKU. Travion Henderson be very interesting. Craig Laughlin joins us at noon. All right, B. We got news. We got Hard Knocks news. We got Bengals news.
Hard Knocks.
Kind of interesting.
Uh-oh. Who's getting it?
Basically, the league has removed that you have to be a non-playoff team to go on Hard Knocks. So
I think people want to see the playoff teams. You know why? Why would I want to see a team that see what they do in all season? They don't have success. I want to see the team that has success showing me what they do.
So the training Hard Knocks, the original Hard Knocks training camp eligibility, like the Hard Knocks that we all grew up on.
Yeah,
can't have to do it. You can't have a first year coach. Now they're doing that Hard Knocks in season now. Why, Brian? Google if we know what division they're doing, because they do one division for the whole season. I don't know if that's been announced yet, but if it has, that gives us a lot of insight. So you can't be a member of the division that's going to be on the in-season one.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't been on Hard Knocks in the previous 8 years.
8 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
And is not exempt. Help me understand this. Not exempt from selection based on clubs' participation in Hard Knocks or a similar access show prior to 2024, pursuant to parameters that existed at the time of such clubs' prior participation.
That sounds like some law stuff that would confuse the hell out of me.
Basically, they got rid of only non-playoff teams can make it. Which,
but don't you think
just thinking about Washington real quick, does Washington have a first-year head coach?
Nope.
Have they been on Hard Knocks in the last 8 years?
Nope.
I'm just saying.
It could be. But I just...
And you would think they were out of it because they were a playoff
I would
team.
think that if I were the league, why would I want the people to see the teams that are the least successful? I want them to see the teams that's the most successful. And then maybe, just maybe, the teams that's sitting around who are looking for notoriety when they suck, maybe you can learn something from the better teams.
Why, Brian, have they announced the division yet?
They have not, but there's a lot of people speculating it's going to be the NFC North.
Okay. That, again, would you want Washington to get Hard Knocks? B?
Would I want them? I would. The reason I wouldn't mind Washington on Hard Knocks now, because their whole setup is professional.
Sure.
They got adults running the team. They have adults on the team. They got guys that help police their team. So I wouldn't have a problem with it. Previously, didn't want them nowhere close to it.
Previously.
Listen, because if they had been on it previously, it would have been more talk about off-field stuff than it would have been about on-field stuff. Right now, you can see, and think about it. Your leaders in like Bobby and Jaden and people like that, they'll be leading the way doing professional stuff, and they'll put a good taste into people's mouths just watching it.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't be shocked. For me, from a straight work perspective, I think it would add, just some layers of stuff to deal with, but it'd be cool too. I wouldn't be against it. What I'm definitely not against is Craig Laughlin, the Locker, joining us next on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Wizards were victorious last night. Jordan Poole had 23. Bob Carrington added 19 points and 7 assists in a 116-111 win over Sacramento. Washington right back at it tonight with Orlando in town. Tip time, 7 o'clock from Capital One Arena. Listen on the team, 980. Alex Ovechkin is now in Wayne Gretzky's rear view mirror. Just 3 goals away from surpassing the great one as the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader. The Capitals got an Ovechkin goal in a 5-1 loss at Carolina last night. The buzz will be palpable at Capital One Arena tomorrow as the Caps host the Blackhawks at 7. Listen on the team, 980. And the Nationals look to rebound after being swept away in Toronto. Off today, they return home for a weekend 3-game series with Arizona starting tomorrow at 6:45. Listen here on The Fan. Spring football is in full bloom. The DC Defenders take on the Memphis Showboats in the Blossom Bowl at Audi Field this Saturday, April 5th. It's a cherry blossom celebration. Get your tickets now at ufldefenders.com/tickets. That's ufldefenders.com/tickets. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Can I get him?
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. And B, we just had a lot of conversation that's pretty interesting football-wise.
Uh-huh.
Our guy Thor Nystrom joined us from NBC Sports talking about the draft and talking about how much he likes these running back prospects. And he kind of made it seem like Washington should pretty obviously go edge and then running back in round 2.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't be against. I like their backs. I feel like I like their backs more than others. But you're kind of depending on 2 guys that have kind of missed a decent amount of time in B-Rob and Eckler. Like when those 2 guys are healthy, it's a really good group. But both those guys missed some time.
Didn't they bring back one of the other running backs too?
Everybody.
So,
McNichols and Rodriguez.
I listen, man. The thing I think they've done so much in the offseason to where now they are put in a position to where they're not forced to go either way. They can sit there and see who falls to them, and then they can make a move at that point. So I'm liking that.
Well, here's what I'm liking. Our friend Craig Laughlin joins us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can watch Craig on Monumental, calling the Caps games with Joe B. Locker, you've seen a lot of hockey, man. What did you think of that thing last night?
That was old school. That was the 1980s when I played in the 70s. I mean, it just got out of hand, but I loved it for a fan. I think, we love the goals. We love the hits. Throw in the odd fight. That's hockey in a nutshell. And I thought it got a little bit out of hand because back in the day, you just have the big boys fighting each other, like a McElrath and somebody like that going head-to-head. They don't have one of those guys. So sort of a scrappy game, but I didn't like the outcome, but I sure do love Ovi.
Oh, yeah.
How cool has this been to be a part of Ovi's whole career? And I mean, for you as a hockey lifer, did you ever think somebody would catch Gretzky on that number?
Absolutely not. I mean, when I was asked years ago, even when Ovi was getting those 60-goal seasons and winning the Rocket Richard so many years, I said there's no way that number is attainable. You think about it, and you think that, you look at where he is today and that he's going to beat Gretzky sooner rather than later. And again, I'm going to say it, but it may not come true. I probably will be in my grave if someone does beat the record that Ovi's going to attain coming up here, because it's going to take someone to score, 20 seasons at 45 goals to reach 900. And to me, that's just not attainable, it seems, in this day and age in pro sports. But this is spectacular. It's great for the game. We're building more fans. More people are getting excited. To me, this is one of the greatest years for hockey and the growth of the game because of what Ovi is doing here.
Like, what do you like the game last night? They had they had back-to-backs, and then they go down there, and Carolina had been waiting. They hadn't played in 3 days. Do you write that off as that, or do you see anything we need to be concerned about?
Well, we've lost 4 and 5, Mitch, and that to me, we're seeing sort of a game that they're not playing correctly. And to me, it's the time of the season, number one. Playing 3 and 4 is hard in the NHL, especially against a team like Carolina who come at you, and we knew they were going to come out. You know what they're going to do. They're going to press, put you on the heels. The Caps couldn't survive. The game could have been changed around had we scored on the mini breakaway by Protas. Then all of a sudden it's 1-0 Caps. Then all of a sudden it gets a little scrambling. You have a chance to win. Once it got to 3-0, there was no way. So I just think it's a combination of that, but it's a combination of our guys not playing the way they had been. They're getting away from the game that the Caps need to play to win. It's like against Buffalo. We think we're this run and gun team. We thought, hey, checking's going to be optional. And Buffalo said, checking's optional. That's playing right into our hands. And they start putting goals in. And to me, that was sort of the way it was last night. We had a real problem with the pressure that they had. Their power play really dismantled the penalty killing unit. And all of a sudden that game you just put to the side, but you have to start to really look at this to get ready, because 7 games or 8 games left here before the playoffs. You've got to be, firing on all cylinders if we're going to have success.
For sure.
Totally.
Talking with our guy, Craig Laughlin. You can follow him on Instagram at Craig_Laughlin18. Now, Locker, with the game last night, I was worried about that spot. The 4 of the last 5 had been on the road. This was a back-to-back. It was their 3rd game since Sunday, like 3rd game in 4 days, I guess. I thought they'd be gassed, and I thought Carolina would be really amped up to have the Caps in their building. But like you said, you want to be firing on all cylinders. I kind of look ahead a week. Now, the Ovi stuff is going to be different, but the next big-time matchup is when the Hurricanes come up here next Thursday night. What do you think that'll be like 1 week after an insane amount of fistfights?
More fistfights.
It's funny. It's going to be interesting because if Ovi gets the record, there's sort of going to be a possible lull there because, the team's getting some energy from him, I'm sure. And Carolina, punched their place into the playoffs last night with a point, with the 2 points that they got. So to me, it's about, Carolina last night really wanted to press the point because arguably that could be the 2nd round matchup in the playoffs. So I expect some of the things that were done that could be optionally dirty last night by some guys, that at the end of the day, it's going to be a raucous game. It's going to be a similar, chippy, hard game. That's what Brendan Moore wants. He's not happy if they don't play his style. And that was always his style as a coach. So, they're going to come in and play fast, play hard. We're going to have to match that. I think it's a good tune-up. You need games like that can tune you up to get ready for the playoffs. They're going to need that style.
Yeah, agreed. You mentioned some of the stuff last night you didn't really appreciate. It seemed pretty clear that a lot of the guys on the Caps thought Carolina was going way over the line, man.
Yeah, and it's both teams, right? The game's sort of out of hand. So now you're giving a little crack at a guy at the end of a shift. You're giving a little slash. Tom was slashed by Aho, arguably their best player, which, he's smart enough that you don't slash Tom Wilson in the back of the leg because you're just going to wake him up. You walk away. There's no point to do that when you're the best player on that team. So to me, they had a little more energy, and there was a lot of hacking and whacking, a couple of fights there, and everyone got involved because the game was out of hand, guys. And to me, I thought the referees were just okay. I thought they didn't call the game. You could establish the style of game. The referee can often do that early in the game and say, boys, this is what's going to happen, and this is, you do this, and you're gone. You've got 10 minutes or whatever. But I didn't think they clamped down on that soon enough, and that's why we had a 3-hour game. And it was the longest game of the season.
Yeah,
it got nuts.
It was. Now Thompson goes down. I mean, these are the game last night. Is he okay?
We have not heard today because it's a day off for the Caps, and they will resume practice tomorrow. I mean, you can look at it. They called it an upper body injury. I'm not sure if it was a shot off the face mask early on in that game. It could have been something else that happened, but we did not get any updates, B-Mitch, and so we're waiting for tomorrow to see, or today, if there's a problem, they would have to recall a goalie.
Oh, that could get interesting. Talking with our friend Craig Laughlin here. You can watch The Locker on Monumental. He and Joe B do an excellent job calling games, have for a long time. It's funny as we barrel towards the end of this season here, and you've got the Ovi chase going on with, the possible President's Trophy. Like there's a lot happening at the end of the year here. Specific to Ovi, he's now only 3 away. Got one last night. Do you have a pick when you think it happens, Locker?
I think, a lot of people are saying it's tomorrow night he's going to get the hat trick because he got his 800th in Chicago with the Hattie. But I'm thinking Thursday against Carolina.
A week from now.
I'll take it tomorrow night. I'll be in the building.
Yeah, tomorrow night it might happen, B-Mitch. It's a good bet because Chicago's very youngest goaltending tandem, one of the youngest defensive core. However, they played great last night. They lost, I think, in overtime to Colorado. So they played a tight game, but they're young. They're one of the youngest teams, and they beat us in Chicago. So the Caps should have that on their mind, and they should have a real good game tomorrow night. They got to get their game in order, get the lines going. And I like Ryan Leonard the first 2 games, which was a positive. He brought some energy, I thought, to the lineup. So we'll see how they put the lines together tomorrow. But today is a total day off for the boys.
They deserve it after 4 or 5 on the road, and maybe just kind of a clear your head, spend a little time with the family.
Well, you have to give teams days off now. Did you know that? It's in the collective bargaining agreement.
I did
have
not.
to have 1 day off per 7 days.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good for them.
Yeah, you have to have a full day off.
How many days off did you get when you were playing, Locker?
0. The coach would stand on the blue line and let's skate, boys. Let's sweat out those beers, and then you can go home. There was no days off, and there was never a day off. At the end of my career, we started having optional practices, and then you were worried, should I take my option or shouldn't? Are they going to see that I didn't take my practice and didn't play good that night or played well or whatever? But at the end of my career, they started saying, you know what, the pregame skates at 10:30 in the morning, are they going to make you tired? Aren't they? A lot of different teams look at it a different way. The Caps have optional skates when often when they're on the road. Tomorrow will probably be a full skate because they have a full day off today. So we'll wait and see. But it's definitely cool in the collective bargaining agreement that they say you've got to have at least 1 day off. I think it's 1 day every 7 or 10 days, but it's got to be in the calendar. And it allows the players also, which is good, to know that then, you know what, that can be family day. That can be, they can get back and they know exactly what day they're going to be off so they can plan stuff to do with the family or whatever.
Yeah, that's great.
Makes a lot of sense.
Talking to our friend Craig Laughlin here, The Locker. Give him a follow at Craig_Laughlin 18, Laughlin 18. All right, I wanted to say this when we first got you on the phone, but I thought we wouldn't be able to transition to talking about the hockey team. So I decided to talk hockey first. But I wanted to say personally, truly how happy I am you're back in the booth with Joe.
All of us, brother.
We know you had your health scare, and I know you took it seriously and did all your rehab and all the things, but just speaking on behalf of Caps fans, man, it's so great to have you back, and we're so happy you're healthy.
Well, thank you. I mean, it was a full open heart procedure. I had 3 or 4 things done to my heart. I had a new aorta, a new valve, a bypass, a clip, you name it. So my heart is totally ironclad. They didn't guarantee about the rest of my body, by the way. and I'm ready to go. I'm still in the middle of, I've got 12 weeks of cardiac rehab. So my appointment's usually at 2:00 each day. I have to go to the hospital. They hook me up to the monitors and everything. And I have to do the bike and anything like that, like a UBE, a bike, a treadmill, and do that. And then for about an hour, and then they monitor you, and then they say, yep, you're good. Your heart rate was this, your blood pressure was this, and you're good to go. So I'm feeling much better. I have about 8 weeks or 10 weeks more of that. But I can do everything now other than weight lift. I can run, I can do the Peloton, I can do all that stuff. So it's really came around fast. And I was like an athlete. And you guys know this, that as an athlete, you get injured, you sort of set a timetable for your return. And my timetable was set after my surgery on the 4th. I said to my family, I said, I'm going to be back for the Buffalo game at the end of March. And that was my goal. And it ended up being 7 weeks and a couple of days to the date. And I returned, and that was my return date. I wanted to be back for that. So I did everything possible in the recovery process to be ready. And it worked out perfectly. I'm a little fatigued today on the back-to-back and 3 and 4. So I know what the players are tired too, because I'm tired. And I'm getting ready for rehab today at 2:00.
Well,
That's
you know
great.
what? You're back in training, man. That's all it is.
That's exactly what it is. I just got to train.
Muscle memory, baby.
That's it, man. I'm ready.
I know. I feel like you had a post before you came back, like jogging and shooting wristers in your driveway. And I was like, damn, Locker's coming back. And then I actually like remember where I was when I saw the tweet, and it was like, oh man, Locker's coming back. And it was just, dude, it was so exciting just to know, because I remember I've worked with Courtney. Like, I feel like I know your family. Like, just that you're
absolutely
doing so well and have gotten through this thing. That like the human side, even more than I love you and Joe and watching games and listening to it. I was just, what were the emotions like for you getting back in the booth for that Sabres game?
Well, it was special because I didn't know they were going to do the thing on the Jumbotron. I didn't know any of that. That was caught me off guard. When I came to the rink, everybody was welcoming, the players, you name it, on the road. I got to re-energize and be a part with the team, and Ovechkin and everybody so accommodating and so pumped up to see me back. It was just a surreal experience to get back into the booth. I thought, first game back, I had watched the games on TV. I'd watched a lot of hockey during my recovery, and it was just like, I guess it was just like the old saying, it was like riding a bike again, just getting back out there and being with Joe Bean. He's such a pro. I told him, I did tell him the first game in Buffalo, I said, Joe, I've got a bad heart. So this is one of the first games you have to carry me for a change. And I did tell him that. I said, you've got to step up, man, because I can't keep carrying our show. Just step up until my heart's fully recovered.
All right. So I do have to ask this one, Locker, and this one might be tough.
Okay.
You are a noted fan of buffalo wings. Are we laying off the wings now? Like, what are you doing going forward?
It's just you can have everything just in moderation, right?
Yeah.
That's my whole thing. My mom said that to me.
Have you said, are you ready for the moderation though? I know you're locked. All right.
Yes, I am. And I've got back. I asked my doctor right away. The first thing I asked him, I said, okay, doc, when can I have an IPA? I said, when can I have my beer? That's my thing. So he said, okay, you can have one beer. And so now I've sort of been slowing down on that. I've been slowing down on how I eat on the road. But again, a lot of this was caused by my bicuspid valve. I only had 2 leaves in my valve. So now they put a triple, like you guys probably have, a triple leaf valve. So I think I'm good to go, guys. I'm ready to run. I'm ready to beat everybody on the tennis court. I'm ready to go.
I love it, man. We're so happy to hear it. And, Locker, as two guys like like myself and Brian that really believe in the power of moderation. We really we
right.
encourage you in your moderation journey, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on that journey, boys. I don't know for how long, but I'm on that journey.
All right, Locker. Well,
All right, Lock, man.
we'll
Appreciate
see you
it,
tomorrow
man.
night before the Blackhawks
Welcome back,
game.
brother.
Well, thank you guys, and don't be afraid if you're in the game. Drop up into the booth. Love to see you guys.
We'll
All right,
do.
man. Take
Thanks
care.
again, Locker. So happy to hear you
All right.
again on the games.
Thanks, man. See
All
ya.
right, bro. That's our guy, Craig Laughlin. Dude, I feel like every game since he's been back, there's been fights, and there was plenty of them last
Well, they
night.
said, hey, they're doing what he used to do.
Dude, and Joe B's calling it like a real boxing match, and Locker's just like, oh, old time hockey. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely love it. We do have Bleep You Thursday coming up in 47 minutes. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. In the NFL, the Patriots traded quarterback Joe Milton to the Cowboys today. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys get Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. He'll be the backup for Dak Prescott now. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. The Wizards coming off a win last night against the Kings, 116-111. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Blue Jays. They'll have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series at Nats Park against the Diamondbacks tomorrow night. And in hockey, not much going good for the Capitals last night against the Hurricanes. They lost 5-1, but Alex Ovechkin did net his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892, now just 3 goals away from breaking the record. The Caps back in action tomorrow against the Blackhawks at Capital One Arena. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Craig Laughlin, make sure you get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, whatever it is, podcasts. If you're watching us on the YouTube stream, what's up? How do you do? I'm just going to randomly select somebody.
What's up, peeps?
Stephen A. says, what's up?
Stephen A.
Stephen A. says, Jeff Hostetler ran away from me when I tried to get his autograph at training camp at Frostburg. He said, you were there and Darryl Green was too.
Stephen A., you'll never say that about me. I sit there and sign. You know what? I didn't grow up being able to see the people that I cheer for. I said, if I ever had a chance, I'm always sign for people. Remember what was the show? Hey,
Stephen A. also types with caps lock on. So
he's yelling all the damn time. That's why he's yelling at.
Yeah.
What's the guy?
Deb says
Mean
hi.
Joe. Remember? Hey, Mean Joe.
Mean Joe Green, that
The
famous
little
ad with the
commercial.
Coke.
Yeah. I wanted to be like Mean Joe. Take time with the folks.
Sure. You were always really good about that.
Mhm.
The only time I support you with it at all times, unless we're trying to get somewhere and you're impossible to get out of a hotel lobby.
Well,
And there are many people that have shared that feeling.
If
Not
I
just me.
know I have time, I'm gonna take time with the folks. If I don't, I'll tell them, look, I gotta be somewhere. You know, we'll be done at this time. Come take care of it.
You often will not have time and still take the time, depending on brown consumption.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying for that. But what if you're impeding the other dudes waiting for you to leave?
You've done that to me before.
Never. Yo, I have
It's
stopped
not.
you
It's
from
not
leaving.
about the autograph signing. It's just that you just take your time on some other stuff.
I run late for things.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
if we're trying to leave somewhere, I'm always ready to leave, dog. You know me, always ready to leave. The NFL must have announced this. I'm seeing it first. Let me check and make sure I don't have an email. Yeah, I'm seeing this from Nikki Javala. We got some calendar. Update your calendar, Landfill. Commanders off-season program dates. First day of the off-season program, April 22nd.
All right.
That's basically when guys can come in and lift.
I need to go over there and lift.
A lot of guys are already doing it because you can just do it if you live in the area. That's when they actually start the planned out sessions. It's a little weird because that's 2 days before the draft. So that building can be busy.
Hey,
as hell.
get people in the building, man.
OTA off-season
You know what you
workouts.
do when you see the draft coming up? You make sure the coaches see you out there every day.
Yeah, I bet, dude. Now, one thing I'm curious about this, because this is the actual phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of workouts. I don't know if something changed in the CBA But generally, with the OTA workouts, the media is allowed out there once per week, and they're there for 3 days a week for 3 straight weeks.
Mm-hmm.
This has just a handful of dates. May 28th, May 30th, June 3rd and 4th, and June 6th.
That's the only time that they're working out, or the only time the media could be out there?
I don't know, but the fact that it's that many days condensed, I think this is a precursor to the 18-game schedule. Because remember, they said they want the offseason stuff condensed if they got to go to 18, and then they get a more significant period of time off.
The ramping up stuff too?
With like OTAs used to be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And the actual on-field workout portion were 3 days a week for 3 straight weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically meant you had to be there for a month because there was the not on-field stuff.
Yeah.
Now it sure seems like the on-field stuff happens within 9 days of each other.
What's the date?
May 28th, May 30th, June 3rd and 4th, and June 6th. It's 5 days over a 9-day span.
And that says on field.
Says, yeah.
Okay.
And then mandatory mini camp is the following week, June 10th through the 12th.
Okay.
That's a lot more condensed than the dates we used to hear.
True.
And then that's also moving mandatory mini camp up because training camp is still going to start. Training camp's probably going to start around depending which week, either the 24th or the 30th of July. That's a pretty big break.
Yeah. I just want the early portion of the season to be ready. I don't care what they do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're starting in late July, that
I'm saying be ready to go. The first few weeks of the season don't look that good.
across the league.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I want that to be a better product.
All
the argument about getting more time off, this, that, and the other, be ready to go when it's time to go.
Sure. There's your kind of your off-season plans for the NFL. We're probably going to run out of time on this, so I at least wanted to mention some baseball stuff.
Okay.
What seems more concerning? It's early. I can't point out enough that it's very, very early.
Uh-huh.
Okay? But the Nats, who we kind of I found it interesting. I went and worked that red gala carpet thing they have, like the homecoming gala.
Mm-hmm.
And C.J. Abrams said it, and I heard this kind of from a number of different people, but C.J. Abrams said it directly. He's like, yeah, for years it's been the Nats are coming. Well, now the Nats are here. We got some talent. And I was kind of just surprised by the tone. And I think it's good for players to be excited about the upcoming season.
They probably feel confident, and that's the whole thing about it. He's there every day. He sees what's going on. They may have it, but it takes time for all these new faces to come together.
Okay, so I ask you this, Brian. What's more concerning? The Nats 1-5 start, or Dylan Cruz had another game with no hits? He has no hits through 6 games.
I'm going to go with the start is more concerning. I think the young it may not happen. It may you don't like it to happen, but there are a lot of people who come into this league, and when they first started it up, it doesn't look like they think it's gonna look. Because balls in college are normally fastballs. Somebody might have a slider or may have a curve, but they completely change up what they're doing. The pitchers at this level, everything looks the same, and the ball comes out different angles, different patterns, and you get caught a little bit. If it's still going on about a month and a half from now, we got some problems.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm letting them slide, but that needs to get out of here real quick.
I am more concerned by the Nats' overall start than I am Cruz. I remain a Cruz believer.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball is a game of getting hot, whatever. If they can pull off 3 out of 4, the record's going to look a lot different, right?
Yeah.
I believe they've got probably a very welcome day off today after getting swept in Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
And then the D-backs are coming to town. Arizona pretty good, though. Last year, I think the Nats got off to a much better start than a lot of people expected. And a lot of that was driven by starting pitching.
Yeah.
That at least outperformed what their career numbers looked like. And I think eventually that hot start fell off.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think they've spent enough. Like the moves that they made that people tried to get jacked up about were, I feel like we tried to talk ourselves into them being way better than they were this fast.
Mhm.
And I still don't know that there's enough talent to really compete on that team. And
I think the opening day they were playing very good baseball.
McGore was
until
nails.
they got to their bullpen.
Yeah.
And I think you cannot, if your bullpen is weak, you're not going to get complete games from your starting pitchers. You got to get the bullpen ready.
Sure.
Because that game completely, they lost it once they went to the bullpen.
Yeah. I mean, but dude, right now, there's not really anything you point to that's really good for them. One thing that makes me feel better about the record, though, the Nats are 1-5. The Braves are 0-7. Flip side, the Dodgers and the Dodgers are 8-0. Padres are 7-0.
The Dodgers,
I think
the Dodgers
hit a
spent how
walk-off
much money?
last night?
They got
Billions.
a lot of talent.
Yeah, dude.
And they just won it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're beyond loaded.
Yeah, they're loaded. So we can't let's not compare to them anymore.
How about this? The AL Central B, the Twins, the Guardians, the White Sox, the Royals, and the Tigers. Everybody in that division is 2-4. Like, isn't that almost hard to do?
It's kind of crazy. They must not be playing each other.
1:00, phone lines open for Bleep You Thursday.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's absolutely a loaded sports calendar coming this week. And whether you're into basketball, hockey, baseball, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions. They have Hump Day Parlays, Dinger Tuesdays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. The boys got some chicken hibachi delivered. It smells pretty good. Shout out to chicken hibachis all over the planet.
Mm-hmm.
We are 13 minutes from Bleep You Thursday. I may have mixed up my math earlier.
Yeah, you did. You destroyed it. You said 30-something minutes, I think it was.
I was off by 10 minutes.
Yeah, you said
47.
40-something minutes, and it was 30-something.
Correct.
Yeah.
The
guys, you got to carry that one.
Yeah, exactly. I think one rule change in the NFL we haven't discussed, B, and to me, it's just not that we need further evidence, but there's just constant further evidence that television, and now I'm including streaming in television, like just the money's what matters. They have changed the process. If you remember, John Mara was one that was super against this, that you can't flex Thursday games just because it does create a lot of chaos to the schedule and for fans that have traveled.
Especially if the team wasn't prepared to go, wasn't scheduled to go Thursday, you can't flex it to a Thursday game.
Well, they can now, but you have to give a month's notice.
Okay, a month, you got more than enough time.
Well,
it used to be 2-3 weeks, wasn't it?
No, it used to be you couldn't do it. Then it was like, all right, 28 days notice. Now they've dropped that down to 21 days.
Woo! Problem.
It's only a matter of time till it's.
So they're gonna flex somebody from the weekend to a Thursday?
Yeah.
Well, if you let the coach, you let them know 3 weeks ahead of time, they can adjust that schedule.
You know why they do that?
Why what? The 21 days?
Why they're going from 28 to 21?
Why?
Because Amazon pays them $1 billion a year.
Right, more than likely. Amazon's like, listen, man, we had some sorry games. I wanted to say another word, but can't say those. We had some sorry games. We need some better games, and you need to be able to move them there to let us know. And I don't blame it. Because within, let's be honest, a game that you may flex 28 days ahead, by the time it gets there, it could be those two teams could be awful. Could have lost 4 in a row.
I mean, some of those Thursday night games are dogs regardless. I feel like it's always Jaguars, Titans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like if I had to think of a Thursday night game, Jaguars, Titans would come to mind. Honestly, Redskins, Bears would come
I was about
mind.
to just say that. Yeah. And it's not on the good end for us.
No. You know what? They finally evened it out. Does the Hail Mary even out 27-3 at halftime?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, because especially with all the antics that were going on prior to it, that was fun.
Yeah, I agree.
And the way it just completely destroyed their year.
Yeah,
they were just cooked. They were just cooked.
And they got so mad at that, boy. They became the Jaden haters, boy.
Yeah, they're still mad.
The whole damn city.
Just relax out there. NFL teams can now wear throwback or alternate uniforms a total of 4 times per year. Previously, that was 3. Also,
I like that.
Teams will also now be allowed to wear their alternate pants in the postseason, which wasn't permitted under the old policy. Landville, you can also wear your alternate pants in the postseason.
What does that mean? He gonna wear his sweatpants in the postseason
or shorts?
He wears shorts all the time. That's his regular.
One other thing that was approved is that teams will be able to wear their alternate helmet with their regular uniform. So if you like that black helmet, I feel like the black, if they went all burgundy with the black helmet, might look kind of good.
Yeah. There's no black in the uniform though.
Yeah, but if it's a night game, I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, put on some black shoes and black socks, something like that. Gotta make it funky, dog. You gotta change it up. Can't just throw stuff together because you wear it gotta make sure it matches.
I am curious if they go to a throwback. And I'm not.
They should get a new one made.
Right. Like, I would not mind at all if the current burgundy and the current white started to look more like the old burgundy and the old white, because they don't look the same.
Mm-hmm.
one more for you, B. We never talked about this one. The chain gang is one of the great things about football.
Yeah.
People running out there with those chains. And I think it's so stupid that they're trying to use as much technology as possible to generate the first down, but you're still going to have refs running up and down spotting the ball.
Yeah.
Like,
but who else going to spot it?
If you want, you put the chip in the football and then you know where it goes down. To me, that would be more effective than getting rid of the chain gang for the technology. But the NFL is, I'm reading now from CBS Sports, the chain gang could soon be going extinct. The NFL announced that the league will use Sony's Hawkeye technology as the primary method for measuring first downs in 2025. The NFL tested the system in 24, and the league is now comfortable with using it full time, according to Troy Vincent. I don't know. It takes forever, dude.
But you know what, though? If there's a chip in the ball, where the person goes down, whoever's controlling that, they can, boom, hit it. And when the ref comes and you put the ball
Scoot
down,
it up a little.
and it lets you know exactly where the ball should be.
Fair.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. I like the chains. I like the chain gang. I feel like it's just part of football. And maybe that's just
I just think that the human element, we've gotten to a point where we care more about gambling than we do about the actual sport.
I don't think the chain gang though messes up. The refs mess up. The chains are the chains.
The chains are the chains, but the chain gang that coming in there, let's say if they were to twist it a couple of times and get a little kink, you get a first down when it shouldn't be. I've seen people trip over the chain. I've seen the chain get all kind of ways.
B-Mitch out here getting kinky. Let me tell you one thing.
In a while.
Where the party at? Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to the Where the Party At tour featuring Nelly and the St. Lunatics, Ja Rule, Eve, and Chingy. Remember Eve had that tattoo? Remember that tattoo?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that tattoo. Wednesday, July 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event, it was like a paw. It was like a cheetah paw.
Yeah.
For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. When we come back, phone lines are open. It is Bleep You Thursday. Let's do it.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, quarterback Joe Milton is on the move. He's traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys receiving quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Kings last night, 116-111. A.J. Johnson and Bub Carrington both with 19 points. Jordan Poole led the Wizards with 23 points. The Wizards back in action tonight, taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals were swept in Toronto by the Blue Jays, including a loss yesterday, 4-2. They have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks tomorrow night at Nationals Park. In hockey, the Capitals didn't have much going for them last night against the Hurricanes. They fell 5-1. Alex Ovechkin, though, scored his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892. Now just 3 goals away from breaking the Great One's record. The Capitals back in action at Capital One Arena tomorrow night as they take on the Chicago Blackhawks at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Ooh, I'm sorry. I don't drive a Ferrari. In the spirit of Bleep You Thursday, the phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Whatever you're mad at, whoever you're mad at, inanimate or animate, feel free to get something off your chest here. In the spirit of Bleep You Thursday, I couldn't help. I ran to the restroom during that commercial break, and I came back to sit at my computer. And what do I see on Twitter but someone named Amit Patel tweeting at Rooster, "You're miserable and grumpy, retire." To which Rooster replied, "How about no?" So clearly there's some anger, there's some venom in the world. Now, Brian,
Rooster has a little grumpiness in it.
Well, I clicked on what he's so mad about, and apparently he's pre-mad about the Commanders' schedule next year that hasn't been released.
He's mad at the schedule that has not been released because it's going to make him have to miss a day or something that he has other plans. But he decided on working in this industry, right?
Yeah, maybe we can address.
I want him to understand that. You can choose another industry.
What else do you think Rooster would be good at? Librarian?
No, he's too loud for that. Hell, librarian is supposed to be quiet.
All right, we'll keep thinking. We're going to brainstorm on that. What else would Rooster be good at? Right now, though, I don't want to dilly-dally. I don't want to make a busy man wait. Jera is on the line. Hello, Jera. Who you mad at?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to both of you, or good afternoon. And sorry I got mad at you, Walker. But listen, I got one big blank you, and it's to that egghead bastard at Maryland named Willard. You're just like the movie, except you are the rat, you sorry SOB. As much as I wanted to like you and think about what you could have done at Maryland, what you did is unexcusable. And I hope you lay a fat ass egg at Villanova. I mean, your head looks like an egg. I bet your kids get together at Easter time and say, "Mama, let's color Daddy's head so we got the biggest colored egg in all of Maryland." But listen, I got a feeling, Finley, and you might say I'm crazy, but I think Derek Queen might consider coming back. That kid has more class in his little finger than Willard will ever have his entire life. All he's done is text out all the right things. And wouldn't it be something if all of a sudden Queen decides to come back with Rice and you got 40% of your team that graduated? Boy, would that not be classic Willard would have an egg on his egghead, if you get my drift. But listen, I got to get off because I got so many words that I want to say that you all ban me for life for ever being on the radio. I can't stand him. He did us wrong. And first of all, I kind of like this Buzz Williams, except for his first name. Who the hell calls their kid Buzz? I don't know who in the hell would call, and who would take that as a nickname. Well, I don't give a damn if your name's Gerald. Go by your regular damn name, Buzz. Anyway, I wish him luck. I hope that he brings in a number of recruits, and let's go Terp Nation. Y'all have a great day.
All right,
Thank you, Jera.
Jera, man, is the man, mama.
Yo, Jera's line
Is his
about
real name Buzz? That's his nickname.
Jera's line about
what's his real name?
Kevin Willard's kids try to decorate his head on Easter is pretty funny.
I didn't know Jarrah was a Maryland guy. I thought he went to Arkansas.
Yeah, me too.
He has a home in Maryland, Eastern Shore. There's a lot of money over there.
Did
in,
he
like,
buy
Oxford.
Snyder's house?
No, Snyder's house is in Potomac. That's not the Eastern Shore.
Yeah, Laughlin, you really made a mistake right there. You didn't really think Potomac was in Eastern Shore, right?
No, Snyder's house is in Maryland, and he has a house in Maryland.
He gave that one away because he's a very charitable man, not because it couldn't sell.
The other
He
one
took the
was-
tax write-off.
Nobody ever gonna give him the price that he was trying to get for it.
Do you want to guess what Buzz Williams' government name is?
Francis.
Bruce.
No, Landfill, very close B.
Billy.
Nope.
Bradley.
Nope. BR is correct. First two.
Brian.
Nope.
Brad.
Both of you were wrong.
Bruno.
No. I kind of wish
BR
it was
is
Bruno,
right, you
though.
said? Bryce.
Nope.
I don't know when they start BR.
Yeah, you do.
Brett.
Jeff is damn close.
Rhett.
No, BR.
Brent.
Jeff.
Brent.
Who had Jeff coming back to win? That's like the hot dog race
Well, you know
at
what?
Nats Park. And
I'll take
ketchup
Buzz
comes
over
out
Brent.
of nowhere.
I'll take Buzz over Brent.
I think we should call him Bruno. Wendy's here. Hi, Wendy. Wendy knows sports.
What's up, Wayne?
Leon is in PG. Leon, who you mad at, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm mad at the refs and NCAA. In 1969, when Drake University went to the Final Four, we played UCLA. Back when they had Alcindor, who turned into Jabbar, and all of those All-Americans, and we laid something on UCLA. It went back and forth until the final couple of minutes, where a whole bunch of questionable fouls were not called, and we ended up losing. Drake ended up losing by about 2 or 3 points because it was back before cell phones.
Dog.
So
Leon,
1969, Leon. Leon, I was one.
Leon, you're mad at
most of these people wasn't born.
Leon, you're mad at referees from 50 years ago?
I haven't watched the NCAA basketball game since.
Dog, I think that's your loss at this point. I mean, that's a
Wait a
long
minute.
time ago.
JP, you say 69?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Here's the
That's
here's the
50
topper.
something years ago, JP.
I said 50 plus years.
Here's the topper.
Is there
In
a
the
topper
final-
to you calling
in
about
the
a
final-
1969 basketball game?
NCAA makes it available for you to buy the games in the Final Four. You can buy the individual games. And I tried to buy one so I could show my dad how badly we got cheated. And guess what's the only one you can't buy from the NCAA? I tried 4 times in between 1970 and the year 2000, and that tape is not available.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right, man.
I got to say, I find it more remarkable that your father's still alive, and we're talking about a basketball game from 1969. God bless you, sir. Thank you for the call. Go Drake.
I can see it now.
UCLA screwed him.
I can see him now at the cookouts. Man, we almost beat Lou Alcindor before he was even.
And they gonna win.
through
When was that? 1969.
69.
And if Jeff was there, Jeff say, what? That didn't exist.
2 names stand out to me in this matchup. I've looked it up. UCLA won 85-82. That's real scoring for back then, and there's no 3-point line.
No shot clock either, right?
Yeah. One, if you're a fan of Mad Men, Drake had a player named Don Draper, which is just kind of remarkable. 2, He was definitely Lou Alcindor at UCLA, and yet in the record books, they have him as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, the name changed over.
Yeah, but you go back and change it? I don't know.
Well, as you
go
through, what we learned about the internet, the name that's the most prominent is going to be the one that they're going to use.
That was a hell of a phone call.
Yes,
I think it's likely they don't have a recording because it didn't like the tape that they recorded the games on in those days cost like $100.
We call it Bleep You Thursday. He woke up this morning with that on his chest.
Shout out to Leon, man. We've been doing
Leon
this.
Can't do everything.
We've been doing this
56-year-old
segment.
grudge.
We've been doing this segment for years. That is by far the most historic of all the bleep views.
I would have to say. I'm with that.
That was
Hell,
wild.
only person who was born was me.
Barely.
All of y'all wasn't even born.
My dad
y'all didn't even thought of.
Bro, my dad didn't even live on this continent. Our guy Los. Los is
Los,
Vernon
what's up,
Park.
brother?
Who you met? Los, I hope it's something from the 50s. What's up?
It's not from unless you want to count Putin from the 50s. But listen, man, bleep you to all the angry Canadians that are mad that Ovechkin is about to break their king, their great one, posting pictures of Ovechkin and Putin on every NHL post about Ovechkin, Putin this, Putin that, salty. All these angry Gretzky fans. Man, Ovechkin would have had 1,000 goals in that era. Gretzky ain't nothing. Putin this, Putin that. I'll give it something for them. Putin what? Putin these nuts.
Yo, I don't know if it's like people want the weather to be warm and it's kind of rainy.
Something in there, dog.
Yo,
He wasn't that hype on the phone.
Hey,
yo,
man.
Los is our guy. Like, I see him. I dap him up. Talk about Putin. That was funny.
Stockburn got people tripping today, boy.
Yo, let's be clear. Gretzky's the greatest player of all time. And the people that are mad about this are idiots because Ovi's proving to be the greatest goal scorer of all time.
Yeah, just tell them, shut the hell up.
There's room for everybody on this planet. All right. All right, Toothpick's on the line. What up, Pick?
Pick, what's up, brother?
What's up, B. Mitch? What up, JP? Them first two callers, they woke up gang banging on bacon. For real. That's real.
You ain't lying.
Right? Listen, I'm mad at the robots. When you go to buy tickets, because just like JP said, it's concert season. You go to buy tickets, it's sold out in 2 minutes because the robots is out there snatching the tickets for the illegal side of this whole thing. So I'm mad at the robots and the people using them to snatch up these concert tickets so they can charge double.
You know what I think about the robots? You know who are running the robots? The people that are originally selling the tickets. Because they know that somebody else will go make the money, so they figured out a way to be able to sell them and then come back and resell them again to you. I think the owner of the tickets is the one that's pushing the robots because they can sell out too damn quick. Hit a button and say sold, boom, and now I can sell them to you for a higher price.
Yeah, but if that was the case, wouldn't you just sell them at the higher price to begin with?
No, you got to act like there's somebody else doing it. Call it aftermarket.
All right. Yeah. I don't know where this is going to go. I think he may have moved to California. Hello, Commandante Tequila. How do you do?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm moving to California, but not right now. So I'm packing. Well, I got 2 bleep views, all right?
Huh?
I got 2 bleep views. One to Gerald, bleep him and his whole bleep, 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 bleep.
All right.
And he let him stay there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let him be the crybaby of all seasons, and generations. My second bleep is to my buddy, my friend, Jeff. Crazy Jeff. Jeff.
Why you bleeping Jeff?
You have my support.
I could call him, no answer. I could leave him a message. I could be dying and no answer.
Damn, Jeff, how you understand you let Commander Tequila die?
I could go there and leave him a message, no answer. So basically, I'm just dead out in the zone.
Oh, man.
Jeff, that is messed up, man.
I feel sorry about that, man.
We're all busy. We're all busy.
I was gonna say, he's just having to call at bad times. That's it.
Nobody's perfect.
He only called you like 18 times in a row, left you 25 messages, and you never hit him back, Jeff. Man, that's messed up, dog.
I call right now, And then
Like
I
you
didn't
called me
realize I was calling his
at
phone,
12:59. What am I
thing.
doing at 12:59?
Nothing.
It's
I'm
not like
at
you're
work.
working.
But you're not working.
What are you talking about?
You were the guest. You were down to get you
No,
already got the
I
ice
was
cream.
answering contest calls.
Oh,
So what
yeah.
are we talking about?
Yeah, but
And then I was answering Bleep You Thursday calls. So to end this call, how about Bleep You, Brian and JP?
Whoa, dog.
Bleep myself, bro.
for instigating that.
Bleep your stuff, Chuck.
Hey, I see you guys tomorrow.
All right. See you, man.
I'm just going in now and give you guys a gift card.
All right. See you, Commander. Thanks, buddy.
You say you bought us a gift card.
Wendy, you're hanging out. Do you have a Bleep You for anyone? If you do, we always have time for you. Okay, Wendy says no. Bones is in Southeast. What's up, Bones?
Wendy, your hair changed colors.
Hey, what's up, JP? Shout out to my main man, B. Mitch.
What's
and
up,
Jeff.
Bones?
Hey, my Bleep You is to the Crab Five on the Maryland Terps for not doing them push-ups enough so that they can get them rebounds during the tournament. And my other Bleep You is for the Maryland office for not hiring Steve Blake, Juan Dixon, or even Dickie Simpson to be the next coach. Them are my Bleep Yous right there. I love you guys, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing.
All right, bro.
Please.
Thanks, buddy.
Take care. It's a
Appreciate the
little
call.
too early for those guys to be coaching right now, though.
Well,
I understand you want somebody from your team to come back and coach, but they don't have the experience to be able to do it at this point right now.
Specific. There's two things I want to reference. He said Dickie Simpkins. He made Dwayne Simpkins. A million people have asked me if Dwayne and Dickie are related. Do you know that answer, Brian?
I don't.
Okay, I don't either. They're both from this area. Last name Simpkins, played hoops, so I get why people ask. White Brian, investigate that. Number two, this is actually a question that Dan Quinn was asked in Florida.
Well, I might say Dan Quinn gave you a Bleep You.
No.
Oh, I'd say.
I'm answering specifically to Bones saying hire Steve Blake, hire Juan Dixon. DQ was asked about Bobby Wagner's leadership ability.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, listen, man, I love Bobby. He's a hell of a leader, but we brought him back first and foremost because he's a hell of a football player.
Yeah.
And I think folks need to recognize University of Maryland had to hire the best coach. And coaching is about winning games. And you love having your guys around and maybe they can find an assistant role or maybe, over the course of time, there's ways to get more guys with experience in the program back involved in the program.
Mm-hmm.
But your first and foremost responsibility was to hire a coach.
Yep.
And I that's not lost on me.
Yeah.
Tim is in Gainesville.
JP just sent some more money to Maryland. Y'all be looking for that check.
Tim, what's up, dude?
JP,
What up, bro?
man, it's an honor. Use your poll to get that hack Adam poll who does your reads on the fan.
No,
Take it off
dude.
the air.
Adam's our guy. Adam's our guy. We like Adam.
Yeah, man.
Hold on.
Adam gave us a drop, man.
Yeah, do
love
we
it.
have that Adam poll drop? Because that's money in the bank, baby.
Well, you gotta get that up there for landfill.
I know Jeff has a Bleep You. Jeffrey, who are you mad at, sir?
Himself.
I am mad at bettors, people that bet, and more specifically, have y'all been watching TV?
Yeah.
And you see the commercial ad come on. It's like a public service announcement about people harassing college athletes because their bets didn't hit. Where Bleep You to them. Have some, dude. These are kids. Some of these kids are not even adults yet. They're not even over the age of 21, and you're harassing them over a bet. Where are we at in the world, man?
Dog, I'll be honest with you, Jeff. Before gambling became legal, they were already doing that. Because they were gambling illegal. They were doing it back when I was in college.
Well, dude, I go one step further.
That's sad.
It's not just college kids. Guys that do that. I like in the NBA, you've seen more players kind of say Bleep You right back. I think you see it in fantasy. I think social media is terrible for it. And it's people.
Don't bet what you can't afford to lose.
Yo,
if
it's
you don't
also
sit up here and get mad.
It's also the White Bryans of the world that are betting $3 that have the audacity to yell at a player about messing up their parlay.
Hold on. Brian don't bet no $3. You got to give him his true respect. Dude bet 20 cents. Tell him, Brian, you'll do $3, not 20 cents. You like, cool, no problem.
What kind of action are you going to have this weekend on the Final Four, White Brian?
I'll put 20 cents on Duke. I can't bet on the Auburn game.
Good luck with that. 20 cents on
20
Duke.
cent.
Quite a payday.
That's a waste of time right there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
What is your bankroll?
Right now, I think it's 49 cents.
Whoa. I thought you got up to like $3.
Yeah, we had a bad week last week.
Yo,
hey, one thing I know, Brian, you're not gonna go broke betting and gambling. I guarantee you that. You will never go broke gambling. So I'm with you, bro.
Yo,
keep it going like that.
The American Gaming Association says make a plan and stick to it. White Brian is sticking to his plan.
Brian
dog.
should be the poster child.
Yo,
Hell, we're gonna get you a commercial, dog. You're gonna be sitting on look. Make a plan and stick to it. You're gonna be sitting on the billboard like this.
Just holding stacks of nickels.
Yeah, nickels and pennies.
The opposite of Daddy Fat Sacks. White Brian. Peter Rosenberg is set to join us next. We're going to keep these phone lines open for the remainder of the hour. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Oh, boy.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Joe Milton is on the move from the Patriots to the Cowboys. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys receiving quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic tonight, second half of a back-to-back. They beat the Kings last night, 116-111. A.J. Johnson and Bub Carrington both with 19 points. Jordan Poole led the team with 23 points. They take on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Continue that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off as they travel back from Toronto. They were swept in Toronto. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks tomorrow night at Nationals Park. In hockey, not much going the Capitals' way last night. They fell to the Hurricanes 5-1, but Alex Ovechkin did score his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892. He's now just 3 away from breaking the record. Maybe he could do it tomorrow night with a hat trick as he takes on the Blackhawks at Capital One Arena. That'll begin at 7 o'clock. And hear that game over on the Team 980 with Nats Baseball on the Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Of course, you hear him on Hot 97 in the morning, ESPN New York in the afternoon, WWE. He does it all. And he's a DC boy through and through.
Yep.
Loves the burgundy and gold. Peter, what's up, man? How are you?
Guys, everyone's back together.
Yeah.
We're doing great.
Yo, I'm glad you are all the way back. I know you're not feeling that well. You're doing it all. But we got to start with, at some point, I walked into the control room, and Landfill goes, hey, look, Rosenberg's on Hot Take. And I was like, what? He's like, the show with Stephen A. I was like, you mean First Take? And he said, yeah.
Where did Hot Take come from, Landfill?
By the way, I was just, JP, that is so awkward that I literally was embarrassed for you right now because I thought you got it wrong. I was like, did JP just call First Take Hot Take? What the hell is going on?
That was Landfill.
Landfill called it that. I can't confirm that he wasn't doing a bit by calling it Hot Take, which isn't the most wild name to call
they do
that
a lot
program.
of hot takes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, listen, it is what the show is about, but it's hilarious because the name of that show is so like ubiquitous and everyone knows it. So getting it wrong is just hilarious.
Right. What were you doing on First Take?
I'm trying to get just get my ESPN on, man. You guys
great.
remember I've been telling you when I re-signed my deal a few months back. So when we re-signed the deal, I was like, man, when I first got to ESPN, I did a lot of television, and then over time, I got so focused into my local stuff that I fell off. And so as part of my new deal, we were like, we want to get more TV. So that was I was on like 3 weeks ago. So I'm trying to get on, a few times a month. So
that's awesome.
Fortunately, they've wanted to have me, and it's a good fit for me, man. Like, you guys are the kind of stuff I like to talk about. That show really hits because it's broad sports topics that I'm into. I'm not a super granular sports guy. Like, give me the big sports story of the day. I have an opinion on it. So it actually is a pretty fun spot. So yeah, shout out to Stephen A, man. They treated me good.
That's great. I also love that you dunked on this DJ Vlad guy. I enjoyed that. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole.
I mean, but it was such a great and authentic dunk because if someone's going to talk trash about you for your YouTube channel, like they're like, hey, look at this guy. His YouTube channel is whack. As you're sitting a fully employed ESPN talent on the set with Stephen A. Smith, to have that person not understand the hilarity and irony of that is in itself a dunk without anything.
For sure. All right, let's talk to some actual sports topics of the day. And I imagine in New York, this is incendiary. What's up with these torpedo bats, dude?
Apparently they don't work that well. It dominated the conversation on Monday because you saw Volpe and Jazz Chisholm hitting home runs, guys you don't necessarily associate with power. And the Yankees, of course, just like bashing the Brewers' brains out over the weekend. Although I found it really funny when you think about it. I think the fact that Judge hit 3 consecutive home runs in that game sort of added to the fodder of the whole thing overall. And then you remember Judge doesn't use the torpedo bat.
Yeah, he had 60 last year.
Right. This is what he does. And then, the last couple of days, no one can seem to hit it. So I think this is either going to be, if it works incredibly well, then this will be a story and something will probably change. But, like, if in a month everything averages out, like, is there any conversation to be had?
None. I just think it's supposed to be a little bigger in the sweet spot. Question I was asked, how many people hit the ball in the sweet spot consistently? Not many.
Yeah, I know it's a good point. Well, I guess what this does is the Yankees analytics people decided that the problem is they weren't exactly in the sweet spot, so they kind of adjusted the sweet spot. Yeah. So they moved it up higher in the bat because they noticed their guys were getting around late, and if they're getting there late and they're catching it in the middle of their bat, how do we get more power in the middle of the bat? And Major League Baseball decided they were okay with it. So, listen, if this thing is crazy and like the home runs go, I hope they at least let it play out for a year. Like, have fun. Let people see what this thing looks like. Don't just go, trying to eliminate it right away. It's almost like the exact opposite, in my opinion, of the tush push, whatever this stupid concept dumb. Like, that's a thing that I think, let's not even remove fair or unfair. Like, I'm against it. I'm openly think it's ridiculous. Fine. But from an entertainment standpoint, I think the tush push sucks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it makes the game better that when a team gets the ball inside the 2, if you happen to someone gets, Saquon Barkley gets knocked out at the 2, and now it's 1st and goal from the 2. Knowing that with 4 tries that they guaranteed touchdown, that's not fun. Whereas people just mashing could be a lot of fun. So I hope Major League Baseball lets the thing play out for a while. They have a tendency to overly self-police and get in their own way.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg, Hot 97, ESPN New York, First Take, WWE. He does it all. You can follow him at Rosenberg Radio. Hey, look, it's Rosenberg on Hot Take. It was pretty great. Dude, so one of the things we were kicking around today, the NFL changed the rules for Hard Knocks for the team that gets the training camp, the big Hard Knocks. And for the first time in a long time, Washington is possibly going to be eligible for it. Would you want that to happen for your beloved burgundy and gold or no?
I'm in a place now, guys, where I'm totally fine with it. Like, I really don't see it being a huge issue. There have been teams who are good, who are on Hard Knocks. There have been teams who are terrible who are on Hard Knocks. What do you say?
The Patriots were.
Yeah, Baltimore did it. They've always been a great franchise. So good franchises have done it, and bad ones have. I'm at a point with this team. They don't expose strategy. That idea that your team will be in a worse place because other teams can see you. I don't believe that particularly. So to me, it's more about, is your team going to embarrass itself, sort of the way the Giants did last year by talking about how they didn't want their quarterback anymore and they really would have wanted Jaden Daniels. I don't see that being a problem with this team. So to be honest, guys, I'd probably enjoy it. I've kind of been waiting. I was hoping it would happen during the worst of the Snyder years because I wanted to see how bad it all was.
No, you didn't.
But yeah, exactly, right? But now I'd rather see how good it looks on the inside. And frankly, because I'm not in the market, guys, as much as I pay attention, I just can't get to know the players like you guys do.
Right.
So I would enjoy it from the standpoint of learning what these guys' personalities are like. I would not complain about it at all.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of at that point too, because I just think that before I'd have been embarrassed, but now show it. And the guys that they have leading the team are not guys that's going to embarrass themselves and won't allow others to embarrass them.
Now, poor Jaden might get some dates interrupted, but that would be nothing new.
Well, they won't let him in the training camp, so he'll be all right.
It's it's a very interesting time. I would rather, I think, get to see the NFC East in the in-season Hard Knocks and get a look at the whole division. Now, that's twofold. Training camp, the media gets access to so much, and then they lock everything down once you get into the regular season. So for me, just as somebody that like has seen a lot, I'd rather see more of what I'm not allowed to see. But I don't think, regardless, your point stands that there was a time this would prove to be super embarrassing, and I don't think that would be the case now.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that would be. Like, they're just not a team that's built in that way.
Right. Last thing, you and I talked last week after Kevin Willard just, really poorly handled a situation. Like a coach leaving for another college is not that unusual. The way he did it, quite unusual. Credit to President Pines and the University of Maryland. They moved fast. They got a winner in Buzz Williams. How you feeling about all things College Park?
Well, when we discussed this, I think I insinuated I'm not super like Buzz Williams excited. Right. He's fine. There's not a lot of college coaches I think would have truly moved me, but I think where I'm really at is like just stuck in the general embarrassment of how this all played out. I think SVP probably said it better than I ever could.
I listened to that this morning.
Yeah, there was just no need for him to do things the way that he did. Like, why would you trash a place on your way out the door? And that's ultimately what Willard did. He didn't help anyone. And now, I don't know if Derek Queen is just messing with us, but like, is there a world in which that guy was maybe going to stay? And
I don't think so.
You think this is all just folly? He's just messing around?
I think his point was, I'm not in the transfer portal. Stop saying I am. But I don't take that as he's not going pro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I assume so too. It would be shocking. But it just goes to show you, though, like, things just hadn't been tied up yet, and there was no need. And then the fact is, Maryland says, all right, fine, we'll do everything that you said. And he's like, no, I'm leaving anyway. So really, you were just torching the place. And it sucks. It leaves such a bad taste in our mouths after a year in which we should feel great about how things were.
I agree with that entirely. Dude, thank you for making time for us. Obviously, you're busy as hell, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I apologize about last week. I literally, for the first time in my life, lost my voice for 5 days.
Man? What happened?
I'm sitting around doing my normal crazy life. Started feeling like a little, regular sick, like a little throat itch, nothing crazy. Rested, chilled for a weekend. Tuesday comes. I do a couple of podcasts. Like, it's a busy day. And after the second podcast, before my afternoon show, my voice just disappeared. Gone. I've now had 3 appointments. I've had a camera stuck down my throat 3 times since then. And I'm good. No residual effects. I think it may have just been like viral. But as a result, I did go, and this was interesting, I think, for both of you guys who like talk for a living, I think for all of us, like going to an ENT and then a voice specialist to like learn about the only way that I make money was very useful.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to do like 6 voice therapy sessions to just learn tricks of protecting your voice. Because, guys, and JP, listen, B Mitch, he's sitting on his old, he's sitting on old championship money. But for guys like me and you.
Yeah, B Mitch does the Uncle Scrooge dive into his gold coins.
Yeah, he doesn't. It doesn't matter. But for guys like me and you, if the voice is gone at the wrong time, like if you were on September 8th to lose your voice, like that's a problem, And so I recommend it. I'm excited to do this voice therapy and kind of learn how to protect this thing. That's literally our moneymaker.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I got 3 daughters, bro. 2 grandkids. A lot of money gone.
Touche. But you do have places you can go crash when it's all gone,
Oh, yeah. I try.
I lost my voice in Vegas when the Skins beat the Raiders on a last-second. I guess that was a football team, actually, on a last-second field goal. I have since changed something in my life that is much better for my voice. But it's good advice, though. I appreciate it.
You lost your voice after a Commanders a football team win. Who are you, London Fletcher? You were screaming like a lunatic?
Nah,
Yeah, he was.
It may have been like the 48 hours prior, and everything
Got it.
kind of hit me right there. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
Later, boys.
Be cool,
Appreciate it.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. If you forgot to turn down the heat before vacation, adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently, even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, baby. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Tax season's coming. You got about 10 days before you got to pay up. It'd be nice to save 2 Gs. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Yeah, 2 Gs per system, get you some money back. We're talking about Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. It's hard to be quick out of this one. Landfill plays the hits, baby. If you're a golf dork, you can watch Augusta. The Augusta Women's National Amateur joint is going on. B-Mitch, it appears, I don't want to blindly speculate, but it appears Chris Russell might be losing his mind on social media.
I think he is.
Are you concerned?
Well, yeah, because I'm wondering what the hell is he mad about?
Landfill?
He said that the Commanders are about to get screwed with the schedule, and you know I'm right. No, I don't think you're right. I think that it's football, and you travel when you play football.
I don't know, B, but I would say nobody's on more
Cloud nine.
No, just non-normal scheduling than the Chiefs, and they've been in 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls and won 3 of the last 5 Super Bowls.
5 and lost. They've been in 5 of them and lost. They've been in 5 and won 3 and lost 2.
There was one they weren't in.
That was
so of the last 6, they've been in 5.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're a really good team, they put them on TV more.
Yeah.
Like I don't.
And guess what? That's what you want.
We're going to talk to Rooster. If we can get past his publicist and his agent and his manager, we're going to talk to Rooster tomorrow. But he certainly feels like he's correct. Let's make some bets.
He's correct. I think he's wrong as hell. Lord. We heard it here first.
White Brian?
Everybody lost yesterday except JP.
Bang! I won the week.
You lucked up. No, you
won
didn't.
the week.
No, you didn't.
White Brian, did I win the week?
Nope.
No, you did not.
What do I have?
You are 1-2. B-Mitch is 0-3. Landfill's 1-2. Jeff is 2-2, and I'm 2-1.
There's no way Jeff's
Jeff
2-2.
is not
He hasn't
2-2. He
been
wasn't even
dude.
here.
I gave him 2 for the parlay. I thought I was supposed to.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gave 2 with parlay.
When was the parlay?
Monday.
He had Orioles and Lakers.
I don't even remember Monday.
You weren't here Monday.
I think this is cheating.
I think I was here.
So Jeff.
Wasn't it me and Toby on Monday?
Jeff
Not for her to hear first.
So what did he do Tuesday? Jeff Laughlin on Tuesday and Wednesday? And he lost.
Yeah.
He lost the other day when he left. So that's 3 he lost. He 2-3.
No, I did not.
He 2-3. He still won.
How could I leave the other day?
So he left yesterday before we must did the what you call. What are you talking about?
and that was only Wednesday.
That was your second win.
I had to leave early.
We didn't.
So
do
you didn't
that.
win the week then. We still got the night. What y'all
I didn't say. Nobody said
My
I won
flight
the
gets
week.
jammed up,
That's what
and
he
I have to
said.
leave 7 minutes early, and I don't get to do Heard It Here.
You
first.
wasn't
JP.
here.
Yeah,
you
wasn't here,
wasn't
man.
there.
Oh my gosh,
That's how that works.
You wasn't there.
y'all are some haters.
Y'all do the same thing when I'm not around.
Man, give me the Yankees tonight. I'm tired of hearing y'all talk.
They don't get torpedoed.
I'm taking the Reds
Hey,
money line.
yo.
Yeah, I'm taking the Reds money line.
All right, 1 Reds, 1 Yankees. About you, White Brian?
UC Irvine in the NIT championship, 3.5.
What?
The Anteaters, the Antelopes. What are they?
Anteaters.
Give me the over in the Wizards game.
I do like that one, B.
I'll take the over too.
I'll take the Wiz. Did it last night. I'm gonna do it again. Wiz
You going to the game tonight, JP?
Nah, I'm going over there now for You know what I'm nervous about, B? I don't know. I don't know that I can talk about what I'm doing, but I'm going over to Monumental to tape a television show that should be really cool, and it's a lot of names. And you know how I get. Like when Landfill tells me how to pronounce a name, I'll have it in my brain, and 7 seconds later, I'll just mispronounce.
I can't wait to see that. You gonna mess that up.
So yeah, stay tuned. Let's hope. So I don't mess any names up. Here's some names that I'd like to thank: Thor Nystrom, Craig Laughlin, the Locker, Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to everybody that called in today. Yes, Brian?
I want the Diamondbacks.
There you
parlay.
go. We knew the parlay was coming.
Yeah, I know.
Parlay's always coming.
I just wonder who I was gonna mess with, Landfill or Jeff.
Thanks to the guy with the 60-year-old Drake grudge.
Yo, I love that guy. Leon, you are invited to call in anytime, sir. Give him the hotline number. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Those boys are all fired up. Those guys love baseball. I hope they're all right with the way this thing is starting, man, because it doesn't seem that great. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day. Grant and Danny your way next. Made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In the NFL, quarterback Joe Milton's been traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys today. Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys get quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Kings yesterday, 116-111. A.J. Johnson and Bub Carrington both with 19 points. Jordan Poole led the team with 23 points. They'll take on the Magic in the second half of a back-to-back tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Blue Jays in Toronto. They have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series back home against the Arizona Diamondbacks tomorrow night. And in hockey, not much going the Capitals' way last night. The Hurricanes beat them 5-1, but Alex Ovechkin scored his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892, now just 3 goals away from breaking the Great One's record. The Caps will be home tomorrow, taking on the Blackhawks at 7 o'clock. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 with Nats Baseball on the Fan. And the Final Four getting underway on Saturday. All the 1 seeds in it. Florida taking on Auburn, and then Houston taking on Duke. Spring football is in full bloom. The DC Defenders take on the Memphis Showboats in the Blossom Bowl at Audi Field this Saturday, April 5th. It's a cherry blossom celebration. Get your tickets now at ufldefenders.com/tickets. That's ufldefenders.com/tickets. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's April 3rd, 2025. Darius, Ryan, Toby on the production. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight, live and local in the DMV. Actually, when the show ends, I am going over to the Wizards game tonight.
Look at you.
In fact, a bunch of us from the radio station here are going over. The Wizards have been kind enough to invite our staff over to the game. We're going to spend a few minutes catching up with some of the members of their organization, and then we'll get to watch a little hoops tonight as a big, happy Odyssey family. I think it's the 980 crew, the 1067 crew. We're all going over there. So I'm bringing my little guy. Last year he went to a game with me, and
he's pumped up. He liked it, right?
He is planning on wearing his Kyle Kuzma jersey again, so we got a tough conversation to have when we get there. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I love it. I can't remember which one. Who's the one? I'm blanking on his name. 7-footer can shoot it. No, white guy, international. They traded him to New York. Then he went to or came from New York.
Bertans.
No, thank you, Porzingis. William, my oldest, was desperate for a Porzingis jersey, and I was like, buddy, he's not going to be here for that long. But he convinced me to get it. So if and when we went to our next one, he'd probably be rocking that. And he'd go, "Where's Porzingis?" Be like, "Oh, sit down. You got plenty of time to hear this tale."
We got options for him now, though.
Yeah.
A Bilal would look good on him.
It would.
Possibly. I mean, a Sar would be really, I think, the right play. I'm a Bub Carrington guy. I think my kid would like Keyshawn George's game.
Yeah, he likes Keyshawn George.
He's a 3-and-D guy.
He texted me about George. Your son did.
Was that after we played one-on-one and he started crying after, I made 3 baskets? And I mean, God forbid I try a little bit. He's up 7-3. I'm doing everything I can to let this
This
kid
is the
win.
thing that drives me crazy. It's like you're going to win.
Yes.
I'm trying to help you a little bit here.
We got to pretend like there's a game going on.
Yeah.
It's the 5 minutes before tears that kill me.
Right.
Can we just have a good time? We're in the basement.
It's the pouting.
We're playing sports, man.
Listen, I know I crossed you up, had a step back 3 in your eyepiece and told you sit down, and I gave you the too small thing. But still, don't overreact.
I'm so good on the little Tykes basket.
Are you nasty?
Also, though, so you've had one of these, I'm sure, in your basement.
Of course, come on.
You put a little sand or water in the bottom, and then it doesn't fall over. So I've got one of those. But he's dunked on it so much now that also the rim, instead of being level, kind of leans down.
Yeah, tilted. Yeah, tilted forward. Yeah.
You want to talk about the friendliest bounces of all time.
I mean, you're shooting line drives and it's going straight through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've never been better than I am on that hoop right now at this moment when I play him. So I understand his frustration.
Sure.
Guy's playing against Jordan.
That's unbelievable. What do you want me to do?
But I'm giving him points. I mean, you're going to win, bud. Just relax a little bit.
Yeah, they're all the rules. I'm not allowed to block a shot. I'm not allowed to steal the ball. I'm not allowed to shoot from inside the painted area.
You've got all the advantages. You're going to win. Your dad's going to let you win, but I got to get a couple buckets too.
Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals joins us today at 3:30. Make sure you're listening at that time. I got a lot of ground to cover with him. I know you do as well, Danny. A lot of fights for the Caps in the third period last night. One of their worst performances, at least first 20 minutes for sure, of the season. They were down 3-0. It was a much closer game after that, but they got blown out by the Hurricanes. And then the fisticuffs were bountiful in the final several minutes. So we'll talk to Chicky about that at 3:30. Mike Florio's on the show at 5. A lot of rule changes coming to the NFL. He's got thoughts on all of those. So if you want to hear from Florio, make sure you are listening to Grant and Danny at that time at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. And remember, we got tickets all week to Wolf Trap. You're picking your own show from their summer slate. That's at 4 o'clock today. We're giving those away ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Real quick on the Caps, because there's some NFL stuff I want to get to. But they played badly last night.
Yep.
No doubt about that. You and I got into a near brawl today over this, actually.
A line brawl, yeah.
Darius had to step in and separate us because we were going at each other to such an extent. I was going full Connor McMichael, just getting into a fight I shouldn't have been in. Your point on last night, I'll let you make it, is that you completely disagree with my stance, which is, man, did I love the final 10 minutes of hockey. I found it wildly entertaining. I think it's awesome that in a game in which you're getting shafted by the officials off and on, and I'm not a guy, that's not why they lost the game. They stunk. But there were several times last night where either a call's missed and or two guys are engaging, and for some reason the Capitals go into the box longer than the Hurricane is. So you've got some of that frustration mounting. You've got Sebastian Aho whacking the back of Tom Wilson's leg, who had a torn ACL a couple years ago, with a stick. You got skate blade coming up around his legs as well. Like, there were just a couple too many of those moments carelessly as the game went on where the Caps have a decision to either just get worked over on the scoreboard and allow yourself to be pushed around in every other way, or to kind of fight back a little bit. And they did that, which I'm all for, but I know you can't stand.
Oh, I think it's the loseriest thing in the world. And it's not the Caps, it's hockey. But number one, Ovi scored, that's awesome. That was really great. I'm glad that actually happened. And what was otherwise a big waste of time going down there to Carolina.
Speaking of which, we should actually point this out right off the top here for our audience, that we got 2 watch parties coming up, essentially. Tomorrow, we're live at City Tap House all day long ahead of the Caps game. So if you're going to Capital One Arena, Ovi within 2 of tying, 3 of breaking the record. We're going to be in Penn Quarter in the neighborhood right there where the arena is on 9th Street, 2 blocks away at City Tap House. So if you're rocking your red at the game, there's no reason not to pregame with us. If you're not, and you're anywhere in the area in the city, just get on over there and have some lunch or have a drink and hang out and listen to the show, Friday field trip style. And then on Sunday, we've just added this to the slate.
Yes.
We got a text last night asking if we would be willing to do this, and the answer was, of course, yes. Caddies in Bethesda, our good buddies over there. We did a watch party ahead of the NFC Championship game. It was raucous, one of our best attended events that we did. Maryland showed out. So we're going back to Caddies for Sunday's 12:30 Caps game. This is not a show. We're just hanging out with you guys.
We're just going to watch some hockey, eat some wings, man.
Yeah. So 12:30 start time for the Islanders and the Capitals. It's very unlikely that Ovi breaks the record tomorrow. He would need a hat trick. But if he gets 1 or 2, then it's a real possibility.
Now you're on Ovi watch. I mean, you already
on
are.
Sunday, he gets a goal or 2, he breaks the record, and we'd all be together at Caddies in Bethesda. So
Bethesda!
2 chances. Friday, City Tap House. That's tomorrow, 2 to 6:30. Sunday from 12:30 until the game ends for a game watch. If you want to hang out with us, a lot of chances to do that.
So just to the point, and that's all good housekeeping. It's all true. Can't wait for it. I can't imagine. I know it's part of hockey culture. It's just normal. So this isn't me calling the Capitals out. I just think it's the most embarrassing thing in the world. We can't compete with you, so let's try to throw some punches. You imagine last night when the Wizards, they got another win, by the way, beat the Kings. Well, Alex Sarr got called for a couple of carries, a couple of chippy fouls. They couldn't make threes, so let's swing on DeMar DeRozan. In baseball, the Nets couldn't really hit very much. So let's have a guy do a dirty slide at second base and have the benches clear. See if we can get a brawl or something. A couple guys ejected. Well, Washington got a couple bogus holding penalties, local 53. So let's do a couple late hits, see if we can start a fight because we're down double digits to Philadelphia. I can't believe it's a thing. It looks, I remember once in a tournament I played in forever ago, we beat some team and they were pissed off about it. And so one of the guys in the handshake line said, "We can't beat you in a game. Let's see if we can beat you in a fight," and shove somebody. And it just was so pathetic. And that's all it is to me is, well, it's not going our way. Let's throw hands. And we're lucky nothing terrible happened. We're lucky that Connor McMichael isn't concussed or his head got cracked open, shouldn't be fighting, and he got body slammed. I'm sure that was fine, by the way.
That was on him for getting into a fight, though. I mean, first of all, the whirling dervish body slam is against everything in hockey code, so it shouldn't happen, and it doesn't happen. In fairness, that guy should have been suspended a game or two, and he didn't get
I agree with
suspended. But also, Connor McMichael shouldn't be fighting. Like, you're not a fighter. I think the moment felt pretty fun,
right?
And he wanted to get on the action. You don't remember this. This is going to be a reference that means nothing to you, but a lot of our listeners hopefully will enjoy it. There's a scene in Mighty Ducks. If you need to take a minute, go
I'm
ahead.
just going to take my headphones off.
Yeah. Where Dean Portman and his fellow Bash brother, Fulton Reed, are getting into a fight, right? And like one by one, some of the Ducks are now getting into it, a la last night in the third period. But eventually, the figure skater that they brought in to be on their team, Kenny Wu. Remember him?
Nope.
Woo, Kenny Wu?
No.
He's just a figure skater. He's a very small boy, wee little guy. Well, he gets into a fight, and he just like pulls the jersey over, and he's trying to fight this guy. But then he comes into the box. That's what I imagine Connor McMichael showing up in the dressing room was like last night.
Woo guy? Yeah.
When Tom Wilson's had his game misconduct, and Duhaime, who gets in fights all the time, is game misconduct. Those guys are undressing and getting in the shower. Nick Dowd occasionally will mix it up. He's livid, getting several minutes last night, 12 minutes of PIMs. He gets a game misconduct, like one after another. But then all of a sudden, McMichael comes in, and they're like, "What the heck's Kenny Wu doing?
What are
here?
you doing here? Did you get lost?
You're not supposed to be
Did
here
you break
yet."
a shoelace on your skate? It apparently sends this message, and the message to me is we can't compete with you, so we're going to try to fight you. I don't see that. That doesn't have the weight to me. No, again, it's the culture, and that's what they. It's time immemorial. Hockey teams do this. We're down by a couple goals. Let's have someone fight somebody else, and everybody claps as if it's the right thing to do. But I just think when you're down that much and it's not competitive because you've been run out of the gym or the barn that night, it's the loseriest thing possible.
I would agree if the calculation was we're going to fight you because we're losing 5-1, which I don't think is what happened last night. And more often than not doesn't happen. There are blowouts in the NHL all the time. Now, oddly enough, or excitingly enough, I guess, the Capitals have not really been blown out like that all year.
Very little.
This was the first time all season they've lost a game like that, where it was 4 goals and it was just they got completely worked. Game took 75 games basically to get there. So that's a gigantic win. That's going to happen a couple times a season normally. But there are every night in the NHL 5-0,
sure,
6-1 games where this does not happen.
In every pro league there is, with the travel schedules, back-to-backs, long grinding road trips, whatever. I mean, it's a normal thing.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you don't fight the other team because they're beating you by a lot. That's not what happens. You fight the other team because while they're beating you by a lot, in this case, they are doing things that are across the line. They're doing things that you perceive to be kind of punking you or sunning you a little bit, or rubbing your face in it, and or tapping yourself on the head. It's the equivalent of crossing the unwritten rules that you know very well as a college baseball player, where little things, again, like the Aho dodging of Wilson at center ice when he goes to hit him last night, and the stick hits him in the back of the leg. He was livid about that. He wanted to get at Wagner for a hit a little bit earlier on. There were little liberties being taken where, hey, it's a 5-1 game. We're all skating around trying to keep each other healthy. But if there's a couple of those things that we think crosses the line or we don't like, oh, by the way, we're skating angry, to your point, because of the current result and because of the officiating. I think it all adds up. But I think every team in the league, the Capitals are no different, are perfectly capable of taking their medicine and just getting beat handily without fighting a bunch of people, if it's done in a way where you're not crossing the line. And maybe because it's a division rival, because you hate the Hurricanes, because you have bad relationship and bad blood with these guys, and there's going to be a lot of jawing. It's just going to get there anyway, inevitably, over 60 minutes. But I'm excited. These teams play again in 8 days. I can't wait for that game. Could be some fireworks there. A couple of guys having to answer the bell, perhaps. But more importantly, they got to get back on track.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the part I care about.
They've lost 4 out of 5. Ovi's record is now a formality. It's going to happen. It looks like it's a lock. He needs 3 more. Got plenty of time to do it. But we'll ask Chychrun about the fact that they just need to play better hockey, too. Like that, to me, is a no-brainer as well. But that was at least entertaining, fun to watch last night in the final minutes of that game. But you're also anti-fighting in general in hockey. So you would get rid of it tomorrow. It's like the Dylan McElrath fight 2 nights ago that was the fight of the year did nothing for you.
No, and I fully admit that I'm biased in that way. So this is just further down the line to me in terms of that. Like, I don't think we should be punching each other. It's just my general stance. But even with that, I think this is kind of a separate silo. But they're somewhat argued it's feeding out of the same trough. In other words, like if you're against fighting, you're probably against this kind of fighting too. It's just the way that it looks to me is the biggest problem.
You think it looks small? Like to you, it looks like you're getting beat, and so you like slap someone or whatever.
Precisely.
You know?
So it's like you know their coach is a horse's ass, and who I hate Rod Brindamore.
He's such a loser.
Hated him as a player.
God,
and
he stinks.
You're now basically going, hey, the things you tried to do to agitate me, not only are you kicking my ass, but they worked. You did it. You've gotten everything you wanted out of this game. I'm now more concerned with punching you back than I am with beating you in the hockey match. So to me, it's like you're defeated everywhere, and the best thing you can do is try to face wash somebody and hope that it works out. I think it's so losery.
I guess if I viewed it the way you do, like they're doing that because they're down 4 goals, I would probably also feel the same way. Like sourpuss, sour grapes, you got worked over, and now you're down a bunch of goals. You can't score on my guy, so you're going to fight me? That's embarrassing. I didn't think that's what it was last night. Like Nick Dowd as an example, who was on with the Junkies today. I've never seen him as angry as he was last night.
He was livid.
He was in the box, standing up, trying to get after and go. Like, that's not because they're losing by 4. Nick Dowd's lost by 4 15 times in his career. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Like there is bad blood and things that have happened throughout the game where, again, like if I'm in a tight game, I got to let it go. I don't have to let things go anymore. This game is irrelevant. It's over. We're skating around wasting time until the final seconds. and you're going to punk me. You're going to sun me. You're going to take a late shot at me. You're going to whack me in a spot you're not supposed to. All that little stuff that you normally let slide, that normally just ends up being a non-factor, becomes worth fighting over. But I kind of like the ability for everyone to jaw and to talk. I hate when the guys that can't and don't fight start fighting. That's where I draw the line a little bit. Because the beauty of hockey, and this is just one of those things a lot of people don't get, even though there aren't written rules, everybody is policed by a code. And so the fighter fights the fighter only. You can't go fight the guy that doesn't fight. If he asks for it, maybe you could accept it. Remember Jay Beagle getting knocked out by Aaron Asham years ago, out cold. And Connor McMichael, for some reason I will never understand, tried to fight. Now, he didn't fight someone that fights a whole lot, but he ends up getting body slammed on the ice and slamming his head, and he's feeling the back of his head for blood. It's a dirty play to slam you. That should not happen. But you know what else shouldn't be happening? You shouldn't be fighting because you don't know how to fight, and you don't know how to brace yourself and to avoid that body slam when he tries to do it. So the whole thing was, got sideways in that way.
And that's part of my larger point about fighting in general is we're amazed that sometimes, well, this breaks the code. Well, when two guys are grabbing and throwing hands at each other, there's might be bound to be more accidents than when you're not doing that.
Sure.
Like you and I right now somehow are not slamming each other's heads into the ground. If we were engaged in fisticuffs right over there, something bad might happen. Like you're far more at risk. But your point's well seen. It's like the untrained guy going, I want to play too. And it's like, nah, now's not the time, Connor.
They do a really good job, I'd say, largely by playing within the unwritten rules and the code, so to speak. But I also think in hockey, there is a policing that has to happen because of the violence of the game, the speed of the game, the contact, the hits, the physicality that maybe isn't as necessary. Like when Jason Worth says, we got to police our game, we got to hit each other, whatever. I don't necessarily think that's true. In hockey, I don't know that there's another way, really, to be honest with you. Like, I think it's 1,000% true that if you know Tom Wilson's going to beat your ass, if you take a dirty shot at Alex Ovechkin, you're not going to take the dirty shot at Alex Ovechkin. That changes the way players operate. If you know if you do something you're not supposed to do, you're going to have to drop the gloves at center ice, start the next period or whatever, when someone comes out and has a conversation with you, you're less likely to do the thing. And there's not really another way to do that, in my opinion.
How do they do it in football or lacrosse without having fights?
Lacrosse, I can't speak to. I don't watch.
I don't watch it either. I'm thinking of sports where there's checking and some violence.
Football is, I just think the comp isn't good because in hockey, the full speed nature of the collisions, like you are allowed to hit violently constantly all the time in motion. Whereas in football, there's a start and stop to every play, if that makes sense. Like it just, if you do something dirty in football after the play, generally there's a fight, certainly in practice and these training camp gatherings and whatever else, you're going to fight the guy. In a game, you would get penalized and ejected, I guess, or something like that. But yeah, they still try to fight all the time and hit each other in the helmets and do stupid things. In hockey, I think you see far less of that nonsense because of the way they police it.
I don't know about that. I think there's way more accepted extracurricular in hockey than in any other sport combined. Like, to me, the football guys pushing after the whistle or whatever.
Sport.
And that's my point, is we just accept it as part of the sport. But the argument
you can't change it.
You're making the circular argument going, well, it's part of the sport. And the reason it's part of the sport is this. There's no other way to do it. My point is, sure there is, but we don't want to change it because it's part of the sport.
No, you can't tomorrow just say, hey, in hockey, there's no, when you say extracurricular, you're referencing like the pushing, the shoving, the face washing, all that stuff.
Sure. The accepted, the fights, someone takes a stick and whacks somebody last night. That should be a penalty. That guy should be fined, maybe even suspended.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so you can legislate it out if you wanted to, but I don't think they want to.
Well, they don't, because you'd be, again, it's the equivalent of like, we can't even get a potential balls and strikes change behind the plate in baseball. Right. It would change the complete sport. I mean, and nobody in the sport wants it. Respectfully, you want it. You watch some Caps games. Like, people that like hockey don't want that.
Totally.
Why would they do that?
I fully acknowledge that.
Yeah.
That people don't want it. But I guess that's my point, is to say there's no other way. Sure there is, but people aren't excited about it.
Well,
like, in other words, to me, what should happen is people shouldn't have goons on their team. They should have.
They're gone, though, mostly.
They should have skilled players on their team.
Yeah,
and if there's
mostly gone.
If there's extracurricular stuff, well, whoever your fighters are, you should have 25 skilled guys.
The fighters are now pretty skilled. The fighters can, like,
more
Matt
so than
Rempe
before
of the Rangers can skate. You know, he's not Tom Wilson, but Tom Wilson is a top line player who scored 30 goals, maybe the best fighter in the league.
What's the guy's name? What's the guy's name from
Ryan
Vegas?
Reeves?
Yeah, Ryan Reeves. Yeah, less of that guy.
That guy doesn't exist anymore. You know, he's getting 4 minutes. I can't even tell you what team he's on. He's on his third team this season. So, like, they are doing the things you're talking about. There's way less fights. A guy like Alan May, respectfully, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus.
Why are you throwing him under the bus?
No, Mayday's my guy, but like, he's not in the league right now, and maybe May would be because he's skilled enough. I didn't watch enough in that era, but my point is, you're not running around fighting people all the time. Like, look at Tom Wilson. He gets in a fight every 3 to 4 weeks. Used to be Tom Wilson's in a fight all the time. Doesn't happen. You might get, it's actually been ramped up a lot this week for some reason. I was just talking to someone about this in the NHL, but you could watch 10 Caps games in a row. You won't see a fight. That's not the case at any other point in any other era, really, up until now. So it is happening. They're getting rid of the illegal hits. They're getting rid of the fights. A lot of the stuff you don't like. But they can't just touch a button and change the game, like, and say, no extracurriculars. We're going to do it like football. And I guess if I said, I don't know if I did, but I said there's no other way to do it. You're right. There's another way. What I'm saying is, I think it works how hockey does it. The policing of the game with players having to answer to one another does work. And it's been proven over a long time that it works. And I don't mind it. I happen to enjoy it. I love it. But I think it's a win for the sport that they can police themselves in that way. And they take more control out of the guys that ruin it, as far as I'm concerned, which is the Department of Player Safety and the referees and all that. There's a couple of players on the Commanders that Washington's front office is sold on that the fan base is not at all. You would think they're going to be right, we're going to be wrong. But how sure are we about that? And which of those two players has a better chance to make Adam Peters and Dan Quinn look good? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Marshawn Lattimore announced that he's going to be changing his number from 23 to number 2. He wore number 2 at Ohio State. Also, Joe Milton's been traded to the Cowboys. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick for him. The Cowboys getting Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic tonight, the second half of a back-to-back. They beat the Kings last night 116 to 111. They take on the Magic tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today after they are swept by the Blue Jays. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks at home tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Capitals didn't have much going last night except for Alex Ovechkin scoring his 39th goal of the season. Goal number 892, now just 3 goals away from breaking the record. Caps fell 5-1 to the Hurricanes. They're back home tomorrow night against the Blackhawks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Toby was talking Marshawn Lattimore there, fittingly. He'll be changing his number to 2. So
penalty on number 2, not 23.
It's funny.
Thank you.
Here's where we will agree on numbers. You and I have argued over whether it's annoying or not when guys are wearing the wrong number at the wrong position, since they changed all those rules a few years ago.
Okay.
Like, I still wish Frankie Louvu were 54, not 4, as an example. But I do not care about the player changing their number story. I think we'll see eye to eye on that.
Oh, yeah.
Like today, we find out that Marshawn Lattimore is not 23, he's 2. That stinks if you have a Marshawn Lattimore jersey, which I don't think anybody in Washington, D.C. has that yet. But if Johnny Newton, let's say, changed his number, or if Terry McLaurin came out today and changed his number to 87 or something, that would be notable because there are a lot of people with his jersey, and that's no fun. But the changing of a number is just not something I'm ever going. It's almost like the changing of the advertisement company on a ballpark. It's still AT&T Ballpark in San Francisco. Sorry, whatever company it is now. To me, it'll always be, if you want to go Jacobs or Progressive Field. It's not whatever.
I'm going to the Jake
today.
Sorry.
I knew it as Progressive Field my whole childhood, so that's kind of what it's going to be. Whoever pays for Nats Park rights, I'll work it in as often as I can, but it's going to be Nats Park 99% of the time. I just flag in the ground on that one. And as far as the numbers go, obviously I'll get to know you and your new number, but to me, that is not a story. That is not something that I care about at all.
We are staring at each other eye to eye on that one. I don't care. I don't care if it's number 206. It'd look weird, but that's fine. I care about football plays. I know that sounds like tough guy stuff, but what number somebody wears couldn't be less interesting to me.
Because Lattimore came up, I think it's a fitting transition into what I want to actually talk about with him, which is there is a new version of him this offseason, and that is a guy that Adam Peters seems really, really sold on, very, very high on, that folks are skeptical on. Because after the way Lattimore played the stretch run of last season, including the NFC Championship game in Philly, I think it goes without saying, Commanders fans are very nervous about how this is going to work out. So far, it's been a debacle. Doesn't mean it's going to end that way. They made a trade for Marshawn Lattimore to get him for 3 football seasons. And the first of them, they knew he was going to be hurt for the first part and then chasing his tail, trying to get back, being healthy, and probably wasn't going to be the best version of himself. That was last year. Now you get a full off season and 2 more years. And I think that they still feel like they would make the trade again, and they really, really like the player. In fact, they could have opted out and just said, we're not going to continue moving forward and paying him.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically agreed to a 2-year, $36 million contract with him. So that tells you how confident they are, in addition to all the things Peters has said about how good he's going to be. But do you agree with my assessment that the fan base is dubious at best and very skeptical? I would even say nervous that he's not going to play well.
100%. Yeah, there is understood skepticism, by the way, because all we saw was a guy that wasn't very good, had a few personal agendas on the field, got beat a bunch, and got some flags when he didn't get beat. Did not look very good at all. And it could have been Benjamin St. Lattimore, or Michael Davis Lattimore. There was no upgrade from a guy that was supposed to kind of be the savior.
Think about what you just said, which is 100% true.
Yeah.
When he came onto the field as the guy they traded a lot for, they did not get better. I really believe St. Just would have been a better option than Lattimore in the couple of games where he stunk up the joint. Don't you? I mean, St. Just would not have played worse in the NFC title game against A.J. Brown.
I would say that, yeah.
I don't think he would have played worse in Tampa against Mike Evans when he took his lunch. I think it was 5 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown with a long PI to set up the touchdown in the first half of that playoff game in Tampa. Right?
Yeah.
How's he worse than that? But Peters is sold. The team is confident. You want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say they know best? Cool, no problem. We're doing this with Javon Kinlaw as well, I think, because we had guests on from the Jets, from covering New York last year. We had people on from San Francisco, where Peters and Kinlaw were together, from covering Kinlaw with the Niners. They all have said the same thing. He so far has been disappointing, hasn't really lived up to the hype and the fame of the name and where he got drafted. He's not particularly great against the run, which they talk about his size and the fact that he's going to dramatically improve them against the run. That's always been the idea of him. It hasn't really been the execution. But what they are selling on him, and I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm just saying what they are selling is not the public perception.
Yep.
It is not the narrative out of the organizations where he's been at all. And so, like we're doing with Lattimore, I would put Kinlaw in this same exact boat, Danny. We are moving forward in good faith that they're right, that the recent film, that our eyeballs recently, that what we've heard from the experts in Kinlaw's case is wrong. And you just got to bet on Adam Peters and company, basically, on this.
Yeah, the fit or scheme thing, or they're going to have him, drop some weight and be, a little bit less heavy than he was this past year, is the idea that he was going to be a smart car, run stuffer type dude. That didn't really work. Him as a disruptor in San Francisco didn't really work. There's some, a little bit of faith here in the initial evaluation, probably, of Peters and company when he was in the front office when Kinlaw was drafted. It has not happened yet. Whereas for Lattimore, it has happened, but a longer time ago. That's the interesting dichotomy here is they're paying a pretty penny for both guys. It's not ridiculous top of the market money for Lattimore, but it's not the bottom either. You're not paying 10 cents on the dollar. You're paying for a guy that did it at a really, really high level several years ago for a guy that hasn't really done it yet in Kinlaw.
Peters probably talked more about Javon Kinlaw and his availability than he did any other player.
Yeah.
And just his general tone and the way he spoke about him was pretty obvious, as if it wasn't clear when he went and got a guy he once was a part of drafting and was with in a previous organization. It's a tell that he really, really likes the player. This was the GM on the new defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's have you seen him in person? Yeah, he's a monster. Like the Zoom doesn't he's unbelievable. You might have seen him if you went to the joint practices against the Jets last year, and he was probably the heaviest I've seen him there. But he can look like he can be 350 and be chiseled. Like he's a freak. Like it's unbelievable. But I've seen him when he's as low as 275 in San Francisco, and then as high as 330 plus last year with the Jets. So he can play at any position or any weight. Excuse me. He played a lot last year. It was really impressive to see how much he played. 60% of the snaps at that weight, which is really impressive. But if he loses 10 or 15 pounds, if that makes him feel better, he's still going to be just as effective. He's still a monster.
To me, that's what a GM sounds like when they're smitten.
Uh-huh.
That's your buddy at lunch who just met a girl that he really likes. And he's like, dude, and she's this and she's that. And she laughs. By the way, she wants to be a teacher and she loves kids. And you should, her parents are so nice. And their mom's beautiful and kind. And, that's what that was to me.
Yeah.
This is not him telling you that Jacob Martin might make the team. That is what it sounds like when a GM has a bit of a crush. Like he really likes Javon Kinlaw. So it brings us to our poll of the day for you guys. We do this every single day on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Our poll of the day: which of the maligned acquisitions, Lattimore, going back to last season, carried over now with the decision to keep going down this road, or Kinlaw, where Peters has kind of stuck his neck out and he's telling you, without saying these words, I know better than you guys.
Trust me.
Just follow my lead here. Which would you bet on having a better year if one of these two ends up being a big win for Washington moving forward? Kinlaw on the D-line or Lattimore in the secondary? And you can call us at 800-636-1067, but this is our poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience.
We should debate that, but I do think, for me, I don't think either one has a big year. I don't think either one is a rock star. My answer is Kinlaw, because I think he'll be the same mediocre guy that he's been. Kind of gives you an idea of where I'm at on Lattimore.
So then you're really down on Lattimore.
I am very down.
I'm going to go with Lattimore, and I'll make that case next. Want to hear from you guys as well. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Kinlaw is a tone setter. He's explosive. He's physical. He can line up across the line, and we think he's going to be a great commander. And he wanted to be here. He wanted him to be here. He's from DC, so there's a lot of extra incentive for that. So they're like kind of the bigger guys that we brought in. We brought in Jacob Martin, who's going to be able to rush the passer and do a line a lot of different ways. And then with the guys that we have in there, they'll be a second year in the system. So we feel like we have really good depth, really good competition, and but also the optionality if we do want to add for the draft, we can do that too.
That is the terrific second-year general manager of the Commanders, Adam Peters. He's been here for one season. They've been to one NFC championship game. There are two guys on this roster that he seems pretty sold on that I think a lot of us are very skeptical about. And that is Kinlaw just got $15 million a year, having never really played at a level that would warrant that. And Marshawn Lattimore is coming off of a really poor showing in Washington after being acquired via trade. The question we've got for you, it's actually our poll of the day over at 106.7, The Fan, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Of those two guys, who would you bet on having a better year? Danny's going Kinlaw. I'll go Marshawn Lattimore. My argument on this is pretty simple, Danny. I've never seen Kinlaw play at a really, really high level. Doesn't mean he's a bad football player, but his career high was last year with 4.5 sacks. Now, one or two of those you kind of run into as a defensive tackle, right? It's not all about sacks. I mean, quarterback hits. 5 this past season was tied for a career high. If you look at tackles for loss, this was a career year, 5 of them. He's just never been a high-impact guy. He's been mostly a jag, to be honest with you, but just an okay player who takes up some space. Marshawn Lattimore's got a track record where he was a 4-time Pro Bowler. He was a defensive rookie of the year. He was an all-pro at one point in time, oh, by the way. And he's been derailed by injury. Now, I'm betting on health, but it's not like he's 34, he's 28. He's basically the same age as Javon Kinlaw. So I'm going to roll with Marshawn Lattimore having a better season because it's as simple as, is he 100% healthy and able to stay on the field? If he is, then his track record says he's going to be really good. Kinlaw has never done that before, and I'm a little bit of a seeing it as believing it guy this deep into someone's career.
Totally hear you. I think Kinlaw is going to be, I think we're going to be whelmed. He's not going to live up to the billing, not going to live up to the contract, not going to live up to the enthusiasm that Peters has for him. But you mentioned track record. 9 games or 10 games missed in 2022, 7 games missed in 2023, and a whole bunch missed last year as well. I think it was 8 or 9 for Lattimore down the stretch. Unhealthy players that are chronically unhealthy don't all of a sudden magically get healthy. Sometimes they do, I suppose. Curtis Samuel Memorial Bike. Sometimes you can get through a season, but I think that great player, because he was a great player through 2021, I don't think that guy exists anymore.
All right, so is your call then for Kinlaw over Lattimore solely based on you just can't bet on Lattimore playing?
That's a big part of it. And
if I was to tell you to play 16 games, who would you go with?
Probably still Kinlaw, because I think it's now a watered down shell of what Lattimore was, just because of all the injuries and all the nagging things. Totally. Or maybe in order to stay healthy, he's got to do something differently. I just don't see an explosive, quick. To me, this is I either get beat or I'm close enough to commit a penalty.
So you're basing that though on the end of last season when I don't think he was healthy at all. If he's watered down shell of himself, to use your phrase, then he's probably the corner version of what Kinlaw's always been at D tackle.
Yeah,
which is just like a guy who's fine. Depth, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he plays at the level he did end of last season, then he's bad. And Kinlaw's better than that because Kinlaw is doing dirty work. You know, he's doing some things.
He's at least occupying a blocker.
And he's not on an island.
Right.
Like being a guy that's porous and problematic on an island is a lot worse than being a guy in the middle of the formation in that way. But I do think, and maybe that's where my endorsement of Lattimore goes. Maybe we'll disagree on this. I do think Lattimore's got more in the tank than what we saw. I think last year was more about his health and not being up to speed in the scheme and physically 100% than anything else. Now, do I think he's played his best football in his career? Yes. Do I think he's washed by definition if that's the case? Sure. But I think if he was at one point in time an 8.5 out of 10 at corner, last year in the playoffs, he played like a 3.5. I think he probably is a 5.5 this year. And he's got the upside of being a 6 or a 7. Whereas Kinlaw, to me, has always kind of been a 4.
Mm-hmm.
And if it works out here and it goes really, really well, he's a 5 or a 6. That's the best case scenario. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on the Fan. Hey, Kev.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Kev?
Yeah, Lattimore has obviously more upside, and he's shown it. The problem is, you know that old Indiana Jones line, it's not the years, it's the mileage. He's got serious mileage, and that's my concern as to why I would say Kinlaw's a better bet. But make no mistake, I just want to make another point here that's consistent with what you're asking. There's been a lot of talk in this station and everywhere about the need for an edge rusher. The number one need on the team that has not been filled is edge setter. Think Charles Mann, defensive end. You're not running through the C gap and running me over. I'm holding it. You can go somewhere else, running back, because I got this. I don't know if Kinlaw can do that. He's certainly shown he can anchor some. Can he do it consistently? I don't know. It is the number one need, and we will not get past Philly and Barkley, etc., until we have someone, at least on one end of it, on the right side, who can set the edge. So if it's not Kinlaw, they better get that kid in the draft.
Thanks, Kev. Appreciate you. Don't you think that's part of why everyone says they need a defensive end? I think that's baked in. It's not just the pass rush. I think the point is they were awful at defending outside zone. They got gashed by anybody who could do it effectively. See Atlanta and what they did to them when they were on the field offensively and able to sustain drives in the first half, where Bijan Robinson was on his way to, he was on pace for 175 yards. They can't stop runs off tackle and off the edge, any kind of sweep stuff. I think that's a big part of why everyone says defensive end is the biggest need. It's not just pass rush.
Well, for me, it's twofold. One, if you're not going to have a dynamic pass rushing person there at defensive end, at least you better be able to stop the run. They've got neither at this point. It's right now they're starting defensive ends are who? Is it Dietrich Wise, Cleveland Farrell, Dorrance Armstrong? Armstrong's fine, but I'm going, if I don't have anybody dynamic, which there aren't that many of those guys.
Armstrong, by the way, just to clear that up, would be one of the starters, and then those other two are debatable. So, yes, it would be two of those three, but I would say Armstrong's a lock to be one of their starters.
I think so too.
They paid him $10 million last offseason.
I think so too. But my point is, if I'm not going to be dynamic there, I better be sound. And I don't know that they have either.
I think Armstrong's close to that, and I'm with you on the other two. I don't know. Wise 4 years ago in New England was that guy. Can he still be? Probably not.
TBD.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up?
Hey guys, appreciate it. Thanks for taking my call.
Amen.
I think that a lot of it comes down to expectation. You know, you are expecting Lattimore to be your number one corner. You're expecting him to sit on the number one receiver in the secondary that, you know, for lack of a better term, wasn't great over the last 2 years. Whereas Kinshaw, I don't think that there's that much expectation. Yes, he can fall into a couple of sacks, couple of QB hits and everything like that. But, you know, if you look at it, you know, evenly, I guess, you know, Lattimore might have a better season, but I do think that it's more about expectation.
I think that's a great point. Because, again, part of this is not Lattimore's fault, but the idea was, oh, my God, they're so bad at this spot right now at corner. It's a rotating cast opposite Mikey Sanders. Still was a nice find, but, oh, my God, what are we doing? What are we doing? We have some really good receivers coming up in the division, in the postseason, et cetera. Here comes the savior. And then we waited 2 weeks longer than everybody thought for him to actually play. This nagging hamstring thing turned out to be way more than nagging, and it was worse. And then when he played, he didn't play very well. So the expectation was, here comes the savior. It'd be like, you know, a team trading for a closer, and the guy, you know, walks in and pours kerosene on the mound and gives up a whole bunch of crooked numbers and loses a bunch of games in a row. That's how it felt. It was really disappointing. With Kinlaw, we're kind of scratching our head going, why did he get that much money? That seems kind of weird. I don't think anybody's expecting a world beater there.
I think that's really well said. It's a good point. I just mean who's going to play better, right? Like taking expectations and all that out of it. When we look back at the end of last season, Peters is betting big on Kinlaw to overachieve or to basically surprise everybody. He's betting on Marshawn Lattimore to make everybody look bad. Which one is more likely to make him look smart? And I would just bet on the guy who's been an all-pro. I'm always going to roll with the dude who's proven it. Because Kinlaw's 27. He's been at it for 5 years. Why this time? Now, that's always my question. If it hasn't happened yet, why now? Austin in Southern Maryland, what's good?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say I think both guys have the potential for a breakout season because of two guys, the main reason, Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. I think that, you know, in a way, Lattimore getting cooked could actually end up helping us in the long run because he's probably humbled himself a lot after what Mike Evans did to him and what A.J. Brown did to him. I think this offseason, he's going to get it up to see the new change in the culture. He's going to buy in more. I think Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. are going to coach these guys up. I think Kinlaw is going to be better than expected, just like Fowler Jr. was last year. I just really think that we underestimate Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. I mean, look at that great Cowboys defense last year. It was night and day difference. I realized it wasn't the same 11 guys. I just think that these two guys get the most out of our defensive players. I think that there's more upside than there is downside because Kinlaw got a decent amount of money, but it's really not crazy money when you compare it to top of the line guys. And I think he could play his way into earning that contract.
Appreciate you, dude.
It's not crazy money if he's going to be really good. It's not crazy money at all if he's going to be really good.
Yeah, it's a bargain if he's good.
$15 million for a defensive end who can change a game. That's good. He just hasn't been that guy. He has been a $7-8 million a year player, and you're giving him $15 million. In fact, last year he signed a 1-year deal at that rate, and a lot of the people that covered him thought he was going to have to do worse than that in free agency. And then they found out he was making 15 per year.
Yeah, 3 times that.
Which is pretty amazing. Speaking of amazing, a college football team is doing something remarkable.
Everyone take notes. Looking at you, Maryland.
Will this transcendent idea backfire or change sporting events forever? Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Raiders. Joe Milton has been traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys receiving quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. Also, Marshawn Lattimore going to be changing his number from number 23 to number 2, the same number he wore for the Buckeyes. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. The Wizards in the second half of a back-to-back. They beat the Kings last night, 116-111. A.J. Johnson and Bub Carrington, the two rookies, both with 19 points. Jordan Poole led all scorers with 23. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Blue Jays yesterday, 2-4, or 4-2, excuse me, and the Nationals were swept in Toronto. They're returning home with a day off today. They'll take on the Arizona Diamondbacks for 3 starting tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes 5-1 yesterday. Alex Ovechkin, though, with the lone goal, 39 on the season, goal number 892, now just 3 away from breaking the record. The Capitals return home to take on the Blackhawks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby, for the update. We're Grant and Danny, brought to you by our friends, the law firm, Condori and Murad. They'll handle anything you need in terms of estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, Danny, we're giving away a pair of tickets to Wolf Trap. You guys are going to be able to pick your own show from all of their 2025 summer events.
Very cool. I love that venue, by the way. It is so chill. It's outdoors. It always seems to be nice weather every time I've been there. Even when it's hot, once the sun goes down, it turns cool. The sound is incredible. There's no bad seat in the house. I love that place.
I saw a graphic floating around on social last night. This is not a good one to be on, I will say. But this was before all of the evening baseball games last night. It was a list of all of the Major League Baseball players that still do not have a hit this season. And I'm assuming there's some type of qualifying threshold.
More than 1 at bat or 5 at bats
Right.
or something. Yeah.
I'd imagine you'd have to be averaging a couple at bats a game. But
I won't have hit either. Yeah.
15 plus ABs or whatever. And there were about 8 or 9 guys on the list that had not gotten a hit. And then all the games were played last night. And now there's only 1 player left. Dylan Cruz of the Washington Nationals at 0 for 18.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. Oh, no. Thanks, Frank.
Now, Dylan Cruz is coming around, it seems like.
Yeah.
Hit a ball on the screws to deep center field that just missed getting out 2 games back when he was playing in Toronto. This past game yesterday, he hit a ball 111, pretty routinely on the ground at the shortstop, but hit a rocket. And then he got, I would say, robbed. I mean, he hit a ball back up the middle. That's a hit.
It's a big league play. Yeah.
Vast majority of the time. I think it was an expected average, well over 530, turned into a ground out. So the $100 I bet on him to get his first hit yesterday. I
was going to ask you about that.
It went to FanDuel.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
They have
yesterday.
it. They have your money now.
Luckily, I don't make a lot of stupid bets like that. But yesterday, I made a stupid bet like that.
Hear me out on this.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight's the night.
They don't play.
They don't play tonight. Never mind. I just realized that as soon as
I'm
I said
definitely not going to bet on.
You
him getting
won't
his
do it.
first hit tonight.
But it's coming. You know he's going to get a base hit, right?
No, I think.
Isn't this time to start now rolling it till you get it?
Honey, if you're listening, turn the radio down for a second. I think I do a $100 bet every game until he gets it. I think that's my new bet.
Is the upside good enough to do that? In other words, like what if he goes over his next 9 over 3 games,
Well,
and then you won on the 4th one?
Definitely not. Like if I
Okay.
only bet that he's going to get a hit, it's actually not even a good bet. It's basically like minus 170.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to make like $56. It's not a bet I would normally make anyway.
Right.
What I have to do typically, like yesterday, I attached Mackenzie Gore 4 strikeouts, which is below the expectation. He got them pretty easily. I do something that's fairly simple, assuming someone doesn't leave with an injury.
Mm-hmm.
And that way it gets me to like even money. So my 100 makes me 100. But no, I'm basically after 2, I'm screwed. Like if it wouldn't happen at this game, I'll get my money back that I lost last time and I'll be back even. But if I were to lose twice, If he was to come home against Arizona on Friday and I run it back with another $100 and he goes 0 for 4 and he hits 3 balls on the screws, now I'm down 200. The next time I do that, even by hitting, I'm out $100.
You're still down.
So but do I just keep the train on the tracks? The other thing I could do is keep upping my money to make sure that I catch up. They say that's the right way to do it.
That seems smarter, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm kidding, folks. Please gamble responsibly. If you have any issues, call 1-800-1-800-GAMBLER. But yeah, more as it develops on tomorrow. I'm very confident that the hit is coming. Very, very confident.
He's going to get a base hit. Like he is. He's going to get a hit.
In the 2025 season.
Yes.
Yes, he will.
Yes, he will.
I agree with those terms. I just don't want it to be a Jackson Holiday thing. Remember when he was like 2 for 34 last year and it just became embarrassing and they sent him to the minor leagues?
Yeah, I do.
Because he got in his own head?
Yeah.
We can't do that. And the other thing is, the team version of that is, it's 6 games. It doesn't matter. They're 1-5, whatever. But you are a bad series against the Diamondbacks away from being in some trouble here. Because the Dodgers are 8-0. They can't lose. They're a super team. And they're coming to D.C. after the Diamondbacks. So let's say you lose 2 of 3 to Arizona. And now you're looking at 2-7.
Yep.
With a 3-game set against the Dodgers coming up after that.
Yeah.
There's a real possibility of like a 2-10 through 12. And now you got to play awesome baseball for a month just to make up for that.
Just to be okay. I mean, here's the thing. If there were 8 guys tearing the cover off the ball, and it's like, which one of these is not like the other? There's a few guys with O's in front of their batting averages.
Orioles, you're saying?
No. There's a 0.
Oh, like Jacob Young, 043.
Jacob Bell, I'm sure. Josh Bell's hit. Did you like his hit this year? He has a hit.
He has a homer and one other hit, I think. He's 2 for 20-something at this point with a bolt.
By the way, I think he's 1 for 19. Josh Bell.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he had 2 hits.
No, he got a number down the left field. I mean, down the third base line last
yesterday.
Night. Yeah.
Or he swinging bunt yesterday. What are you talking about? You're looking at old numbers over there.
Josh Bell this year?
Is that a baseball reference?
Yeah.
They don't update it right away the next day.
Okay.
He has a home run at Nats Park.
I literally just refreshed. He's 2 for 25.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
So my fault. I stand corrected. He's been tearing the cover off the ball.
Yeah.
He's hitting nothing but missiles.
Josh Bell's awesome.
Yeah, there we go.
Just say it.
There we go.
No, but remember, 9th inning yesterday, swinging bunt. That's when Jacob Young came on to run, and that's when he got thrown out at second.
That's right. That all tracks.
Anyway, the Nats are not off to the start that they were hoping for.
No. It didn't match the internal or external dialogue. Very young season.
Right.
But, maybe keep saying it's a rebuild for another week or two.
The rebuild is over. Did you spend any money this offseason? Did you bring in a bunch of talent?
I'd quietly grab one of those dry erase markers and say, look what's over there. And then sort of erase with my shirt. And then it just underline it, cross one word out and say ongoing for the rebuild.
So there's something happening at a college program's stadium this fall.
Yes. This is important to us.
That has a chance to change the world. It's going to change the way things are done everywhere in America, I hope. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Coastal Carolina, who announced, not on April Fool's Day, by the way, because that was my original fear.
Mm-hmm.
But on March 31st, the day before April Fool's Day, that all of their concessions would be free at their football games this fall.
That's right, Till Nation. This fall in Brooks Stadium, every fan, every game, always free. Free concessions, popcorn, nachos, hot dog, fountain drinks, and water for every fan this fall. Come out to Brooks Stadium, get your tickets now, and cheer on the Shots. Go Shots.
Go Shots.
Go Shots.
Biggest Shots fan in the
Shots,
world.
Shots.
Everybody. Where's Ron Rivera when we need him?
That really is.
Go Shots. This is amazing. So to be clear and clarify on this, are you going to the game? You get free everything at the concession stand. You want to waddle up like I do and get a ice cold Coke Zero, big old cup full? Where's your cup? I'll fill it up for you. But do I need to give you any money? Not today, you don't. Popcorn, no problem. Nachos, no problem. Hot dogs, take them. The entire concession stand. We don't do this in this country anymore. At middle school games, we're paying $7 for a hot dog, chips, and a soda at Annandale High School and Fairfax County High School and Falls Church Middle School for volleyball games. But if you go to a college football game at Coastal Carolina, everybody eats free. How are they doing this?
I don't. This is my question. How
Aren't
are they
going
doing
to
it?
lose all the money?
I don't know. I think the thinking is
You have a donor that just you're like, hey man, we're gonna take it on the chin. We're gonna lose $417,000 this year. We're gonna get some goodwill. Can you donate that? And they go, yeah, here's a check. And that guy's just paying for everybody's food and drink all year.
Here's my thought. Okay, I'm not. Who am I? Just a dude sitting here talking to another dude.
If you go to a Coastal Carolina game, you're a dude that's gonna eat and drink for free.
I want to be that dude. Here is what I think the thought is. We need people inside our stadium, no matter what. The ticket, we wouldn't be selling otherwise. Now we'll sell. That makes up some of the difference. Not enough, but some.
Real quick before you continue,
Uh-huh.
I think you're still losing more money on that than
100%. Totally you are.
because let's just say that, I don't know, what do you think a good number would be for attendance there? They have a pretty good program for what they are. Would it be 25,000 people?
I would have said less than that, 15,000.
Okay, but if there's 15,000 anyway, now they're all eating and drinking for free on your own dime.
Oh, yeah, you're losing there. But you're making up some of the difference if you get 20,000 instead of 15.
I agree. I think, and I believe you will get a few thousand extra people. In fact, one Saturday this fall, just for a free lunch, I will drive my kids to Coastal Carolina.
Well, it's right there outside of Myrtle Beach, dude.
It's not far.
But this is where people should be going.
It's only 7 hours away, and we need a free lunch, right?
Yeah.
It'll be like, walking up to the table and be like, you guys got anything to give away? When Ryan Clary used to do the promotion. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to drive to Coastal
Here's
Carolina.
a stress puck.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we got posters from a movie that came out 9 years ago. You into that? You ever seen Van Helsing? I don't know why that's the movie. Like, that's always the poster on the table, you know? It's like Van Helsing or something weird.
Their highest attendance last year was 25,000 against James Madison last year. It looks like they average about somewhere in that like 19 to 20,000 range.
All right, so 20K. So you get 20K. Those people are now just eating and drinking, and you would have made, I don't know, on average, let's say, a lot of people didn't eat, some ate and drank. Let's say
Call $20 a person.
You would have made about 600,000 a game on concessions.
Really?
Yeah, if 20,000 people at $25 a person are, and I think it'd be more than that, honestly, because kids are, people are pounding beers. So let's say 25 a person, it's $500,000 a game. So if you have 6 home dates, that's $3 million that you're losing.
Okay.
Like, what is the math here
All
that
right,
makes
so,
this work?
Let me go for it. Number one is more tickets sold. In theory, I think this is their thinking. Number two is my experience is so pleasurable. I now have a great association with Coastal Carolina and the brand. I want to buy some merch.
Well, I might buy a hat right now.
Big Chanticleers guy?
Go Shocks. Why are they the Shocks if they're the Chanticleers?
You're asking a great question.
He also said another word in there that I'd never heard of. What was that?
What's that?
The beginning. He's like Tills fans or hey, Till.
Chanticleers, Tills. I don't know.
How do you say it? Isn't it Chanticleers?
Yeah, Chanticleers.
No, he says like, hey, Till Nation or something.
That's right, Till Nation.
What is that?
Chanticleers.
They're not Chanticleers.
No, they're not.
What is Till Nation?
Coastal, the way they say that.
Oh,
we're down there at Coastal
Carolina.
Have y'all been to Coastal Carolina?
That feels like a reach a little bit.
That's tough for me.
Till Nation?
It's a stretch, Armstrong.
Toby, can we get some research on this, please? Why are they Till Nation?
Till Nation.
And also, why are they, what was it? Shocks?
Shots.
Like
Marge Shot.
I don't know.
Eric Shots.
All right, anyway, keep going, because I've got them down $3 million right now.
Yeah, they're not making this up for me. They're going to try to make a dent in some of what they're going to lose. I think they sell more merch because people are happier. More people there, more merch sold because you're not spending on food.
Not that much more merch, man.
Not near enough.
You think I'm so excited about my popcorn I'm going and buying a hat? I don't know.
Well, now that see, the idea, though, is the kids are there, right? What do kids make you do? Buy crap. So the kid needs the hat. The kid needs the jersey. The kid needs the whatever. So there's more stuff likely to be sold. But again, it's not making up that $3 million. I don't know where the rest is coming from. That's the best I got for you as to make a dent in the deficit here that they're running.
Is it possible that they're just, to use my old phrase, they're just giving the people a pickle? They're just saying, you know what? We got so much money here at the Till, at Coastal Carolina.
At Till Nation.
Till Nation, we have money oozing out of our pores.
We got too much.
That we're just going to give it back to you in the form of popcorn and cola until your little heart's content. Toby, did you find an answer?
Yeah, so Till Nation is actually a Southern way of saying Teal Nation, as in Teal.
Oh, come on. God.
Kyle
You're
Teal?
lying.
No,
so that's
Teal Nation.
So he's saying teal.
Correct.
Now I feel terrible. That actually makes sense because they are a teal football team.
Yeah, but there's other teal uniforms. That's not.
No, but they just call themselves there's not that many teams that are teal.
That's right, Teal Nation.
That's not teal.
Wait until.
He's definitely not saying teal. He might.
That's right, Teal Nation.
Teal.
That
Nation?
sounds like Till.
That's right, Teal Nation.
Well, how do you know that's what he's supposed to be saying?
Because I could go to shop TEAL nation.com and find Chanticleer's gear.
So he definitely is trying to say teal.
I mean, it sounds like if Mackenzie Gore were saying the word teal.
Mackenzie Gore, if he was saying teal, let me ask. Mackenzie, what's your favorite color? I like teal.
Teal. I'm a teal guy.
No, he would say teal.
No, I'm a teal guy.
No, I'm telling you.
Quick.
Next time I see
He'd say
Mackenzie,
teal?
I'm asking
Teal
him.
guy. I'm a teal guy.
Teal
So
guy.
fastball grips like that. Slider grips like that.
He does do that.
Change up grips like that. Teal.
Yeah, like that.
Like that.
Till Nation.
That's right, Teal Nation.
All right, I want to hear what people think about this. 800-636-1067. No one has ever done this, if we're being honest.
Right.
No one
No
that
one.
I've ever heard of at that level has pulled this off. The
There's like,
Falcons-
kids eat free or like you get a coupon for a soda.
It's my favorite thing at Nats Park. I talk about this all the time. It's the best thing going in DC sports. I never, ever, ever have to buy my kids something to eat at Nats Park because hopefully they do it again this year. They brown bag, hot dog, chips, water for kids for free in section 114 that comes with your ticket if you're young. So it's the best. There are cool things like that in places. You know, the Falcons have this reduced concessions thing. This is, and best I can tell, I have not seen otherwise. I think it's unlimited, by the way. Like Russell Wilson, unlimited.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I could just keep going up with my soda and my popcorn.
I
bucket.
thought there was a limit. I got to look that up. I thought it was like you get 4 things.
How would you implement it? How could you possibly implement that?
You
at
get a
stadium?
voucher? Yeah, fans can get 4 items per concession visit.
Thank you.
There's the limit.
Thank you.
With no limit on the number of in-game visits.
Boom in your face.
There we go.
Josh Bell has 2 hits. You see what I'm saying?
Right in my eyepiece.
Yeah. Unlimited popcorn, soda. Why aren't we broadcasting live from every game? Like, would it be crazy for me to drive there just to have popcorn? Like, that's a stupid thing.
Yes,
to do.
but don't dismiss it.
But that would be a stupid thing to do.
Like it would be in the middle.
DC area in Lorton.
Now it's going to be in the middle of football season for us too. But I'm saying if they somehow played football during the summertime, like that would be a road trip that I would do for the show.
But why shouldn't I go there to reward them for their great idea? I just want to take my kids to get a soda and popcorn
to a game and be part of Till Nation.
Till. Fred is in Newmarket. What's up?
What's up, guys? This is a funny set you guys go on here because my daughter just graduated from Coastal back in May of 2024, and they do say Teal Nation. That's the color of the uniform, so it's teal. But sometimes it's a little bit of a twang, so we get Northerners don't catch that.
So you're going with he's saying he is trying to
What's
say
up, Teal?
Greg in Sterling. How's this going to work? Do you think?
What about alcohol sales?
Beer sales.
What about it?
You think they can make it up in beer sales?
More people, more beer being sold.
So here's actually an interesting question. Is it possible? A lot of schools don't allow alcohol served at games. Could they be introducing alcohol this year? I wonder. Like before, they didn't serve any alcohol at the stadium. Now they're going to, and the 0 to whatever they're going to make an alcohol number this year is so massive that they feel like it's worth kind of a they
just need you there so that they can get all their beer sales.
But also instead of making a huge bit more money this year, they just know they'll get a bunch of segments like this all over the country and some goodwill, and so they don't need to make that huge jump in year one. They'll just break even on the alcohol this year, maybe. But that's only if they weren't doing alcohol before.
It looks like they have allowed alcohol sales at their stadium.
Then I got no theory for you. But I think the caller's point is you're still going to be buying a lot of alcohol. I don't know why you'd be buying a lot more alcohol, though, if you're eating and drinking other things for free.
So I see some smart people who are weighing in on this tweet guys from or this initial tweet, right? Like sports investment type dudes or sports business journal type guys. And of course, the case study that's most famous for pro sports is the Atlanta Falcons, who, when their concessions drop by that tremendous amount, and everybody should be doing it, 100%, full stop, the big ticket items, the merchandise, the extra stuff went up dramatically. And maybe that's part of what they're counting on.
David in Sterling, how are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Buddy.
First, I'll be taking up my wife and daughter and I'll have them get 4 things of what I want.
Exactly.
And
if they each get 4 things, so that's 12 things for you. Then you go, but what are you guys going to eat?
You got to do the dad bet every time. Yep.
But to talk about this topic, what you guys are saying is I think advertisement costs a lot more than hot dogs. So you have more people in the seats, more people want to put their company name on the board, and you can charge a lot for that.
I mean, it's a great experiment that they're doing. And it's an experiment I'd like everyone to do. So Josh Harris, if you're listening, concessions are free this year, right? Isn't everyone doing it? Aren't the cool kids doing it? One of the cool kids is Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals. He joins us next on Grant and Danny.
Till Nation.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Raiders. 2 years, $85.5 million, $65.5 million guaranteed. Other NFL news today: Joe Milton traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys. Patriots get back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys get Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick, and Marshawn Lattimore is going to be changing his number this season to number 2, the same number he wore at Ohio State. NBA, Wizards taking on the Magic, the second half of a back-to-back tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes last night 5-1. Not a good night for the Caps. The only good spot, Alex Ovechkin, 39th goal of the season, goal number 892, 3 goals away from breaking the record. This April only, want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Caps lost a game decisively last night, 5-1 in Raleigh against the Carolina Hurricanes. They did not play well in the first period. They were chasing the game from that point on. But it was entertaining. A lot of fights late in the contest, which we can ask Jacob Chychrun about. He's joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jacob Chychrun joins us every single Wednesday on the show. This week, a little different with the game schedule. But he's brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. This is presented by IT Cadre, where DC sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Jacob, how about last night? What was going on? I mean, you guys lost a game where you didn't play well. It was not a good performance, but it was fun to watch in the third because there were a lot of fights. It got very chippy. What'd you make of the game?
Yeah, obviously not the night we wanted. That's definitely, a tough building to play in. I think they got, a really good atmosphere, and it's a team that plays really hard. Obviously, their coach Rod, he has them, going every single night. I think they have the best home record in the NHL, and it's just a tough building to play in. And we didn't, come out with enough urgency. And I think, we got behind, and it's a tough place to get yourself back into the game when you don't have a good start. So. You gotta, try to, do something to, show them you're not going down, without a fight. And I think, it'll be fun to play them again in a few days.
Was there something specific? The only thing I could see when I watched back, very specific to Tom Wilson, was when Aho kind of whipped around with his stick, caught him in the back of the knee when he dodged him at center ice. But otherwise, was there anything specific that anybody did that really got under skin? I mean, Nick Dowd was angrier than I've ever seen him. Connor McMichael was fighting. It was not a normal chippy third period, if that makes sense.
I don't know. I think, I think, to be honest, we were a little frustrated with the officiating at certain points of that game. And I think, there was 2 or 3 scrums where we somehow come out with the extra penalty for every single one of them. So I think, in a way, I just think we were a little frustrated with that and felt, we had to do something to stick up for ourselves in a game where, our penalty kill wasn't as good as it's been. And we feel like, in those situations where, we shouldn't necessarily be coming out with an extra, penalty and go shorthanded, and they capitalize. It's just an instance where we, just feel, frustrated, I think, and like we need to, just do something to stick up for ourselves and let them know that, we're not just a team that's going to roll over. We're going to, continue to come at you. And that's obviously a team that, if we, get to where we want to go in the playoffs, we might have to go through that team at some point. So, you never want to roll over in a game like that.
Jacob Chychrun with us here. Grant and Danny, you guys are dropped 4 of 5 here of late. Just feels like you haven't played your best hockey. You turn in so much good work over the course of the season with a commanding lead in the division and the conference. What's been going on here lately in terms of finding you guys' game, and what do you need to get back to?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's one of those. It's kind of a weird, part of the season. I think it's tough. I mean, we've obviously done such incredible things all year. We haven't had really any games like last night where we, go down early and don't play well for most of the game and lose by, a large number. I think it is impressive to, go through an entire season here. I think we're going into game, 75, whatever it is, and to not have a blowout like that is impressive. And I think, it's kind of a point in the year where, like I said, we've done so much, we've had so many great games and we've been so consistent, and, we're looking forward to the playoffs, and we're, excited for, the end of the year and to get into the playoffs and try to do what we can. And it's also, the end of the season, or it's tough. I mean, we've played so much hockey, and, I don't want to say it's just an awkward, I think, time of the year for us. And, it's definitely no excuse. Like, we need to do everything we can to, just give ourselves that extra confidence going into the postseason. But, I don't think us dropping, games should give us any sort of doubt or lack of confidence going into, the postseason. I just think, we got to look at the body of work that we've done this year and be really confident in that, and just do our best to continue to push towards that postseason. But, we'll do whatever we can to get out of this little bit of a slump. But, I think you don't want to panic in these moments. I just think, like I said, we've got such a great body of work and a team that's capable of winning every night. So,
Caps defenseman Jacob Chychrun on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You debuted in the NHL at 18 years old. Ryan Leonard made his debut this week, fresh out of college. One night he's on BC. 2 nights later, he's in the lineup in a line with Stromer and Protas at 20 years old. What have you thought of the kid so far?
Oh, he's great. He's first off, he's a really good kid. It's been great having him, getting to know him. We had a fun night, the first night in Boston there. We were able to go meet, all his teammates at BC, and just had a nice dinner and getting to know him a little bit. And I think he's going to be obviously a big part of this organization, and we're just, really excited to have him for this final stretch here. You obviously see the talent that he has and the ability and in certain moments, and I think he's going to get more and more comfortable each game, and he's a guy I see contributing, as early as, these games coming up and into the postseason. So, just really happy to have him and excited to see what he can do.
You were part of that little group that went viral, where you and Ovi and Leonard and whoever, sort of pick them up, went to a campus bar and are plopped up there, having some dinner. How did that come about?
Yeah, so we had a group of guys that took him out to dinner the first night, and he just kind of mentioned, like, hey, my teammates are like dying to meet, you guys and Ovi, obviously, and so we kind of left it up to the big man, and Ovi said he was down to go, meet his team at a local bar that the boys like to go to. And obviously it's the end of their season, so they're kind of at the point where they're getting together every night and going out and having beers and, kind of reminiscing on the year they had. So, it worked out great. We were able to go meet them, and the bar was empty. We were the only people in there, which was really nice. And just able to kind of mingle with his team and chat it up a bit. And I think by the end of the night, the word started to get out that Ovi was at the bars, and people started to show up. So that's when we started to get out of there. And I think that's when all the videos were happening. So we left shortly after that. But it was fun. Yeah, they got the music going. They wanted to hear, the famous song that's going around. So, it was a good night.
Yeah, that song has become, it seems like, a bit of a, I don't know if it'll be the locker room song. Last year for this group, it was Alabama, I think. Talladega, I guess is what it was called. But is that now the locker room song, or is that just something Ovi sings? We always see him singing it to you before you guys go out on the ice. What's the backstory on the band Makes Her Dance?
It's not a team song. It's more, I don't know. I guess it's kind of just, it's really just me and Ovi's thing. And once I was wearing the headband earlier in the year for warm-ups, that was kind of the first thing that popped into his head was that song, and he started singing. Now he just sings it every time I come out for warm-ups. So it's kind of gone viral, but yeah, it's just something that, the boys have fun with. So
my wife is obsessed with it, and she asked me to ask you about it like 1,000 times. So I don't know what's being said, and then when Ovi says it, I think I know less about what's actually being said in the song. Jacob, like what is it? I don't have a better question than that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a funny song. It's not something I would, I don't know, want my young kids listening to. So
not in your regular Spotify rotation?
Funny. No, it's definitely not. Maybe when I was, back in my high school days, but, since I try not to listen to that stuff, so it's kind of funny. But he's a big, hip hop rap guy. So he knows all those songs, and he, I don't know. He loves it. And he puts his version on everything. He's got, nicknames for all the guys that I couldn't tell you what half of them mean, but they just all stick. And then with this song, he's definitely made his own variation of it. And it's just hilarious. Like, I don't know. He's just so funny, and he likes to put a twist on just about everything, and half of it doesn't make sense, but it's just hilarious. So we roll with it.
It's a pretty famous song. Google those lyrics, Danny.
I don't know what the lyrics are to Google them. I don't know where to start.
I'll let you know a little bit later. All right, Jacob, we'll let you out on this one. Speaking of OV, an obligatory question as we're now knocking on the door of the record. He is 2 from tying, 3 from setting. I'll be in the building tomorrow, and with him, who knows, right? It could happen. But is it on your guys' minds at any point during the game, or like on the power play, you have a perfect pass to him, feed him, set him up? That's not abnormal, but also like during empty nets, we see guys trying to get him the puck. I mean, is it something that is something you think about or not really?
I mean, yeah. I mean, when he's, in a position to score, I mean, you want to get him the puck. He's you're trying to find that guy because, you got to score to win, and he's obviously the best to ever do it. So, I think, when you're out there with him, you try to find him, and when he's, loaded and ready to, get one off, because there's a good chance you're going to beat the goalie.
Jacob, thank you as always, buddy. Keep it up, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals on Grant and Danny, presented by our friends at IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders like Chychrun. They help leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Coming up in just a few minutes, we've got a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. That's at 3:45. And then at 4 o'clock, top of the hour, we'll be giving away tickets to Wolf Trap, as you'll be able to pick your own event on their summer slate. You're listening to G&D on the Fan. Every single day this time, we give you a double play. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. It is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Couple of house cleaning items for you. We are giving away a pair of tickets at 4 o'clock in 15 minutes to go to an event at Wolf Trap. You're going to pick your own event. They've got a full summer schedule to choose from, so you can win those coming up at the top of the hour here on Grant and Danny. Also, we've got a couple of events. We're going to be out and about. You guys can come hang out with us if you'd like to in the next few days. Tomorrow's show is going to be live in the Capital One Arena neighborhood. We are going to be over at City Tap. Excited because 2 to 6:30, a lot of people are going to be going to the Capitals game, trying to see Ovi break a record.
Come hang with us, eat some foodstuffs, maybe drink an adult soda or two, and go watch Ovi light the lamp.
9th Street, 2 blocks from the arena. So we'll be there all day tomorrow live for the show. And then Sunday, even though we don't have a show on a Sunday, we're going to do a Caps watch party. So there's no radio show. It's just us kicking back, enjoying ourselves, eating and drinking with you guys over at Caddy's in Bethesda. It's a 12:30 game. So if you're in the area or want to come watch the Caps with a bunch of like-minded folks and listeners and friends of the program, come on out to Caddy's in Bethesda on Sunday. So Caps-related, couple of watches, couple of hangs in the next 3 days. With that out of the way, Danny, let's get to your double play.
A little bit of a bummer on this one, but had to mark the occasion, my friend. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Passed away, I believe, 65 years old, far too young. Had been having some significant health problems over recent years that were kind of well documented. Became a little bit more of a recluse. It was kind of a huge deal that he was in the latest Top Gun movie with Tom Cruise. They had to kind of move heaven and earth just to get him a role. Couldn't really speak as part of the throat cancer that he was fighting and battling with, but passed away on April 1st. There have been guys that have been more prolific, obviously, as actors and people that have gotten more acclaim. There was a run for him as an actor, which kind of coincided for me. You have those movies, GP, that we poke fun, but there's a time for you with like those Mighty Ducks movies and kind of some of the kids' stories and things that happen at the right time in your life. Well, for me, the right time in my life coincided with a run that Val Kilmer was on, where he was in incredible stuff. Real Genius was a huge movie for me in my childhood. Moved from there to things like Top Gun, Tombstone. He was in Willow starting as Mad Mardigan, and just a number of things where he
You don't know anything about Willow and Mad Mardigan.
I know a ton about it.
Mad Mardigan.
You are great.
How do you know Willow, guy?
Because it was my wheelhouse back in the day. I couldn't have been more excited about it. He was a Batman. I mean, there was a million things that he did that were all great, and I loved him so much. He had so many different things that he deserved more credit for. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen a better acting performance than what he did as Doc Holliday in Tombstone. I don't know if that's how Doc Holliday sounded or not. I know this, that I believe that's what Doc Holliday was like because of what Val Kilmer showed me. He was incredible. So he had this run where he was one part leading man, part of this ensemble cast in Heat, which came out when I was a teenager. A phenomenal, fantastic actor over the course of his life. And that's a sad one, man. That one hits close to home.
Heat was a banger, one of my favorites. I had not seen it until much later and watched it because, someone basically referenced at one point the diner scene between Pacino and De Niro. And I'm like, what do you mean the diner scene in Heat? And this is when I'm a teenager, and they're like, come on, man.
You probably couldn't have watched it because when it came out in 95, you would have been, 7 years old? Yeah, it's as R-rated as R-rated gets.
But I rewatched it, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, this is fantastic. And he was money in it. So, yeah, that's a winner. I think, I probably think Top Gun for him more than anything else. But there's, classics and bangers, one after another. Quite a catalog. Tombstone was a huge movie for my parents.
Yeah.
I remember them watching that movie several times during my childhood. I was never as big into it then, but again, as you get older and you
just
watch
the timing when it came out again when you were a kid.
Exactly.
But for me, I was 15 and just thinking like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever. He played, you never actually saw his face, but in Quentin Tarantino's ensemble cast of True Romance, he played kind of the alter ego or a mentor, an Elvis character that Christian Slater's character was obsessed with. So like stuff like that was so cool that he would do. Like he would just lend 2 minutes of screen time to this, ensemble movie where you never actually saw his face, but he stole some of the scenes that he was in. Amazing, man.
I didn't realize how his health had fallen.
Deteriorated, yeah.
Until I saw him in Top Gun Maverick.
Mm-hmm.
And he was cool enough to take part in it, and they were great enough to have him in it. But remember, where basically they wrote him into the film, if you haven't seen it, as this, like, he's aging and he's having these issues. But, I'm going to go see him one last time. And then he passed away right after. And so that was, I thought, when I first realized, like, oh, this is not
serious.
good.
Yeah.
But yes, rest in peace. What a career. What a run for him. Time for your boys' double play. So I beat up on ESPN all the time for just somewhere between bad television, screamy show, shouty show, stupidity, and occasionally even just ridiculous nonsense that they now allow. Pat McAfee, if you guys aren't familiar with this story, where he mentions on his show this internet rumor that wasn't true about an 18-year-old freshman girl at Ole Miss who he claimed, based on quote-unquote everyone reporting it on the internet, which just means people tweeting about this story. That's not what reporting is, by the way, Pat. But, that she had slept with her boyfriend's dad. This has ruined this girl's life. She's now on an NBC Nightly News basically saying she had to drop out of her classes and has dealt with awful anxiety, and it's been a life-altering, terrible thing. And her dad's in tears talking about how awful this is. So every time something like that happens on ESPN, I beat him up and I slap him around. But I call balls and strikes on this program, right? Your boy is fair and balanced. I pride myself on these balls and strikes, and I'm no Laz Diaz, right? I'm not Angel Hernandez. So I want to give some love to ESPN. This plays better on video. So if you get anything out of this, I would tell you to go back and watch the clip that I have tweeted at Grant H. Paulson. There was a time in my life when I could have seen this video and it would not have altered my day. There was a time in my life where I could have watched this clip and not have had tears need to be wiped out of my eyes. That time is gone. That time changed when I had my kids, I guess, because I'm now just a big soft serve ice cream. But Dan Orlovsky has a son named Madden. Yesterday, apparently, was National Autism Day. The producer of NFL Live had suggested that Dan have Madden Orlovsky, his son, basically do a bunch of illustrations and drawings for that day's stories. And then they had him in studio to draw some things as well. And it led to him singing a song live on television. And Dan Orlovsky in this clip is watching his son sing, and it kind of takes over the show. And he's just basically inaudibly sobbing right there on the set. Like you could see him ready to just burst into tears.
Yep.
It's one of the most beautiful things I have seen in a long, long time.
It was pretty fantastic.
Father watching this kid, I showed it to you today. If you can watch this clip without getting in the feels, A, you don't have kids, or B, you don't have a heart. Those are your options, I would say.
There's no other path.
But this is the best we could do audio-wise.
You only hold up one. Give me a character from one of your favorite movies.
Well, who is Andy's first toy?
Andy's first toy is... Ooh. Us? Woody. Woody! I love it. You got a friend in me. Can you sing too? Dan.
You got a friend in me.
Oh. Got it.
I'm the wall.
You can draw.
Up ahead, and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed.
Yay!
Just remember what your old pal said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Mm-hmm. Some other folks might feel a little bit smarter than I am. Bigger, strong, but maybe but none of them. Oh, I will love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy. And as the years go by.
Oh, we're going to have to go to break, and I feel so badly about that. But we'll be back with more after this.
Watch the clip. Watch Orlovsky.
Because that doesn't do it justice.
No.
I'll just tell you. You could see everybody how moved they are.
Oh, it's just.
Yeah.
But it's the camera just showing Orlovsky. And here's this NFL football show where we're breaking down Cooper Kupp, right? And this kid's singing this song from his favorite movie as a toddler probably, and still watching it now. And Orlovsky's just watching his son. He could be in the studio or on a beach or at home. He's lost in it. And he just got his arms crossed and is welling up with tears and his pride in that moment. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, man.
Beltway Blitz is next. We got those tickets for Wolf Trap for you on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way, for everyone. In the NFL, Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Las Vegas Raiders. 2 years, $85.5 million, $65.5 million guaranteed. Quarterback Joe Milton was traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys today. The Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys getting Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. Also, Marshawn Lattimore changing his number from 23 to number 2, the same number he wore for the Buckeyes. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Kings last night, 116-111. Pair of rookies, A.J. Johnson above Carrington with 19 points. Jordan Poole led the team in scoring with 23 points. He's out tonight as the Wizards take on the Magic, second half of a back-to-back. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Blue Jays. They have the day off today as they travel back from Toronto. They'll take on the Diamondbacks for the first of 3 tomorrow night. In hockey, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes last night, 5-1. Not much going the Capitals' way, except for Alex Ovechkin scoring his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892. Now just 3 goals away from breaking the record. The Caps will be back home tomorrow, taking on the Chicago Blackhawks at 7 o'clock. For 35 years, Eastern's Automotive Group has been helping families move forward, get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Eastern's Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You are going to win a pair of tickets right now to a show of your choice for the 2025 Wolf Trap season coming up this summer at Wolf Trap. You can choose from James Taylor, Steve Winwood, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in concert, National Symphony Orchestra, so much more. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. Congrats.
This show right here, we are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with our team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Big week of NFL news, bunch of rule changes, a lot going on. We'll have Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk on the show coming up at 5 o'clock today to discuss that. And at 6 o'clock, I'm actually excited about this. I have been hunting down for a few days someone that would be a really good guest to talk about torpedo bats. And I've got a guy who was in the Yankee system who worked side by side with the astrophysicist, scientist basically turned coach that put the torpedo bat idea together. He's going to call in at 6 o'clock today to go through the torpedo bat craze with us. But it's nerdy, but it's something you and I are really, really into right now.
Very much
all
so.
the rage in sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken over discussion of the game. I mean, there have been these things over the years where you think about when David Stern made the NBA use a different basketball and everyone complained for the first couple of weeks of the season, et cetera, that kind of dominated sports discussion. Torpedo bats in a pretty dead time has become kind of the it thing.
All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We will be covering 3 teams in town that you care about jammed into a segment. So let's start with the Caps. Sammy Silber joins us. Sammy with the hockey news covering the Capitals. We'll get to the game last night, and I don't need to tell you how to do your job. You're good at your job already. I would love a story on a torpedo stick, and if there's some hockey players thinking about this, I saw Connor McDavid was like, this has me interested in where the puck hits my stick and if I could do something differently. Have you heard or seen or talked to anybody about any of that?
I haven't. I've done stories before on like stick specs, and players are very specific about their sticks. There are some players like TJ Oshie, they weren't making his stick anymore, so he was having Bauer like custom make the whole stick. Ovi's stick is the custom. So a lot of different specs, but nothing about a torpedo stick yet. But I'll have to go to work, I guess.
That's right. Have you thought about a torpedo stick? Speaking of Ovi, he scored last night, and that's the end of the positive things I would say about last night's game, Sammy. I get it. It's built in. It's back-to-back, a lot of travel, nothing easy about it. But, God, I wish they'd played better. Again, not a great question.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I mean, in those games, right, especially against top opponents in the Metro, you want to play better. And I mean, just from the get-go, you saw, maybe the Caps gripping the stick a little bit too tight or trying to, get the puck off their stick too quickly. A couple of things that just they weren't able to match Carolina's pace, plain and simple. And it got rowdy toward the end, and we got an Ovi goal, but otherwise just a forgettable performance, one that they definitely want, to say is a one-off and show it.
What did they do poorly early, in your opinion? And is it a carryover? Is this a larger concern over 4 losses in 5 games now? Or do you feel like they're just kind of playing out part of a malaise and they need to flip the switch here in the next week?
Yeah, I think that could be a part of it. I think you look at last night, and I mean, just from the start, I mean, they looked out of it. They weren't matching the intensity that Carolina had. I mean, they had a tough time getting the puck out of their own zone, breaking it out, holding on to the puck, maintaining possession, but then also the penalty kill falters a little bit. Logan Thompson maybe a bit shaky, and then, obviously he gets hurt, and that's not good. And they were just scrambling a little bit. And, obviously over the last 5 games, 4 losses, it's not great, but again, I mean, they're in a good position. There's no panic in that room. There's no quit in that room. The guys still fight for each other, and they know what needs to be fixed, and they'll address it, hopefully before playoffs. So it's good it's happening now and not in the postseason.
Yeah, I guess my follow-up to that, Sammy, is how fixable is it? Because this to me looks like a group that is a little tired, has been in first place by so much for so long, and it's easier said than done, I think, sometimes, just to kind of get that grind, that intensity back when they haven't matched the intensity of some subpar teams who are playing out the string in Boston and Buffalo, and a couple other competitive teams. Like Carolina's had a lot to play for. Washington didn't last night, but I think it's easier said than done to kind of flip that switch. Just your thoughts there.
It is. I mean, again, like, you can sit there and be like, I know what was wrong, and they did X, Y, and Z wrong, and this is what they need to do to fix it. But it's not that easy. I mean, hockey's a tough sport, but like I said before, multiple times on the show, it's a tight-knit group. Carberry, has their ear, they're not going to ignore, the words he heeds. And I think you have a lot of leaders in that room who, go through the ebbs and flows of a regular season. And this is, the kind of play that you might see from a team in a similar spot down the stretch, a playoff team that's already in and has been having all the success this season. And then you're just waiting for playoffs. And maybe the play dips a little bit, or, Carberry said after the loss against Buffalo, maybe you kind of stoop down to those other teams' level of play. And that's an issue too. I mean, so it's easy to, point the finger at what the problem is. It's another thing to execute it. But I mean, with the leadership group in that room, and they're such tight-knit guys, and it's a great group, and, they know what they have to do to fix it, and they'll figure it out. I never bet against this team. So that's the one thing I've learned over the last, 8 years and change covering them, is you never bet against them. So they'll figure it out.
Sammy, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
All right, be good. The Hockey News is where you can find our work. Let's keep the Blitz moving. Benjamin Brown covers the National Football League and stops by the Beltway Blitz to break down everything going on this week. So, Benjamin, why don't we start with some of the rule changes that you saw this week, of the tweaks that were made at the owners' meetings? Was there anything you particularly liked?
I do think it's interesting. Obviously, the kickoff rule is going to dominate in a lot of ways the discussion. To me, I think we are obviously going to see a pretty dramatic, downtick in touchback rate given the move to the 35-yard line. I do think in a lot of ways it could. It's not going to dramatically increase scoring, but you do see a decent amount of movement, starting on, between the 20, 25, 30, and 35. So I do think you're going to see overall league-wide, there could be at least a little bit of an uptick from a scoring standpoint, which obviously matters to fantasy and gambling and everything else. So it is really interesting. Obviously, the overtime rules as well are kind of a big deal to me. That was, something that should have been done, some time ago, but I do think guaranteeing a team of possession in overtime very much is the best setup for, football, in that sort of setting for sure.
I don't want to lead the witness, Benjamin. I think the tush push will not get banned. I don't think there's enough chutzpah league-wide to do it because it looks like sour grapes at the moment, and the bullying campaign by the Eagles and company I think is working. But A, where do you stand on it? And B, do you think I'm right?
Yeah, I very much think you're right, and I'm kind of with you on it, to be honest with you. I know it very much is sour grapes. It seems like if there was a legitimate concern from an injury standpoint, like maybe there's some justification, but, this is football. Line up your 11 best players. Let's move the needle a little bit, and let's figure out some ways to stop it. I know, in some ways there was at one point something where you couldn't push, behind a player. That very much has, gone by the wayside, and I think for a good reason. So it's very much, I think, something that is here and here to stay, and I think teams just kind of need to combat that, and that's kind of the world that we are evolving in from an analytics standpoint for sure.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to end up in Pittsburgh starting for the Steelers? And if he's not, where would he end up, and who would start for Pittsburgh?
Yeah, it is kind of the quarterback carousel, the one final destination. If he's not in Pittsburgh, I don't really see a strong case anywhere else for him. I think it definitely comes down to what Mike Tomlin wants to put up with, and obviously at other positions he has been very successful, kind of navigating this sort of certain levels of persona, I would say, from individual players, and I think he could be successful in Pittsburgh more than any other spot. So I think in a lot of ways it does make sense. To me, if I was Pittsburgh, I think the roster around that quarterback position still kind of fits Russell Wilson's skill set, so I was surprised to see him kind of move on. But if it's not, I do think you want somebody that can at least throw the football downfield. Where Aaron Rodgers kind of sits on that trajectory, I think it's been waning relatively dramatically in his career arch. And I think for that reason, it doesn't make a ton of sense from a scheme fit standpoint. But like you said, they don't have a lot of other options. I don't really think there's any way they can, conceivably with a straight face start the season with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. So I think something has to be done, and whether it's a draft day trade or, something with Aaron Rodgers, I think they have to kind of continue to see all options open until they really come up with a solution, both short and long term, at the quarterback position.
Does Trey Hendrickson play for the Bengals this year?
That is, another good question. I'm gonna, I would have expected maybe something to happen if it wasn't, but I still think this is a spot where, the Bengals, win a direction that I think was the correct decision, and for that reason, it's going to be really tough to keep, the one guy on defense that was kind of, holding up the rest of the rope last season. So I do think that he is probably no longer a Bengal, and I think they kind of completely reset and wipe away with what they kind of currently have and start completely fresh. So I think that's probably the best option, and I do think Trey Hendrickson is going to have a number of suitors, and we're maybe just kind of waiting until we get closer to the draft to really kind of unveil where he does end up.
One of those suitors could be Washington. If he is available, and they're planning on taking an edge probably at 29 anyway, would you offer pick 29 straight up for Trey Hendrickson?
I mean, I think it's probably conceivable. I think it might be a little, I would say expensive on Washington's standpoint, obviously pending, what sort of contract situation you can get, Hendrickson to kind of, come to conclusion with. But I think it's maybe a little bit closer to a mid-second round pick, and then paying him is kind of the correct price. But, if you are, kind of the Washington Commanders, and obviously you've addressed a lot of the other needs that you've had this offseason and kind of can, make those sorts of plays, I do think it makes sense maybe in the latter half to, potentially overpay a little bit for a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who has, the proven capabilities and is going to make a very immediate impact to that defense for sure.
Benjamin, thank you as always, bud. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Thank you, pal. Hit the local 53 sounder, Darius.
I'm going to ask you that same question, by the way, Danny, because Toby and I, on one of the days you were out sick, actually talked about this in great detail and argued about this for a good while and took a lot of calls. Would you trade 29 straight up for Hendrickson? Toby's very much adamant that you shouldn't do that. I would do it in a heartbeat because they're probably drafting an edge anyway. And my philosophy is, well, you're drafting a defensive end who's almost certainly not going to become Trey Hendrickson. That's hitting the lottery. And if I'm using that pick in the draft anyway, then it's basically 1-to-1, and I'm just getting one of the best edges in the league for that as a known commodity who's going to be great this year and really good for 2 or 3 years. Now you have to pay him a bunch of money.
Sure
too.
you do, yeah.
$30+ million a year with the draft pick, but I would absolutely do that. What about you?
100%. To me, there's a sort of misnomer here for it, where people go, you got to keep your draft picks, you got to use your draft picks. Well, that's exactly what you're doing. You're using the asset that is your draft pick. this is your best bullet to acquire a really good player that can help you at a position of dire need where it's one of the 3 or 4 most critical positions in the sport. Outside of quarterback, guy that protects the quarterback, and maybe a guy that catches a pass from the quarterback, this is up there. Depends on your rankings. The guy that pressures and bothers the QB that can disrupt offenses is worth his weight in gold. So you don't find them. They should not be available. It takes mismanagement. It takes someone being disgruntled. It takes, a team not willing to give Myles Garrett $40+ million a year. If he was available, you got to go get guys like that. So to me, I would absolutely use that bullet. Now, if I was picking 3rd, I wouldn't do that. But I'm picking 29th, which to me in this draft especially is a glorified second rounder.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. That there is your Beltway Blitz. By the way, just a quick update on our poll. I don't know if this surprises you or not, but we asked on our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day, of the 2 players that seems like the fan base is maybe down on more than the organization is, who do you think will make Adam Peters look better with him backing them? Javon Kinlaw or Marshawn Lattimore? 58% are rolling with Lattimore. 42% with Javon Kinlaw so far.
It's probably what I figured it would be, right? I mean, one guy's achieved at a really high level in this league, and that's the guy that's got more of the vote. Now, it's been a minute, but that was the idea, right? It was that, Lattimore came in with this incredible reputation. Yeah, he hasn't lived up to it in a little while because of injury or because of circumstance or whatever, but universally accepted as a star, right? Whereas Kinlaw hasn't done it yet. I totally understand the voting being spread that way.
I did a poll last night on Twitter. I asked people to pick their Buzz. So you answer this for me. Buzz Williams, who got hired by Maryland yesterday. Buzz Aldrin, who's a very important astronaut.
Walked on the moon, dude.
Who walked on the actual moon.
Yeah.
Buzz McAllister, whose girlfriend Wolf, right?
Buzz, your girlfriend Wolf. Yeah.
Or Buzz Lightyear. Of those Buzzes, choose your fighter.
Lightyear out on. I was a little too old for Toy Story. Doesn't excite me. McAllister out because he had a pet spider. Underrated that it's a giant tarantula.
What about that he was a huge jerk to his brother and didn't have any redeeming qualities?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. Like talking about puking up the pizza. What a jerk
Buzz
he was.
Stunk, by the way.
Buzz stunk.
That was my big takeaway this year when I watched Home Alone before Christmas.
What a jerk Buzz is.
Buzz was.
But again, just why does he have a giant tarantula?
So now we're down to Buzz Williams or Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Williams, I'm going to enjoy the next 4.5 years while he's here until he goes somewhere else, because he's going somewhere else, by the way. One dude walked on the moon, man. I think we sleep on that as a society. Like, the earth is so comfortable. You can go to bed, you can watch TV, you can walk around. He's like, nope, I'm going to get in a thing, sit completely backwards and get shot straight up into the air, orbit around the moon, leave the comfort of that spaceship and set foot on a little rock orbiting the earth, looking down on the rest of us. He walked on the moon, dude. That Buzz Aldrin.
He's a good answer.
Yeah.
I, too, would have gone Buzz Aldrin, but that was not the winner. It was the other astronaut.
Lightyear?
Buzz Lightyear ran away with it. 51% in the Pick Your Buzz poll. 29% said Aldrin, so he was second. A lot of people like astronauts, apparently. And then 11% went Buzz Williams, and 8.3% of people were Buzz McAllister guys.
Who are Buzz McAllister guys?
Who's
a Buzz McAllister guy? The whole point is that he was a ruthless jerk.
Let me do some quick math here to see how many people voted for him. Because, come on, really? That's got to be a bit. I think 71 people voted for him.
Remember that speech when they're in the airport or in the apartment in Paris where, everyone is rightly concerned about Kevin, the 8-year-old, is left home alone in the States, by himself. Nobody's answering the phone. The police aren't helpful. By the way, we overlooked that part, too, by the way. Where, the one guy's eating a donut and there's crisis counsel going back and forth. Policemen aren't there to help, which is that's kind of it. That was glossed over. But Buzz is one, I'm not that lucky. Two, something or other. Just so callous. His little brother is in grave danger. Just whatever.
Well, the big moment in the movie where he has this big arc where he turns into a guy we don't hate anymore is the last scene after they get back and he didn't burn the house down. He's like, hey, Kev, you didn't burn the house down? Not too bad, fart breath.
Pretty cool, stupid face.
Yeah, whatever he
But then
says.
we're right back to the beginning of Home Alone 2, where he's the guy that he was the kindling that started the problem in Home Alone 2.
Of course. No, he stinks. Buzz
stinks.
You thought his girlfriend was the problem.
Woof.
No, it's him. He's the issue.
Yep.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Mike Florio in about 40 minutes. I got a sneaky suspicion that the Commanders are going to do something I really, really don't want them to. It involves the NFL draft and a kicker. You connect those dots. We'll get to that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Raiders worth $85.5 million, $65.5 million guaranteed. Also, the Cowboys traded for Patriots quarterback Joe Milton today. The Patriots getting back a 5th-rounder. Cowboys getting Joe Milton and a 7th-rounder. Marshawn Lattimore going to be changing his number to number 2. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. No Jordan Poole tonight. In baseball, the Nationals will begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks. They have an off day today. That'll be a 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes yesterday. They'll be back home tomorrow taking on the Blackhawks. Alex Ovechkin with his 39th goal of the season yesterday. Goal number 892, now just 3 goals away from the record. This April, only get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Looking forward to talking to Mike Florio in 30 minutes. Danny, I've got a sneaking suspicion that the Commanders are going to draft a kicker. And if they do so before the 7th round, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm just letting everybody know in advance.
You're calling your shot here.
Yeah, I can't do that, especially in a year where I just don't have a bunch of draft picks. You want to draft a kicker, you want to get cute and do the thing you shouldn't do, because make no mistake about it, you shouldn't do it. It never works. But if you want to do it, you better have 8, 9, 10 draft picks. Double digits is a good starting place, if we're being honest, to draft a kicker. When you have 5 picks right now, you don't get to. Sorry. Now, they move back from 29 and they move back from 61. And they add 2 picks each time they do it, so they end up picking 7 times. That's if they move back twice and add a pick each time. Still a 7-player class where most of your picks are in the mid to late rounds. Not ideal, but I guess I could live with angrily the drafting of a kicker. In their current situation, when you pick 3 times before the 205th pick in the class, when you pick twice before pick 128 in the 4th round, you don't get to draft a kicker. So if you're wondering, well, why are you worried about this?
Yeah, I was going to say, where's this coming from?
Yeah, well, I got some evidence.
Okay.
Number 1, they worked out with Andrus Borregales yesterday, according to all reports. Commanders held a private workout for the kicker from the University of Miami, considered one of the best kickers in America this year, one of the top kickers in the country. They have met with him already. Apparently, their contingent at the Shrine Bowl spent some time with him in January, and now they went to his facility as part of the pro day and had him do a workout for their staff. You could say, well, that's the whole point of the job. That's what they do right now, and that's true. Although I would make the case, let's save time on working out and talking to kickers before the draft. But I digress. Second is Adam Peters was in San Francisco when they drafted Jake Moody in the 3rd round. You familiar? Remember this whole debacle?
I do.
By the way, this guy stinks out loud.
Yep.
He missed 10 kicks last year, 24 of 34, got the yips. Ended up, he was the one that, like, Deebo Samuel was trying to fight on the sideline because he couldn't make chip shots.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah, I do.
They drafted him in the 3rd round.
3rd round.
99 overall in the 2023 draft. And that was not a year where the San Francisco 49ers had a bunch of picks. It was kind of like Washington this year, if I remember. I'll pull it up. But I think they made 4 picks that year because it was after the trade up for Trey Lance or whatever. So let me look at this. What year did I say they drafted him?
That was 2023.
Okay, so they actually did have several picks. That part I'm wrong about. They had 3 in the 3rd round, but they only had 3 picks before round 5. They didn't have a 1st-round pick. They didn't have a 2nd-round pick. And then they took Jake Moody in the 3rd. Can't have it.
Can't have it.
Can't coach with him. Can't win with him. Can't do it. So I got Peters having been in San Fran when they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. I got Washington not doing anything to upgrade its kicking position this offseason. Makes me think they got a plan there if they're not going out and signing a real kicker. And then the last thing I'll say is they're working out this guy, Borregales. They're going to draft a kicker, man. It's going to happen. Prepare yourselves.
As long as it's not early. Now, somebody might listen and say, well, it's an important, it comes down to kick sometimes. And if you're a team that's going to play some ball control and, take some pressure off Jaden Daniels, maybe you'd want someone that's reliable as a kicker. And I guess my response would be the highly drafted kickers have not been reliable the way other position groups are. There's busts everywhere, of course, but the Roberto Aguayo corollary applies here.
Second round, Florida State, Tampa Bay Bucks out of the league in a year.
Absolutely. Jake Moody, not particularly good in terms of kicks made.
I'll go the other way. Sebastian Janikowski was a first-round kicker who I think kicked for 17 or 18 years. He had a really long career. Seabass was good by all accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Even still, that was not a good draft pick. I'm sorry.
And the trend line has been obvious. It's usually on average, last year there were 3 drafted, but usually it's 1 kicker, maybe 2 per year are drafted, and it's late round stuff. Every once in a while, you get someone that jumps up, like, again, an Aguayo back in 2016, Moody in 2023. But for the most part, it's round 5, round 6, round 7, undrafted free agent. If the gap in terms of practice for one of these guys being worth a 3rd or 4th round pick was so much different than the Washington worked out Austin Seibert, who was drafted a few years ago, by the way. Washington worked out Daniel Carlson, Jason Sanders, Jake Elliott, Zane Gonzalez, whatever. If the gap was actually historically worthwhile, I'd go, you know what? That actually makes sense. Invest the resource in it and secure it. To me, this is one of those places. I don't know the number of draft picks I would have to have before I said, okay, use one on a kicker because every other position is filled. I'd rather have another guy playing special teams. I will find my kicker on the open market. That's where they go. It's like middle relievers in baseball. 1 year, a guy's unbelievable. The next year, he's, persona non grata because he missed a couple extra points, and you don't know what these guys are going through all the time. So to me, I would almost never draft a kicker. So I'll be annoyed if that happens, especially if it's one of their early picks. Not that they have that many.
Fantasy football is a completely different thing. Sounds stupid when you even make the comparison, but I'm starting here for a reason. In the fantasy football draft that you're going to be in this summer, everybody essentially knows that you take your kicker in the final round of the draft. Now, I'm in mostly leagues now where we have gotten rid of kickers because I just think it's a futile, useless exercise in fantasy ball. What's dumber than the randomness of that week a kicker getting 16 points and beating you? I hate that. Or even if I win the game with a 15-point night from would never be Jake Moody, I guess. But
you got a Young Wei Koo situation where they can't score from inside the red zone. He gets 14 points for you.
He stunk this year too.
Yeah.
But you get the point of the dude's story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out on kickers in fantasy league. So any league I'm in charge of, there's no kickers. But you take that player in the last round. That should also be the philosophy of every single NFL team. If you want to upgrade kicker and you think there's a chance it's going to be hard for you to sign a guy competing against other teams as a college free agent, you don't want to risk losing him because there's other better landing spots where he's definitely going to be a starter right away, or it's geographically in his backyard, or the weather's better, or maybe I'm a cold weather city. It's a tough place to kick, Chicago or something, in an outdoor with division games and Lambeau and whatnot. So it's going to be hard for me to compete with the Rams to get this undrafted free agent kicker. And you got to draft a guy in the 7th round, and you want to make that case to me? I could live with that. But 6th round, too early. Durant Brooks called. I want that pick back. I still hate that happened the way that it did. The Ray Guy Award winner, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Durant Brooks, the punter who Washington took. Anything before the 6th round is egregious. Like, what word would you use? I mean, it is anything before the 5th round is unacceptable. 6th round, rather. 1 through 5 for a kicker or punter, inexcusable. I hate it. 6th, maddening, annoying. 7th, upsetting but tolerable is kind of how I would label it.
Yeah, 7th for me is, I wouldn't do that, but all right, I'm not going to fight you on it.
I mean, if I was a GM for 50 years and I had a Super Bowl team that was loaded everywhere and I needed a kicker, I might consider and then think better of taking a kicker in the 7th round. I would think about it for like 5 minutes. But I'm sorry, dude. And they got to the NFC Championship game last year, so God bless them. Mm-hmm. They are right now 6th in power rankings going into the season. So there's a lot going well for for the Washington Commanders at this moment, obviously. But we all know they got major needs. We all know they have to continue to add. There's just not enough depth on the roster. And you only have 5 picks at this moment. So hypothetically, that's how many picks you'll take in this draft if you don't trade back. That is a luxury that you do not have.
And if they, again, I'm trying to quantify this better. I don't think I did a very good job. I'll try it again. If the hit rate on drafted kickers was higher than the constantly evolving free agent pool, you know what I mean? Like some of these guys that they brought in, Zane Gonzalez, Austin Seibert, I brought those guys up because they were both drafted kickers over the last handful of years that were readily available at all times in the free agent. You can go work this guy out right now, pool of players. I know you'd like to do better. I would too. I'd like a solidified kicker position. That's a lot more fun. But where's Justin Rohrwasser or Anders Carlson or Joshua Carter had a good year. But you know what I mean? Like the ROI on a drafted kicker is not better than free agent Freddie or get the veteran that's bounced around a little bit.
I'll give you another one. Chad Ryland was drafted by the New England Patriots out of Maryland, if memory serves.
They got a good year this year, if memory serves. Am I right?
He's not in New England anymore. He was there for 1 year.
Kicks in Arizona now?
Yes.
Yeah.
He missed 9 field goals last year in New England.
Not a good year then.
And cost them, by the way. Like they had a chance to, I guess you could say it helped them because they picked third and got Drake May, but cost them dearly in a couple games at the end of the year and really bailed out Washington to an extent. But Chad Ryland is on his second team in 2 years. He was better last year. But they drafted him in the 4th round in 2023, right after Jake Moody went in the 3rd round. Another one, Anders Carlson, was drafted. Like the 3 kickers drafted in 2023. Carlson, Green Bay moved on from, no longer there. Chad Ryland, 4th round, gone from New England. Jake Moody, the worst of the bunch. There's 0 chance he's the kicker for San Francisco all year. 2022, 4th round, you just mentioned Cade York. He's bounced all over the place. He was here for a cup of coffee. He's been everywhere. I think the last massive success that's proven out over multiple years would have been Evan McPherson, who the Bengals drafted in the 5th round, and he even had a bad year. Who was
scuffling this year. Remember, he missed that kick against Washington.
Boy, do I.
Helped him win.
He cost them the game against the Ravens by missing a mid-40s field goal. He had a terrible season, but he's at least a really, really good kicker and kicked in the Super Bowl and has been successful for them. But no, don't do this. Do not draft a kicker, please. And if you do, by God, please make it the end of the 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant.
With more picks that you've acquired through willing and dealing. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's not something I'm going to get.
You see it happening?
You laid out a pretty good case.
The workout, the Shine meeting. Again, Peters clearly doesn't view it like I view it. I'm not pretending like he ran the whole draft, but he was heavily involved in their drafting.
Yeah, that's the school he graduated from.
Jake Moody was taken 3rd in a year where they didn't have a 1st or a 2nd. Like that should have been fireable for somebody.
Yeah. At least, head scratching. I mean, they're coming off all those wins, so nobody really noticed. But it's like, really, that's the plan. Yeah, I mean, again, if there was if you spend on this a little bit, you'll get a good one. If that was the case, I'd go, it actually makes sense to me. They don't want to be in that free agent. Let's work out this guy this week tier. But there's so many dudes that are just not like. Where is Sam Sloman right now? That was a drafted player. Into the NFL. I don't remember him kicking at any point in time.
I don't know who that person is.
That's my point.
But here's what I do know. I know that of the guys that have been drafted in the top 6 rounds, 5 rounds even, more of those kickers have been failures than successes. Like the transition is just more volatile than you would think, because it's not like a position where size and physicality and speed and all that matters. You think you see a guy kicking in college, he could kick in the NFL. It's pretty similar. The hash marks change a little bit, but same goalposts, like whatever, right? All right, the goalposts are different, but like we'll figure it out together. You were great in college. Theoretically, you should be better in the NFL. You're going to get better. It just hasn't worked that way.
It doesn't work that way.
There's not really a predictive nature to it. Wait till you hear how one of the biggest stars in Major League Baseball got hurt this week. Next, Mike Florio talks NFL rule changes with us at 5 o'clock on The Fan. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at CoPair. This is the old EMP 180 that changed our lives with a new name, a company that's going to help you guys to lose weight like they're doing for us. We're both on individualized programs. You can either do it, about 60% of our listeners who join up on a CoPair program do and not use any injections, or you can do what Danny and I are doing and quell some of those hungers with some of the GLPs that everybody's getting their hands on now and that they will make available to you at CoPair. Your boys got a weigh-in tomorrow.
Nice.
I will be lighter tomorrow than I've been in, I don't know, probably 7-8 months, which I'm pretty happy about. Go in and talk to Kurt, coaches that'll get with you, sit down, talk about how you did the last week.
What's so cool about it is it's not one size fits all, right? I have some real stuff, man. I'm in my mid-40s and closer to 50 than I am to 40, right? Some of my numbers have come back and haven't been very good. I needed to do something about it. I was trying out on my own, working out all the time. I couldn't break through. I'm down, I think, 6 or 7 pounds since I started here a couple of weeks ago, on the right track. That's what's so cool about it. Give them a shout, just like we have. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talks on the show at 5 o'clock today. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Freddie Freeman has not played since March 29th, 4 days ago, and he missed a series against his old mates, the Atlanta Braves. The reason giving for Freeman's injury and his status not being able to post for the ball club, he fell in the shower. He slipped in the shower. Why is it that baseball players have the dumbest injuries? Always. You ever notice that?
I have noticed that.
Sammy Sosa went on the injured list when he sneezed and hurt his back. I think it was John Smoltz. It might have been Tom Glavine. But one of the two of them burned themselves while ironing a shirt while it was on.
They were wearing the shirt.
Marty Cordova, one of my favorite Orioles as a kid for about 3 weeks, was acquired via trade from the Cleveland Indians at the time. I think he was the rookie of the year in like 94, 95 or something. You remember Cordova's injury? That was hilarious.
What was his?
Fell asleep in a tanning bed.
That's it.
Basically scratched himself so terribly while asleep in the tanning bed that he had to go on the injured list after that because he had cut himself all up and his like skin was a mess on his face. Baseball, man. There's just crazy injuries like this throughout the history of the game. But for Freeman to slip in the shower, that one's tough.
That's awful. If anybody at any age, that's something I worry about. Like with my kids, when they're like, they take a lot of baths, but like there are showers involved. They like horse around in there, and I'm like, that's not the time or place for that because I'm worried about that sort of stuff. Like it gets slick on the ground after you like kind of make the water soapy and then you rinse off or whatever, or like shampoo in excess. It becomes a very slippery. It's a breeding ground for slipping and falling. Big leaguer though, you'd think is pretty sure-footed.
I always worry about that because I am one of these guys. I don't know how well you do at not getting any water on the floor in your bathroom when you shower, but when I get out of the shower and I'm drying off and everything, I'm going to leave a little water on that floor. I actually saw a clip today where Livy Dunn was being interviewed. Are you familiar with her work? Livy Dunn, the gymnast.
Who's not?
Gymnast from LSU.
Oh, right.
She dates Paul Skeens.
Oh, okay.
I think you follow her on Instagram.
I do not. You do, though, right?
No, you definitely do.
I've never have.
That would be a first, I will say, based on your Instagram proclivities. But anyway, Danny, not to out my good pal, Danny Ruya.
We can look at your Instagram right now. Let me see. Followed by Grant Paulson.
I do follow her.
I do not.
I cover LSU gymnastics.
How come you follow her again?
Because you know my thing about the gym. I cover gymnastics.
Who is the second best gymnast there at LSU after Livy Dunn?
Gabby Douglas.
The Olympian?
Yeah.
She's still there now?
She's gone now, but she was
there
yeah.
at one point.
Best one now is Rebecca Richeche.
Is that made up?
No, that's dead serious. I cover LSU gymnastics part-time, but it's a different thing.
It's a whole other thing.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Point of the dude's story, Daniel. She was asked, what is Paul Skeens' worst habit? And she said that he gets too much water on the floor when he gets out of the shower. And she always is afraid she's going to slip. And I always have to tell my wife, I'm like, hey, if you go into I don't like dry it. I just tell her because she's pregnant, please don't slip and fall and don't go into the bathroom. Let it naturally dry for a little while. But anyway, I can relate. That's relatable content from Freddie Freeman. There's a time in my life when I'm like Toby or Darius's age. In a million years, I wouldn't have worried about falling in the shower. That would have never been a thing. Do you know how bad it stinks to fall down now?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I do. Very much.
The idea of falling down is petrifying.
Like my kids do it. Again, I keep over talking about my kids. Like my kids will just fall down. I go, oh my God, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, old man. Because I know what it'd be like if I topple.
Well, falling is nothing.
Yeah.
Falling for your whole life is just a thing that happens.
Yeah.
But now if you like take a spill, I've always thought it was so overreactionary and ridiculous when someone falls over and everyone like runs over like, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm like, it's already so embarrassing. Leave the guy alone.
Yeah.
No, but I get it now. When you fall, things hurt. And it's like you could have broken something.
Yeah, it's a crumble. It's like anything out of sorts that's going to require surgery.
The older you get,
a
fall is such a big deal.
Yes.
It's such a big deal.
So I was looking at this list, revisiting MLB's strangest injuries. I don't remember this one, but in 2019, Hunter Strickland was playing for the Nats, and he got knocked out by a barbell. Do you guys remember that?
I do not.
So apparently
was that Bryce Harper's nickname?
No, that's a great bit. It says the right-handed reliever who had been very good for the Nationals at the time was had a barbell drop on him and break his nose while he was doing exercises in a squat rack at PNC Park.
I kind of do remember he had I don't remember the specifics of that, but I remember he had a weird injury while he was like working out.
Says he attached a mobility cord to the barbell to hold it steady. and it worked, but then it didn't, and ended up breaking his nose.
The second part's a huge departure
There's
there.
some good Nats ones. Was it Ryan Matthews? Didn't he break a finger, the reliever, punching a wall?
Yeah, there was a punch there.
That happened.
We had a few of those punching the wall one injuries,
Yes.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
yeah. We lead the league in those. Bryce got hurt hitting his bat against the wall. I don't think he went on the shelf.
Did he get stitches?
But he had a bunch of stitches and cut his face open.
When I was in Milwaukee, Devin Williams punched a wall during the clinching celebration and missed the playoffs.
By the way, during the celebration ones are always the best. Like, I remember, who was the player? This would be a great pool if I could grab it. It was an LA Angel who got off to a great start one year and had homered in like 3 times in 4 games.
I know it is if you don't remember it.
You don't remember? I mean, you remember it?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And they were jumping around celebrating, and they hurt their leg like after a walk-off home run.
Come on, you got it. You know who this is.
Switch hitter. I can picture him in my mind's eye.
Same
fella.
He was in the same lineup as Howie Kendrick for a bunch of years.
Middle of the order bat.
But I just
It's
can't
not
remember.
not a Polanco, but I know this player. As soon as you say it, I'm
Give me
gonna.
the initials.
KM.
Kendry Mathis. Kendrys Morales.
There we go.
Morales.
Kendrys Morales.
Yeah, we go.
Kendrys Morales. Yeah. But anyway, like, those are always the wildest. Wait a second. I don't know if you saw the kid that hit the home run the other day and started limping going around, and while running, it wasn't like based on pimping it or anything.
For the Pirates, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think it was Nicky Gonzalez. Like, while he was running around from first to second, he pulled something, and he's on the shelf now
In his
after-
normal home run trot, not
Yes.
like doing something crazy.
Yep. Oh my God. It stinks.
Well, the one that made me think about this as well is there's a dude during one of these like halftime or between quarter deals, right? Where it's like, all right, we got these 2 fans here, everybody in the arena. If you make a layup, make a free throw, make a 3-pointer, you win like a nominal amount. We used to give out a lot more, but now it's a small amount. The guy's going in for a layup. Knee buckles.
I saw this video.
Instant buckle. He's down. The other guy just sort of like casually makes all the shots.
But they don't
and
know
wins
what
the
to
prize.
do. This is the one that was this week, right?
Yeah, no one knows what to do.
Because the girl that's on the mic is like, this isn't even a competition anymore. And she's like making jokes
Like,
about it.
it's so funny. He's writhing in pain. Life altered forever.
I think she thought he was doing a bit.
Oh, no.
And it takes a little while until you realize, like, oh, no, this person's being very serious.
You need head athletic trainer Eric Waters to trot out there and fix it.
It's ruptured and tore everything
Yes.
there is.
Just all the L's gone.
That is really embarrassing, too. The slip and fall, to tear everything. You have to be carried off or carted off or stretchered or wheelchaired in the middle of the arena while you were doing it like that. Is there anything that feels less athletic? And I'm not saying that guy wouldn't pummel me in a basketball game, but he goes out there and that happens. That's tough.
I mean, it's awful. It's awful.
All right, Mike Florio's next on Grant and Danny. We'll talk rule changes in the NFL.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way for everyone. A couple of big extensions given out today in the NFL. Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Raiders worth $85.5 million, $65.5 million guaranteed. And tight end Trey McBride signed a 4-year extension with the Cardinals worth $76 million, $43 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid tight end in NFL history. Joe Milton has been traded from the Patriots to the Cowboys. Patriots getting back a 5th-round pick. The Cowboys get Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick, and Marshawn Lattimore is changing his number to number 2. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Kings last night 116-111. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Blue Jays in Toronto over the last couple of days. They're off today before they begin a 3-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks tomorrow night at Nationals Park. You can hear those series games right here on The Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes last night 5-1. The only bright spot for the Caps, Alex Ovechkin with his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892. 3 goals away from breaking the record. The Caps back home tomorrow against the Blackhawks at 7 o'clock. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome onto the show, Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Mike, busy few days with the owners' meetings taking place in Palm Beach. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Very good. Nice little benchmark of the offseason here to take inventory of. Before we go through some of the specifics, what was your big takeaway or some of your big thoughts from the owners getting together in Palm Beach?
Well, we went into the thing with very limited proposals from the competition committee as to rule changes, and there was a smattering of proposals from the teams. And this whole tush-push thing, which I'm sure you guys are going to want to talk about since it involves the Eagles so intimately, that has become like story of the moment, story of the week, story of the offseason, especially since there's this idea that they're going to make another run at it in May and possibly eliminate the ability of the Eagles to do that push of the quarterback or whoever receives the snap immediately after the start of one of those short yardage plays.
So I want to ask you about that, Mike. So just as a quick side, not to lead the witness here, but if the quarterback sneak wasn't already pretty effective, I would have a lot more resistance to getting rid of this play. But the quarterback sneak's pretty good. You can spread people out. You can do all that different ways. And I think you'd be pretty effective having Jalen Hurts just quarterback sneak like everybody else does. But do you think there's enough momentum to get rid of it? Because I don't.
Well, 16 of the teams supported the Green Bay proposal, which I think was a flawed proposal, which prohibits immediately pushing the runner after the play begins. What does immediate mean? I think that would have opened a can of worms regarding officiating consistency, criticism of officiating where the flag was thrown for a non-immediate push, or claims that the fix is in if a play was taken away, if a touchdown comes off the board and the Eagles are pushed back 10 yards in a key moment of a key game. But it was 16-16 on that. The question is they reformulate it. What do they reformulate it to? And there's two possibilities. One, eliminate all forms of pushing the ball carrier, which would take the rule book back to pre-2006 when pushing and pulling the ball carrier was a violation of the rules. Now, there would be some unintended consequences regarding some of the specifics of downfield blocking if they do that. The other thing they could do is say no pushing of the ball carrier within the tackle box or within 5 yards either way of the line of scrimmage. That would leave the downfield rules the same, but it would eliminate the pushing as a strategic part of the play that's called and that's executed right out of the gate. So they're going to come up with some other way to get rid of this play. And I feel like the commissioner wants to get rid of the play. The league wants to get rid of the play. They're going to push this until they can find 24 votes in favor of whatever proposed change they coalesce around.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk on Grant and Danny. The overtime rules change for the regular season. Feels like every year there's an overtime rule change, but both teams are going to get the ball, even if the first team to touch the ball scores a touchdown now, just like we do in the playoffs, which seems like a no-brainer. Why won't they extend 10 minutes back to 15? And why isn't the goal to not have ties over all else? That to me should be the number one priority.
You know, my understanding is it wasn't a health and safety concern to keep it at 10 and not expand to 15, that it became a TV issue, and that they don't want to have 1 o'clock bleeding too deeply into 4 o'clock, and you don't want 4:25. And look, I can vouch for this. You don't want to have 4:25 games bleeding too deep into the pregame show of record that's on NBC from 7 to 8:20 on Sunday night. So since I'll admit my selfish interest in not having America's Game of the Week on Fox take until 8:10 and leave us 5 minutes of a show that anybody gives a crap about. So I'm under the impression, and I've been told, that it was a TV thing that kept it at 10. The problem is, when it's at 10, you're going to be more likely to take the ball if you win the toss. If it's at 15, you're more likely to choose to kick. And if they want to have the regular season overtime match the postseason overtime, you want the incentive to be, if you win the toss, you're going to kick. Because that's what it'll be in the postseason. That's why the one time we've seen it was so weird. The 49ers defied what the analytics would suggest. You kick, you take the ball, or you kick, you give them the ball, and if they score a touchdown and get 1 point, you get the ball back, and if you score a touchdown, you go for 2 and end it. That's the conventional analytics approach. So if it's 15 minutes, that's what happens, and that's what happens in the postseason. If it's 10, it changes. So if we want to simulate postseason overtime, why are we doing 10 minutes? And again, it all comes back to TV. They don't want the games to bleed too far into either the next window or the pregame show in advance of the 8:25 game on Sunday night.
Are you with me that ties should be viewed as a bad idea and something they should avoid at all costs?
I don't like ties. I hate ties. And I agree, they should be avoided at all costs. And, the question becomes, with a 10-minute overtime, I guess it's going to depend upon the team. If there is a touchdown and a PAT, single point PAT, and there's 2 or 3 minutes left, or 4 minutes left, or 5, let's say 5. The average drive in overtime is 5 minutes. Now, that could change because the team that wins the toss or the team that gets the ball first might try to slow it down a little bit, so that'll make the drive longer than 5 minutes. So let's just say it's 5 and 5. 5 minutes to get 7, 5 minutes to match, and then what are you going to do? Are you going to go for 2, or are you going to go for the tie? That becomes a broader conversation than if I know the game's going to revert to sudden death and I have to kick off, and that other team is going to have a fair opportunity to try to go down and score the game-winning points. I'm more likely to go for 2. Maybe I become less likely to go for 2 if I'm looking at accepting a tie. We see in late season scenarios all the time. It's better to have a tie than a loss, or a tie is just as good as a win if you're trying to clinch or hold your spot in a playoff berth. So I agree with you. I don't like ties, and I hope this isn't going to create more of them, but 10 minutes is far more likely to do it than 15.
Mike Florio with us here on G&D. Mike, the Christmas Day slate, it used to be the NBA's day, no longer, belongs to the NFL. Our teams, I saw Kansas City, I think, asked to be part of that, is kind of make their own version of Detroit or Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Do you think teams are going to want to vie for that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if a team wants it, but why would you do it? I think that the Jets were trying to be the permanent Black Friday team. Like, just because the Chiefs are good now doesn't mean they're going to be good forever. And anytime there's a dip in the overall competitiveness of the Lions or the Cowboys, and we've been through it with the Lions, and maybe we're going to go through it with the Cowboys eventually. But, the argument is always, well, they volunteered to play on Thanksgiving at a time when no one else wanted to do it. Well, that doesn't apply here. Everybody's going to want to play on Christmas. They're going to want to be part of that captive audience, that massive audience. the standalone game on a holiday where millions and millions and millions are going to see you play. Why wouldn't you want to be one of the permanent Christmas teams? I think the NFL should say no to the Chiefs because they're not going to have Patrick Mahomes forever. They're not going to have Taylor Swift forever. They're not going to have Andy Reid forever. And it is entirely possible. As odd as it may seem now to Chiefs fans, there will be a day when your team stinks again. And why do we want to be stuck with a team that stinks on Christmas Day? Hell, I think they should have a flex option depending upon what day of the week it is for the Christmas games. They're flexing Thursdays now. Why wouldn't you potentially flex on Christmas to ensure that for those 3 games that they're going to play more often than not on Christmas Day, they're going to be games worth watching?
I was going to ask, I am so excited about the Christmas triple header. With all apologies to my family, it's football day. Daddy's going to watch some football now. But what is the sustainability, or like what's the calendar look like on that? Is that perpetuity that we're just going to do that, or is it a few years of that?
Well, remember last year they were saying if Christmas is on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, they're not going to play. And I said from the moment that they said it, and they said it on the record, one of the NFL executives said, we're not going to play on Tuesday or Wednesday if that's when Christmas lands. And I said, bull crap, you will.
But why did they even say that, though?
Year,
why would they say that, Mike?
Well, I think that they didn't want to have to come up with a solution to the challenge of getting players and teams adequate rest so you could play a game on a Wednesday
Gotcha.
or a Tuesday. And what they ultimately did, the 4 teams that played on Christmas Day on Wednesday, they were carved out and they played on the prior Saturday. So problem solved. So I knew they'd come up with a solution. Once the owners recognized that they were giving up this holiday they have seized from the NBA, there's no way they're going to give that back. There's no way they're giving that back. So what it's going to be now, I believe, it's going to be 3 games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. And on Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe it'll only be 2. I still think that I think it's 2029 is the next time that it lands on a Tuesday or Wednesday. I think by the next time it's on a Tuesday or Wednesday, the triple header is going to be so ingrained, they're going to find a way to make it happen.
Wow.
Mike, what's the first year, call your shot here, that we have 18 games in a season?
I would guess, well, the earliest it could be is 27 as a practical matter because there's no date for the Super Bowl in February of 2028 going to be played in Atlanta. So you could add an extra week because they don't have it locked in. It's a big deal. Once you lock in the date and the convention center and the hotels and all that, it's really hard to change it. So 27 is the earliest. I'll go ahead and say that it's going to happen if I had to pick a year, I'll say 29. Maybe 28, but I'd be more inclined to say 29.
But it is inevitable, and it is happening.
It's coming.
It's inevitable. Yeah. But here's what it boils down to. The CBA expires March of 2031. When it expires and the NFL makes its final offer, it'll lock out the players like it did in 2011 until the players cry uncle, which they'll do. And part of the offer is going to be 18 games. So if the players are going to have to take 18 games as part of the last best offer that the owners make after they get locked out, after the players get locked out in 2031, the players have leverage, and they have more leverage the earlier they agree to it from 2031, because it's definitely coming no later than 2031. So, okay, let's agree to it for 2027. We get more if we agree to it, if we accept that it's coming. And I think that negotiations will happen this summer. I think even though the union has started to huff and puff against it a little bit, they know it's coming. So if there's a way you can turn it into a positive and get something good for the players by agreeing to it a few years earlier than when it becomes inevitable, then do it. So 2028, 29, one of those 2 years, I think we're going to have it. But we're going to have it at some point. And then the question is going to be, when do they try to push for 19? Because I think that'll be the next conversation.
Mike Florio with us in D.C. on Grant and Danny. The wild card teams being able to host a division champion that stinks. We remember in 2020 when Washington won 7 games and the worst division we've seen in a long, long time, and then hosted the Bucks, who were much better. This happens every few years where you get a 7-8 win type division champion. Is there support for that? Did that get tabled or just voted down, and is it over?
It had a discussion and it got tabled. And I think that the Lions' proposal to seed the 7 playoff teams based upon record is a good starting point for a deeper conversation. Are there things that can be done? For example, at some point when this issue came up, they talked about the idea of reseeding after the wild card round. And you would have had some impact in the NFC this year. It wouldn't have changed in the AFC. But let's reseed based on record after the first round. So that 4 seed that you get by being the champion of the worst division in football doesn't guarantee you ongoing home games against teams that may have better records. So that's one possibility. I also think if they are considering seeding the 7 teams based on record, you need to take a broader look at the scheduling formula, because I think there needs to be more equity and fairness and balance in how you go about having the teams play each other. I think back to the days when the college conferences were small enough that every year you played every team in your conference, and the champion of the conference was obvious, the team with the best record, because every team in the conference played every other team. And I'm not saying you go 15 games in the conference and 2 interconference games, but I think that there needs to be an overhaul of the scheduling formula, which is based more on variety right now than fairness and equity. If you're going to do what the Lions have suggested, you need to take a closer look at how the schedule is formulated every year. And there needs to be more reflection of games against the teams you're competing with for those playoff spots, and more importantly, those playoff positions on the tree.
Mike, my last one for you. The Lions' proposed rule, something I've long advocated for, died on the vine, not having automatic first downs on penalties. It's not a big deal if it's 7 yards to go and a 5-yard illegal contact gets your first down. I can live with that. It's those 3rd and 20s where a 5-yard penalty somehow equals 20. I've long hated that, but it doesn't seem to have enough momentum in the league. Just give me your thoughts there.
Well, I was surprised it even was proposed, because usually you feel the proposal's coming. There's something that's happened that's created a problem, and we need to address it. Mm-hmm. Now, the Lions believed it was a problem because they had, I think, somewhere in the teens, the low teens, of instances like that where they had an automatic first down on a 3rd and long that would have ended a drive. Here's the concern I had, and I don't know how the conversation went down, but when Sims and I tried to break this down on PFT Live when it first came up, the concern would be this. You get the 3rd and long play, and you're more likely now to mug the receiver because you'll gladly give up the 5 yards and do 3rd down all over again. So you're going to have an uptick in the number of penalties, and it's going to slow the game down. There's going to be more flags, and it might become so prevalent on 3rd and long that you get to a point where the officials don't call it. Like the 2013 Legion of Boom strategy, where they manhandled receivers constantly, daring the officials to call it and knowing they weren't going to call it all the time. So we'll take it. We'll take the fouls that come because we're going to do it all the time. That's what it could become. That could be the ultimate unintended consequence. You've got receivers getting held and illegally contacted on a widespread basis because the officials don't want to bog the game down by throwing a flag every time it happens. And that may be how it would play out. Again, I don't know why they decided not to do it, but I could see that happen if all of a sudden the automatic first down is taken away for defensive holding and illegal contact.
Last one. Do you think we finished up adjusting the kickoff? Is this the sweet spot now? The only thing I could still see having to tweak, we've gone from the 20, my entire childhood, to then the 25 for 7 years, the 30 for 1 year. Now we're at the 35 for a kickoff touchback. But the 40 is still the kick out of bounds, right? Shouldn't they have a bigger gap between those two?
Well, that's a good point. You're not giving up much of a difference where you kick it out of bounds versus you kick it into the end zone and it doesn't get returned. I think it's going to stay put here. The one thing they need to address is the onside kick, because right now the team that's trailing by multiple scores doesn't have a viable way to get back into the game. And there was no conversation, no proposal, no anything about a 4th and long play this year. They did table the possibility of allowing the team that's trailing to do an onside kick at any point during the game. When the Chiefs were driving down 34-0 against the Eagles late in the 3rd quarter of the Super Bowl, I turned to my colleagues from PFT and said they may want to wait and score here, because if they score in the 3rd quarter, they can't do an onside kick. They can only do an onside kick in the 4th quarter. And that's just an arbitrary, weird thing. And so that could go away in May. But I think the broader conversation is there needs to be a more effective way to give the team that's trailing an opportunity to retain possession. And the onside kick has been sacrificed for this effort to come up with a different kickoff. And ultimately, where this all came from, they claim it's a health and safety issue, and it is, but it's not just concussions. They wanted to eliminate from the game a play that had a very high potential relative to other plays of a risk of a catastrophic injury and possibly a death, because you would get guys running unimpeded at each other, opposite directions, maximum forces when they hit. The human instinct is to dip the helmet at contact, and that's how you get the Kevin Everett injury that happened in 2007. Eric LeGrand, who was permanently paralyzed, he was the Rutgers player. They didn't want that to happen again. Someone dying on the field would be, who knows? Who knows what the impact would be? I mean, it almost happened to DeMar Hamlin, but they wanted to get that kickoff play off the field, and they never say it out loud, but that's why they wanted to get rid of that. So this new play where everything is more confined, you're not going to have that high-speed collision where two guys are running at each other. So mission accomplished there, and now we'll see where the kickoff goes from here, but we're going to have a lot more returns. The difference between the 35 and the 30 means a lot more returns in 2025.
Mike, thank you as always, man. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. See you.
All right, go check him out, Pro Football Talk, and, of course, all of his content on NBC Television and NBC Sports as well. Next, are movie theaters cooked, or might there be a way to get people to leave their house to get back to the cinema? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Guys, it's GP. I'm a FanDuel guy. You know that about me. FanDuel's America's #1 sports book. They're the best place to bet on sports. There's absolutely everything available on the app this week that you could imagine. It's just loaded calendar. Whether you like basketball, baseball, hockey, whatever sport you like, they got it. Check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day parlays on Wednesdays, golf profit boosts into the weekend with their tokens they give you. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets with a $5 bet. You guys know I lost my Dylan Cruz to get a hit bet yesterday. That's all right. We're coming back, and we're going to win on Friday with Dylan Cruz again. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expire in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. 1 hour of program left as we'll take you into the evening on your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. I'm actually going to the Wizards game tonight with the boys, and Toby and Darius are headed over there. A bunch of us from the station will be hanging out in the Capital One Arena, watching the Wizards barrel down the stretch to try to capture the flag. That's
winning.
what this is all about.
They're winning a little too much.
No, they're not.
They are. They won last night.
But they're fine. They're in a great place. Remember, the bottom 3 teams all get identical chance to get the number 1 pick. They are going to be in the bottom 3 at this point, barring some type of craziness. They did what they had to do.
I think craziness is coming, by the way. I think some of these teams who are out of it are going to go, you know what? Let's just bench everybody. You think the Pelicans want to win a couple more games?
Speaking of which, how about, so I was doing that Wizards alt cast over the weekend on Saturday, and they did everything they could to win a basketball game. They came up just short playing the Brooklyn Nets. But in that game, they ended up rolling with basically like their C guys. So like no Alex Sarr on the floor, everybody's hurt. So like Bilal and Keyshawn George and all those guys were out of the game anyway. But Jordan Poole's on the bench watching. Bub Carrington, rookie, who's played more minutes than anybody else this season as a rookie, on the bench watching. Like, forget all the injured players like Corey Kispert. So you had the injured guys, which is basically a starting lineup. Then you had the actual starting lineup of players that were all now watching. The dudes who were signed to the 10 days and in-season
guys are just trying to make a roster, yeah.
My guy, A.J. Johnson, trying to get to the rim.
A.J. Johnson.
He can play.
They got something.
He's very talented. That was a steal. They have 4 first-round picks from the same class because the 3 they took and Johnson. When's the last time someone, if everyone's healthy, could throw 4 first-rounders from the same class on the floor?
Very rare.
Who can all play a little bit. But anyway, it was just funny to watch because it's like they're in this game. They could easily win it, but they are not playing any of those guys.
And that's all you can do. I mean, stick aside.
It's brilliant.
It's exactly what they should be doing.
This front office hit on Sarr.
Yep.
They hit on Bilal Coulibaly. They hit on the A.J. Johnson trade. They've got a pretty high batting average on how they're running this thing. You need a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
Literally, you need to hit the lottery ideally. You need Cooper Flag. You're going to need to spend and get a star at some point too. But if they were to get the number 1 pick in Cooper Flag, this could actually turn quicker than people think. I really believe that.
I agree with you. There's a nice base. So far, it's been singles. No franchise-altering moves to this stage, right? There hasn't been anything, and there hadn't been any opportunities to do so. The biggest deal, of course, is moving on from Beal, and now you set the stage for what this is, giving yourself a chance to actually do something meaningful. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of losing. There's a lot of, heavy minutes for Justin Champagny and, I don't know.
He's not a franchise guy, but he's a good little player. Like he's a guy that I would like to have around for a long time off the bench.
He's the next Anthony Gill. I don't say that lightly. I mean, like I want that guy who is if called upon every 3rd or 4th game, he'll give you energy minutes, do something at both ends that'll help you. But if you got to rely on him for 35 minutes a night, you're probably not that great a club. But that's not how this should be measured this year. The growth of the young players, and you've seen that from guys like Sarr and before he was hurt, Coulibaly and company. But yeah, I'm with you. It should be fun. It's fun down the stretch to watch the kids grow into something. I'm hoping that's kind of continues here, and they got to win that lottery.
I'll tell you whose game I like a little bit. I don't think he's like a long-term answer or building block or anything. But have you seen this kid, JT Thor, out of Auburn?
He can play.
Very little.
Hits the glass,
obviously.
rebounds a little bit. I like that about his game. And it stands out on this team because it's not necessarily a strength. So when guys like him or Champagny are scratching and clawing and going and getting boards, you can kind of see it. The other guy that's played really, really well for them is Colby Jones. He had 20 points in the game against Brooklyn that I was working. And he's a guy that had, Big East ties at Xavier, but defensive option, plays really hard, generates some steals and takeaways, and he could score it a little bit. But they're unearthing some of those guys.
And that's the whole point of
It's just going to create competition to the point where your bench will be a little deeper because instead of getting 22 minutes, you're like the 9th guy on the team, but you're there if I need you. That's the whole point of right now.
Yep.
But I wanted to get into something you brought up, actually. You saw a story, I guess, that owners of movie theaters are getting together to try to reimagine the experience because there's not enough people like me that still mark out to go to the movies.
This was really good. A piece in Variety I came across somehow. I don't know. Maybe somebody sent it to me or whatever. So a tip of the cap to whoever did it. This woman, the reporter, found a bunch of movie theater owners and basically had them share their strategies to try to get people to come back to movie theaters.
Are these independent film theaters, but like over in George Mason University Mall, or is this like
some
people that have a Regal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to all of it. Small theaters, bigger theaters, whatever. So just a couple bit of data points here. This is from the story. This year, 2025, has been positioned as the Great Reset, the first period without any asterisks to excuse the industry's lack of recovery. So far, though, the box office grosses are grim. Year-to-date revenues are 5% behind 2024 and nearly 38% behind 2019, according to ComScore. Also, 24 was the first year the post-pandemic that overall returns didn't improve upon the last, though all the strike-related release dates certainly didn't help. So the point is, pandemic happens, we know that. People stop going to theaters. People stop doing anything. So any data like, hey, what was worse in 2020 than 2019 with restaurants? Or it's all bad, right? No one did anything. But since then, there's been this slow and steady recovery. It's not to pre-pandemic levels. It's not to 2019 levels.
Which makes sense. The further you get away from it as a restaurant or a bar or a company, you should be feeling it less and less.
But 2024 was the first year there wasn't growth year over year, and it's further away from 2019 than 2023 was. And 25 is worse than that so far.
And they're trying to put their heads together to see why that is. Because I wonder, I don't have an answer. I don't think they have an answer. But I do wonder, and maybe this is just, me talking about my own life out loud. It feels like there's less money to go around right now. Again, I'll speak. This is going to get real personal real quick.
Boy, dude.
But am I crazy? I mean, I was just listening to the news about the stock market. Like when you hear bad news, when you see how much things cost, when you go to a restaurant and the same sandwich and fries that you used to get for $17 now costs $23 or whatever. I think people are just doing less things out and about. They have less money. They're going, hey, we can't go out to dinner tonight. We got to buckle down here. Hey, we can't go to the movies. By the way, they're so expensive. When I take my kids to the movies, and I do it all the time, it's one of my favorite things to do is take my kids to see whatever kids movie is out. It's like $18 for me and $15 for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's before snacks or anything, which is a lock. We're getting popcorn because I ain't going to a movie without popcorn, which means I'm getting a cola, which means they got to get their lemonade. So now we're talking about $50 for the tickets and easily another $25, $30 we're at $80 for me and my two kids to go to the movie and get some popcorn and drinks. That is crazy.
Precisely.
So I think we're at a point in the world now where I think a lot of people are going, I don't really have the $80. Is that a thing?
It's 100% a thing. So that's one of the parts of the story. One of the questions that she asked is cost a factor in going to the movies? And one of the responses was, well, yeah, Tuesdays we do just like Nats Park does. Tuesdays are discount days. Tuesdays perform better than all the Mondays and Wednesdays. So what does that tell you?
Right.
It's too expensive on the other days. You need to make Tuesday more common. But all their answers.
So why don't they do that?
I don't know if you can economically. I mean, so their answers are it's fascinating. They're kind of talking about the theater owners, and I'm summarizing here. Their stuff is things that sound nice. More comfortable chairs, cleaner bathrooms.
They now do. Everyone's got a bar, and you can do wine and alcohol.
Better food options, that and the other. And those things sound very nice, but that's not enough to move the needle. You see what I'm saying? There's now enough of those theaters where you can reserve your seat. It's mega comfortable. You don't have to scramble and do is that seat taken? Is somebody sitting there? Can you move your jacket? Your seat is your seat. Like they've taken the challenge out of a lot of different things. And again, the numbers are still not particularly good. So my question to you is what would you tell one of these guys? They hire Grant Paulson consultant how to get people to come to theaters at a larger rate than they have in the last
Ooh.
couple of years.
So I'm a bad person to ask because you got me right where you want me. Beat me up, Scotty. I am in the theater, bro. I ain't going anywhere. I could go to the movie and they could pour like the Nickelodeon, slime on me every time I went, and I would still
You're
keep
like,
going.
you guys,
you silly
you got me
geese.
again.
Yeah, I mean, I love
Can
it.
I have a paper towel?
Yeah, I could give you a couple of ideas. I am curious, just for those of you listening, we can open up the listener lines on this at 800-636-1067. How many of you guys go to the movies less than you used to? And if so, why is that? Because I've got a couple of, to me, it's actually a different conversation, which is people aren't going to the movies because the world has changed. I think, A, it's too expensive. I think, B, you don't need to anymore. I can get pretty much any movie that just came out on demand, and I can pay the exact same amount and just sit in my living room. But, I've got some ideas. Let's get into that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan coming up in 13 minutes. A chance for you to win tickets to Wolf Trap this summer. It's a pick your own show ticket, so you're going to be able to choose from their summer slate. Pretty cool opportunity. We got a pair for somebody coming up at the top of the hour. Also at that time, we'll talk to somebody on the inside of kind of the birth of the torpedo bat over the last couple of years. Should be a fun conversation. But as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny. Danny, you saw this story where movie theater owners are being interviewed by a writer at Variety. They're trying to get to the bottom of why people aren't going to the movies anymore.
Yeah, so there have been some exceptions, right? Some of the big mega blockbusters, everything from the new Top Gun movie did very well, a couple others, but by and large, the people going to theaters, the revenue generated by movie theaters, it's less than it was in 2024, which was the first year that it hadn't grown post-pandemic in 2019, aka the recovery hasn't happened. They thought slowly and steadily, even though there's Netflix, even though there's home releases and stuff, there was still this appeal of going to see the blockbuster in the theater, and it just hasn't really happened. The recovery hasn't been there.
So we'll get to the phones. I'll be quick on this. But number one, I think it's too expensive. All right?
That's my number one.
Way too much money to go see the movie. So the fix there is to charge less. Now, what I don't know is the economics behind how you make your profits and how can you stay afloat. I don't know. But if you're making a ton of money, and it's as expensive as it is, then you need to make it a little less expensive because more people will come. But that would be number one. The number two reason people have stopped going to the movies, I think, is there's too many things that are available at home as well. So you're competing like the NFL is with my recliner, with my snacks and my drinks that are cheaper in my living room and the comfort of my own house. And I don't have to put my pants on. I can just sit in my gym shorts and be in my living room and not have to worry about going out in the cold in the winter to go watch a movie. They need exclusivity. There have been a few good movies that have come out that were exclusive to the movie theaters for several weeks. By and large, though, that's not really happening that much anymore. There are movies that come out in the theater at the same time, and you can get them on Apple or on, Peacock or wherever it's also streaming. And in a lot of cases, it's a few weeks later. So there's a very small exclusive window. But it used to be if I didn't see a movie in the theater, 6-7 months later, it would hit the DVD or whatever. Nowadays, if I don't see it, like Wicked is a good example. People were still seeing Wicked in the theater just a couple of months ago. It's now streaming at my house. Like there is a quick turnaround, and that maybe isn't even the best example. But there are movies that I just saw. What was the action movie with Gerard Butler?
Den of Thieves 2.
Den of Thieves 2. I just saw. It's now on Netflix. I saw it in the theater like 6-7 weeks ago. How does that happen? So I think they need more of an exclusive window because why am I leaving if I have it at my house?
One of these theater owners mentioned was that. Yep.
And then the last thing is I do think, and this is old man radio probably, I just think the quality of movies being made has dropped off. And I actually have a reason for this. I think that the pandemic, as you can imagine, like when you shut down writing and directing and nobody's doing anything for at least the better part of a year and nobody's filming anything, there's going to be a little bit of a reaction to that where think about it like a factory. If everyone in Hollywood is a factory that just churns out content and then for a year we do nothing and for 2 or 3 years we're way slower, then on the back end of this factory churning out all of the granola bars, there's probably a period where there's no granola bars and then there's no really good granola bars. I just don't think there's as many good movies. Like I'm looking at a list here of the movies that have come out this year or the big films that are coming out soon. I am a massive mark. I go to movies I don't want to see all the time because the popcorn tastes good. There's just nothing that interesting to me at this juncture. I'm excited for Fast and the Furious 11 that's coming out in the next few days. But like the next movie after that I'm actually excited about, probably Mission Impossible 8. And that's at the end of May. Then I'm not excited about Karate Kid. Pixar's got a movie, How to Train Your Dragons, coming out. I'll take my kids, but like it's one a month. It's just not like it used to be.
So there are a couple blockbusters on the horizon they're hoping helps, whether it's Superman, the new Fantastic Four movie. But
it's all superheroes, though. There's nothing else.
There it is.
There's nothing else.
So I happened to see a clip that went around a little bit, a podcast of some kind between Rob Lowe and Adam Scott. They were just sort of talking about the different shows they were doing. And Rob Lowe hosts a game show. They film it in Ireland. Adam Scott talked about the show that he filmed, and they both were like, "Oh my God, wait a minute. None of us filmed in LA anymore. I wonder what's up with that." And then they did some digging and realized here's what's going on. It's cheaper to fly 100 crew members and cast and contestants to Ireland to film a show than it is to walk across the street, walk across the lot at whatever, like Bonaventure Pictures or Fox Pictures or whatever, just because of the state of things of movie making. So less good stuff is getting out there. Stuff that's okay is going right to Prime Video or Netflix or whatever in terms of that as an asset. There's fewer good stuff in the theaters. To me, I know our callers have a bunch. My biggest thing is I need to know when the movie actually starts. Do I have 7 minutes of previews? Do I have 27 minutes of previews? When does the actual film begin?
But that affects whether you're going to go to a movie or not.
Yeah,
I'd say you're in the minority.
That's a huge part of it. It's a convenience thing.
I love trailers.
What am I getting out of there?
I would pay a lot of money for the trailer. Now, that's a good idea, honestly, is when is the credit rolling, the exact time, so that I know if I can get in or not, in the same way of like all-in pricing being available on like Game Time, which or like any of these ticketing apps. I want to know, like, when am I done with my movie? That's fair. But I think most people are not going to a movie because the credits are long. I could be wrong. Derek and Chantilly, what's up?
Hey guys, first time caller here. We love your family, loves your sports talk, but
thank you.
I'm also a big cinephile and home theater owner. You know, I think I really agree with your points regarding kind of the product now, and there's also a lot of material out there streaming. A lot of money is going to these other studios. Netflix and Amazon have their own studios now, so the product definitely is a factor. What I think theaters need to start offering is more value, right? I've got, family 7. I can only go take them to, matinees and Tuesdays, discount day. So maybe take a hint from some of the restaurants now. You see McDonald's is kind of bouncing back with a $5 meal. You have Chili's making, kind of the biggest profit now for the family restaurants with their $10.99. So, can theaters kind of throw in that, free voucher for your,
like what Danny was talking about with
food, a free popcorn, a free soda, something like that. And, at least they'll get people in there. I know theaters, their profit mostly comes from concessions, but it's a way of getting people back to the theater.
Well, they got to do something. The concessions are also just out of control. I mean, I'm sorry, they just are. Like, I'll go to the Wizards game tonight and I'll be like, you got to be kidding me. Chicken tenders and fries, that aren't hot.
$19.99
sitting
somehow.
under a heat lamp for $20. But I know what I'm getting into. And like, it's the same at a movie theater though. I don't eat. I never get like the chicken tenders or any of the food, but just like popcorn, they're like, it's $11. I'm like, yeah, but I've got this bucket that you told me if I kept, I'll get them for free. It's like, well, it's kind of free. It's $8. And I'm like, well, why am I keeping this bucket on top of my refrigerator to drag it to and from the theater? Let's go to Rich in Annandale. What's up, Rich?
Yeah, hey, I'm with you on the old man radio. I think, cost for sure is number one. Same, I've got a family. We only ever do the cheap reruns on Saturday mornings for the kids. But the content is seriously lacking. I don't know what the value proposition is to get you in the door to watch I think every movie you listed on your opening after the commercial, Fast and Furious, the superhero, they were all the 7, 8, 9, 10th version of the movie.
So it is, yeah. Jurassic World Rebirth. I don't know what Jurassic World run.
Rich is on it, bro. Thank you for the call from Annandale. He's right. Like,
it's IPs that are established that they're like, please come see them again.
They're just running them back out there, preying on my nostalgia. It's Vin Diesel who can barely sprint anymore, at 57 or whatever.
I got a limp.
But he's, they're writing him in as like now the dad of the teenager or whatever. But they need to, because no one is making any new Smasholas. It's so rare. Dave and Laurel, what's good?
Hey, well, I totally agree with your points about pricing and quality, but I've got one more, and it's just movies today are so long that it's hard to go through to a theater and expect to sit through a 3-hour movie, especially when I just spent $12 on a 32-ounce drink. When it's time to take a break, I can't pause it, go to the bathroom. I got to get up and miss some of the movie and interrupt all the people around me. And that's after I already sat through a half hour of previews. If they just cut it down to an hour and a half, 2 hours, so it's not such an endeavor, I would be at the theater more.
I actually think that the length of movies is a problem. Nobody's making an hour 57 movie anymore. Now, you'll get some good, cheap action films that are in the hour 40 range.
They know who they are.
You could do a comedy, although that's another topic we could do another time. There hadn't been a good comedy. Nobody's even trying to make those anymore. It's been years and years and years. because they're so afraid. But you could do that. But like a Oscar bait type film, anything that you're really excited about that's like dramatic or about the acting or the dialogue. Think about like Oppenheimer, one of those type movies. You know, before you even look at the runtime, it's going to be around a 3-hour film.
Christopher Nolan did it. Yeah, you're going to be here. Buckle
It's
up.
going to be about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like that is a real problem. Can we get you back to the theater, I guess, is the question. 800-636-1067. Plus, we are going to be talking to Kevin Smith, who's been around since the beginning from the Torpedo Bats. He is very close with the guy that actually created them. We'll get some intel on the bat that is taking over Major League Baseball next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. In the NFL, a couple of extensions today. Geno Smith agreed to a 2-year extension with the Raiders worth $85.5 million, $65.5 million guaranteed. And Trey McBride becomes the highest paid tight end in NFL history after he signed a 4-year extension for $76 million, $43 million guaranteed with the Cardinals today. Joe Milton on the move from the Patriots to the Cowboys. The Patriots get back a 5th-round pick. Milton goes with a 7th-round pick to Dallas, and Marshawn Lattimore changing his number from 23 back to number 2, which he wore at Ohio State. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Kings last night 116-111. Rookies A.J. Johnson and Bub Carrington both had 19 points. Jordan Poole led the team with 23 points. He's not going to play tonight as the Wizards take on the Magic in the second half of a back-to-back tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Blue Jays. They have the day off today as they travel back from Toronto. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks tomorrow at Nats Park. And in hockey, not much going the Capitals' way last night as they fell to the Hurricanes 5-1. But Alex Ovechkin scored his 39th goal of the season, goal number 892, just 3 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Caps are back home tomorrow, taking on the Blackhawks at Capital One Arena. Baseball is back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They are absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You are going to win tickets. You're going to get a pair of them to Wolf Trap. It's a pick-your-own show. Winning right now. James Taylor, Steve Winwood, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in concert with National Symphony Orchestra. A lot more options. Their summer slate. Somebody's winning a pair. Thanks for listening to Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30. We spent some time a few days ago talking about these torpedo bats. Frankly, we're just nerding out a little bit, and we're fascinated by it. And I think deep down we want to know, is this a fad? Is this overrated? It certainly didn't help the Yankees, as they struggled their way through a game here recently. But when they hit 9 home runs in a game, it gets everybody's attention. And is this going to be a game changer? I've talked to some people in baseball who think this could be the new way forward. And 10 years from now, everyone's going to be using these bats. But we want to get insight on this. And so I found someone who I think can provide it, and that's Kevin Smith, who actually went to the University of Maryland. So he a Terp. But Kevin was a pro ball player, played in the big leagues with the Blue Jays, the A's, the Yankees, and actually knows the MIT physicist very closely, worked with him over the last couple of years as he was kind of developing these ideas. And so he's been on the ground floor of this and has done a lot of good work on social media the last few days explaining it all to people like me and you. So let's do that. Kevin, how are you?
Good, man. Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Yeah,
So
buddy.
are you from the area, or did you just randomly go to Maryland?
No, I'm from upstate New York. I met Chef in my junior year of high school and then ended up going to Maryland for 3 years from 14 to 17. But love the area, love DC, always love coming back. It's kind of like my second home.
Cool. Well, congrats on a career that saw you, play in 100-plus big league games and accomplish so many of your goals, I'm sure, and be a part of 3 MLB organizations. But I want to go back to when you met, you refer to him as Lenny, right? But this genius MIT physicist, and how this all begins, that he started to talk to you about the torpedo bat when you were around, kind of when this thing got off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I signed with the Yankees in the winter of last year. And so, the first thing I did was hop on with their hitting department. They have a great analytic team and great guys over there that now are all over the league. But I was a nerd with a lot of things in baseball. And so I've always loved math and science. And so this stuff was right up my alley. And when I got there early last year, I ended up meeting Lenny one of the first few days. It was great because it wasn't, super crowded yet. And we just got talking about a bunch of different stuff that I could work on to get better. And he kind of just brought up these bats to the sidebar. And so, it struck me. I saw them and they looked a little funny. It was a scientist bringing this in. No one was really doing it. And so it just intrigued me. And so, the next 2-3 months, I really sat down with him as much as I could and tried to understand where he was coming from, the science behind it, trying to use, my data that we had from the last few years and see how we could kind of customize it to individual players. And so, that was a year and a half ago now. And so it's pretty funny that's just coming to the limelight. But it was really cool to kind of see Lenny get in front of cameras and talk about it a little bit down in Miami where he works now. And it's cool to kind of see everyone talking about it.
So, Kevin, decades ago, when I was not portly and gross, when I was using my C271 in the Waynesboro Generals in the Shenandoah Valley League, I remember asking to a couple of my teammates, why isn't this the fattest part of the bat? Pointing to where you guys now have the fattest part of the bat with the torpedo. I was like, this is where we're trying to make contact, and it's thinner than the very top. I've never understood that. And everyone basically told me to shut up and get in the cage next or go take reps somewhere else. But I wondered that then. Is this something that you'd been curious about beforehand?
Yeah, I think you see a bunch of different models being used, right? You see some guys with like a C243 that has a bigger barrel. You have the 271 that seems to taper all the way to the end, and everything in between. I think it just, a lot of it comes down to just what was understood about bats. A lot of guys, if you ask them, they don't want a huge barrel because, everyone's told if it's a smaller barrel, the wood can be more dense, and so you're going to hit the ball harder. The bigger wood wouldn't be as dense. It might be a bigger barrel, but you're not going to, get the same contact and X factor, as they call it in golf, as what you would if you were using a skinnier barrel and all of these things. And so I would ask Lenny about it. The difference is if you can make it to kind of fit your own swing and also your batted ball data, it's more of a customized approach to the individual player. And when you have a bat that fits you like that and it fits your batted ball data, you can actually go a little heavier because you're bringing some of the wood down closer to your hands. And so you can go heavier on the wood, get it a little more dense, and kind of make up for some of that less dense, rules that everyone has kind of known in the past. And so, that's kind of what they were doing and tweaking with. And, you can't, I see a lot of stuff on social media asking, well, why don't you just make the whole barrel that big? And that's kind of goes, to the density part and the weight part and trying to make sure that it fits the individual and their swing characteristics. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that has to go into making them work. And so it's going to be interesting to see how people implement them moving forward.
So why didn't anybody do this before?
That's a great question. I mean, when I sat down with Lenny and first saw the bats, it made perfect sense, in my mind. You want to put the most wood and the most mass in the area where you hit most of your balls. It just kind of makes sense when you dumb it down like that. It could have been the aesthetics of it. They look a little funny. If you just saw one of those bats laying around and didn't know what they were, it probably wouldn't be the first one that you pick up. So it probably takes someone super smart to dumb it down to guys like us and explain it to people where it makes sense and athletes are okay using them. I think the athletes that use them initially should get a lot of credit as well. I mean, to switch over to something like this where there's no proven data in the big leagues, that's their livelihood. They've worked their whole life to get there, and now they're trusting, this new science and this new bat. Guys that switch over to them and have success should get all the credit in the world. But back to the point of just why it was never done before, that's a question for a much smarter guy than me. I have to assume it has something to do with not having the data initially, right? Like if you hit more balls off the end, or if your sweet spot is moved just an inch up, the whole bat, can actually make you perform worse. And so, I know a lot of these bat companies are coming out with their stock models. It'll be interesting to see how they play. And quite frankly, I hope a lot of guys get their hands on them just so they can realize that, it might be a really big advantage talking, 5 to 10% for the best players in the world. But, when you get your hands on these things and you start swinging them like I used them last year, it might help you a little bit, but it really has to be specific to you and where you hit the ball and how your swing plays. That's kind of when you get the biggest advantages.
Kevin Smith, former Yankee, was in the big leagues and worked closely with early on Aaron Lienhardt, who was behind all of this and on the ground floor the last couple of years. I mean, he's been on the torpedo beat, so to speak, for
That's
2
right,
seasons
Team Torpedo.
now. We're all figuring it out in real time. I want to know, though, what's your reaction when people say this feels like it should be illegal? I know the rules, right? As long as the bat is a certain length, certain weight, certain diameter, and these bats are, then they're allowed to be used. Do you think that MLB would crack down or should crack down? Because there are plenty of people who look at them, and I'm not one of the people that wants them done away with, but I do think that they look bigger. I don't know why that is, but you have a side-by-side I'm looking at right now on your Twitter account of one of your normal bats and then your torpedo bat, and the torpedo bat looks wider at its widest point than the other bat does.
Yeah, it for sure is. I think it's a couple things. I think, you know, when they would bring around the measuring tool and they can clamp it on your bat and actually show the diameter, I don't think anyone was even close to maxing out the barrel size. And I would always ask about why that is. I know a lot of guys like to use maple, and in 2009, MLB kind of did away with the high density maple. And so if you were using the bat before 2009, you were grandfathered in. Anyone else couldn't use the high density maple that they were using back then. And so I know, talking to Lenny, it's something about making the barrel too big where the densities of the wood come into play, and they're not actually legal if you make them too big just because of the maple that you now have to use. And so a lot of these torpedo bats are birch just to make up for that. And that picture that you see, I think another reason why it looks so big is because they take wood from the end and they actually move it down to the barrel. So almost every bat that I saw that we measured, the end cap was always the biggest part of the bat. Whether it looked like it wasn't or not, it always was. Even if it was just, you know, a 0.01 inch diameter difference, it was always a little bit bigger. And so I think that's just what your eyes are used to, is if you were to draw a picture of a bat or ask a kid to draw a picture of a bat, that's just what your body is used to seeing. With these bats, they move the wood down, so the end cap isn't the biggest part anymore. And so you think that the end cap is still as big as other bats, and then you see the middle of the bat, and you're like, whoa, this has to be 2.7, 2.8, 3 inches in diameter, which was some of the comments that I was getting on Twitter. And so when you start to realize they're just kind of moving the wood, it's almost like an optical illusion where the middle of the bat looks so big. But, you know, all the bats that I've seen that Lenny made, they made them small on purpose. They're still only about, 2.54, 2.55 in diameter just to stay away from the 2.61. And there's always, some errors in the manufacturing. So just to make sure they're all legal, they actually weren't even as big as they could make them. I'm curious to see what they're at now, or if they've improved on that at all. But those are the two biggest things. Is a lot of the bats aren't even close to how big they could be. And so when you match up a torpedo where they're trying to maximize how big that barrel is, where you hit most of your balls, but they're also taking wood away from the other parts of the bat, it can kind of give that illusion that it looks illegal.
And you touched on this, Kevin, but there are downsides to it. It's not just an automatic home run or something like that, right? It's like, if you if somebody took a performance-enhancing drug at some point, it doesn't guarantee you square one up and hit nothing but bombs, but there's a process to it. So what's the give and the take there in terms of negative? You mentioned you take some off the top, where if you hit a ball towards the top of the bat, the thing's probably going to shatter. It's not going to perform near as well as it would otherwise. Same thing down with the handle. What are some of the trade-offs there by moving that sweet spot or enlarging or enhancing that sweet spot?
Absolutely, man. I've had a lot of these conversations in the last few days, and I always tell guys really good hitters hit homers and bats don't. A lot of these guys could walk up there with any bat and do really well. And so it's all about just getting that 1 or 2% advantage over other guys, or over what you had last year, that can really make a difference in careers. And so to say that there's no advantage would probably be a lie, right? If you can get your batted ball data and you know where you square up balls the most, and you can put more mass and more wood in that area, you're probably going to do a little better the next year. Now, is it something where you're going to turn a 200 hitter into a 300 hitter? I don't think so. Well, it's kind of too early to tell. But like you said, it's going to be interesting to see with all these guys kind of just getting stock torpedo bats, if they actually end up using them or not. If it's not in your sweet spot or designed for your swing or designed for your batted ball data, it's going to be interesting to see how they play. There were guys that would use them and didn't like them and just didn't use them, even though the science says, if this part of the bat's bigger, you're going to perform better, you're going to have better outcomes. Baseball is such a feel sport, and a lot of guys go off completely feel and just want to feel confident and want to feel like they know their equipment that they're using up in the box. And so, there might be guys that never use this bat. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see, but like you said, you're right. If you're moving that center of mass down a couple inches and, you make more contact up towards the end of the bat, and you're not, adjusting for that with the torpedo barrel, then, your performance could probably go down just as easy as it could go up. And so it's going to be interesting to see. A lot of guys play golf, so it's almost like the reference. If you took Tiger Woods' driver, you probably would just hit it farther in the woods. It's similar to that,
Right.
where, the driver is not going to be the one to make you shoot under par. It's going to be your skills. And so it's similar to that in baseball.
That's a really good line. Kevin Smith played with the A's, the Blue Jays, the Yankees. He's joining us here on Grant and Danny. Just a couple of moments left. Last one I got for you is Mike Rizzo, the president of the Nationals, came on this station yesterday, was asked about these torpedo bats, and he said that they're ordering some, that basically that their guys are going to kind of give it a whirl here and see what's what. And it seems like they're a little behind the 8 ball maybe if they haven't already worked with them. But, what Bryson Stott said, and it sounds like what you're saying is you need to go to your bat lab and you need to swing 1,000 times and see where you hit the ball and then build the bat back from that, essentially. So how could it benefit or help them? I guess there's nothing to be lost, but if they're just ordering bats and going to hit with them in the cage at Nats Park for the first time in a couple days, it doesn't sound like that's the way to do it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, whenever anything comes out that's new, everyone wants to get it in their hands and feel it. And like I said, man, baseball is such a feel sport that, even if somebody takes a torpedo bat and they just get more confidence and they're like, this is my bat, the barrel's bigger, I'm going to hit better with it. Just that mindset alone could translate to better performance, right? And so it's going to be interesting to see, how it all translates. And then, you could pick up the bat and maybe you didn't make it custom to your swing or your batted ball data, but it's just in the right spot and you start hitting with it and you get comfortable and you get some knocks and then you have confidence and then your performance increases. So I feel like there's a lot of variables that'll go into play, and some guys will pick it up and not like how it looks and not be able to get over it. I mean, I can't tell you how many players pick it up and just start laughing, or catchers and umpires start laughing because it just looks different. It's not, it almost registers like it's not a real bat in your mind. Everything, kind of looks like it's warping away from you. It looks, like holding up a bowling pin almost. It just looks a little funny if you've been using the same, bat model for 6, 7, 8, 9 years. And so it'll be good just for guys to get their hands on them. Like I said, I think it's going to come out that it's not as big of a deal as people think. They've been used in big league games for over a year now. And I think, like you said, just the Yankees going on a tear that day with the picture coming out, it was kind of like a perfect storm. But it'll be interesting. I think the guys that can implement them right, and obviously, utilizing the data, utilizing their spray charts, getting bat fitted, that has been, bat fitting has been around for a while. And so incorporating this new model might take it to the next level. And, maybe in 5 years, everyone's using some sort of a torpedo, or maybe there's a modified torpedo where it's not quite as big and goofy looking, but, they add a little mass here or there to the barrel. I feel like there's a lot of innovation still to come. And this is just the tipping point.
Kevin, appreciate the time and insight, man. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Kevin Smith, pro ball player. Wanted to get to someone who actually knows what they're talking about on the torpedo bat. So he certainly qualifies. We've got overtime coming your way next on The Fan. Linnell Willingham will be keeping you company into the evening, live and local. For Ryan, working from home today, Darius and Toby in studio. This is Grant and Danny saying so long. As a reminder, tomorrow 2 to 6:30, we will be out and about for our entire show at City Tap House. That's over on 9th Street Northwest, right near Capital One Arena. So if you're going to the Caps game, we are your pregame spot tomorrow ahead of Ovi, 2 goals from tying, 3 goals from breaking the all-time scoring record in the National Hockey League. This is The Fan.
Thank you for coming.